Raya Dunayevskaya's Intersectional Marxism. Race, Class, Gender, and the Dialectics of Liberation. Kevin B. Anderson. This is an important collection of essays appraising the legacy of an underappreciated Marxist philosopher, Raya Dunayevskaya. Perhaps her underappreciation was rooted in the philosopher's own gender, or perhaps in her stunning recasting of Marxism itself through an early and avid commitment to frameworks of gender and race. Now, as mass anti-racist protests redden the horizons of human freedom on our streets, Raya Dunayevskaya's writing can do the work it was always meant to do, provide a theoretical grounding to the cry for freedom of the oppressed. Tythi Bhattacharya, co-author of Feminism for the 99%. The essays in this collection explore Raya Dunayevskaya's revolutionary humanism, which extends class analysis to race, gender, and other dimensions of dominance, and insists that theory does not stand above practice but shapes and is shaped by the experience of liberatory social movements. Dunayevskaya's work highlights and develops the humanism at the center of Marx's thought and makes Marx relevant to our time. Barbara Epstein, professor of the History of Consciousness Studies, University of California, Santa Cruz, USA, and author of Political Protest and Cultural Revolution. Too many intellectuals fail to see that dialectical studies and innovations on revolutionary practice are not exclusively men's work. As ideas of women ranging from those of Rosa Luxemburg, Emma Goldman, and Hee-Yin Zhen to Grace Lee Boggs have been receiving increased attention, it is clear that their critical challenge is to think human transformation and nourishing through what everyone has to offer. Kevin B. Anderson, Kieran Durkin, and Heather A. Brown, and the community of scholars they assembled to explore the thought of Raya Dunayevskaya make it clear that her ideas were no less than revolutionary. Offering analyses beyond the reduction of class versus race and gender, the humanist logic of both and openness is brought forth with breathtaking clarity. This book pays proper respect to the ideas of this great revolutionary thinker through pushing aside fetish and ushering forth, through eyes wide open to contemporary pandemics and uprisings, the ongoing power and beauty of living thought. Lewis R. Gordon, University of Connecticut, USA, and author of Freedom, Justice, and Decolonization. Raya Dunayevskaya's intersectional Marxism truly addresses race, gender, class, and the dialectics of liberation, and the excellent book edited by Kevin B. Anderson, Kieran Durkin, and Heather A. Brown demonstrates the relevancy of Dunayevskaya's work for this era of crisis and tumultuous struggle and upheaval. The book engages both scholars and activists, and demonstrates how a revolutionary theory can become a weapon of transformational practice. Douglas Kellner, Distinguished Professor, UCLA, USA, and author of Herbert Marcuse and the Crisis of Marxism. Periodically the world is in arms and those who would topple not just statues but the whole exploitative order begin to dream again of what might be. New times overlay on old ones. Raya Dunayevskaya's remarkable achievement is to be in her time and outside of it to see so clearly, practically, philosophically, what steers the world, and to see what is suppressed within this, what distorts and what is emergent, ready to activate another time and be activated once new times constellate. Dunayevskaya imagines and works towards times to come but also anticipates a facing of Marxism to account for the many-threaded nature of the present world, with its skirmishes around multiple points of oppression and social division. Dunayevskaya's analyses relay, agilely, between the pressure points of class, race, sex, gender, the discordant effects of colonialism, war, and nationalism, but they stand also, insistently, at the intersection of philosophy and politics, transforming and elaborating each 13. In the process. So persuasive are her accounts of Marxist humanism, one wonders how any Marxism could shed such a qualier that makes all sense of the project. This volume appraises not just a legacy but the potential for current and future liberatory struggles, grounded by philosophical rigor and oriented towards a practical sense of a limitless creativity. Esther Leslie, Professor of Political Aesthetics, Birkbeck College, University of London, UK, and author of Walter Benjamin. At such a turbulent historical moment in which armed white militia cosplay their favorite action stars on the steps of our state houses, and Nazi ideology is disinterred from the blood-stained soil of history, Raya Dunayevskaya's intersectional Marxism could not come at a more urgent time, offering revolutionary praxis informed by intersectionality as means of shifting the tectonic plates of our contemporary political landscape. Rejecting the tepid liberalism claiming the mantle of democracy as incapable of providing an answer to the rise of neo-fascism, this outstanding collection of essays offers lucid and provocative Marxist-humanist interpretations of the contemporary political scene, emphasizing the intersectional experiences of people of color and recognizing that these experiences, marked by systems of mediation linked to race, gender, colonialism, class and globalization, when placed against the backdrop of the movement towards freedom from oppression, are always lived in ways that make them greater than the sum of their parts. Peter McLaren, author of Che Guevara, Paulo Freire, and the Pedagogy of Revolution. Contents. 1. Kevin B. Anderson, Kieran Durkin, and Heather A. Brown. Part I. Hegel and Dialectics. 23. Peter Huedes and Kevin B. Anderson. 3. Unchanged-dating the dialectic on the threshold of revolution, Dunayevskaya's discovery of Hegel in the birth of Marxist humanism. 45. Alessandra Spano. To develop an alternative to capitalism. 65. Peter Huedes Part 2. Gender, Race, and Revolution. 5. Raya Dunayevskaya's Marx. 91. Adrian Rich. 6. Women as Force and Reason, Dunayevskaya, Marx, and Revolutionary Subjectivity. 103. Heather A. Brown. 7. Raya Dunayevskaya on Race, Resistance, and Revolutionary Humanism. 121. Andindi Katanga. 8. The Dialectic in Marxism and Freedom for Today, the Unity of Theory and Practice and the Movement of Today's Concrete Struggles. 141. Lilia D. Monzo. Part 3. Connections and Debates. 9. Marxism and Freedom, apropos of Raya Dunayevskaya's book. 169. Rodolfo Mondolfo. 10. Why 21st Century Marxism Has to Be Humanist. 185. Paul Mason. 11. On Capital Accumulation, the Tendential Fall in the Rate of Prod and Crisis Theory. 209. Karol Ludenhoff. 12. The Revolutionary Travels of Marxism and Freedom. 233. David Black. Part 4. Freedom and Liberation. 13. Why Marx is more relevant than ever in the age of automation. 261. Paul Mason. 14. Raya Dunayevskaya's Emancipatory Marxism. 271. Frederick Monferrand. 15. Beyond Anti-Humanism, Alienation, Praxis, and the Dialectics of Liberation. 285. Kieran Durkin. 16. Two Kinds of Subjectivity in Marxism and Freedom, Hegel, Marx, and the Maoist Dieter. 311. Kevin B. Anderson. Chapter 1. Introduction. Kevin B. Anderson, Kieran Durkin, and Heather A. Brown. Our present societal and intellectual landscape is marked by fear, disruption, and radical change. The political sinews that regulated and managed the global capitalist system after 1945, and which at RST seem to have been reinvigorated by the collapse of the Soviet bloc in 1989 to 1991, are fraying, from NATO to the EU, in no small part the result of disastrous wars in the Middle East. At an economic level, the Great Recession of 2007 to 2008 wiped away the neoliberal claims to have solved the problems of stagnation that had doomed the earlier Keynesian economics, as the new economy revealed itself to be a house of cards. A decade later, the COVID-19 epidemic triggered an even deeper economic crisis while laying bare as never before the dehumanization of contemporary capitalism. Even in developed countries like the US and the UK, central governments foundered in early 2020 while medical, delivery, food, grocery, janitorial, and other workers performed the dangerous labor that is really basic to social existence. Across the globe, hundreds of thousands of people lost their lives to the pandemic, while billions suffered wrenching economic privation. This was both a healthcare and an economic crisis, deeper than anything since the Great Depression. By late spring 2020, as society began to awaken from the RST phase of COVID-19, the greatest mass movement in the US since the 1960s broke out over the police murder of George Floyd, a semi-employed black man in Minneapolis. During this Black Lives Matter uprising, which spread across the country and internationally, hundreds of thousands of mainly young people demonstrated, occupied highways and streets, toppled statues of prominent racists, attacked and looted luxury goods stores, burned at least one police station and surrounded another, while occupying the surrounding streets. The Trump administration met demonstrators outside the White House with repression so forceful that it backfired, with even military leaders being forced to distance themselves publicly from Trump, the most openly racist president in a century. Rubbed raw by mass unemployment, indebtedness, and lack of affordable housing, the new generation of youth faces a world it did not make, in a stance of resistance and of idealism in the nest sense of the word. More sensitive to sexism, heterosexism, and, above all, racism, than any previous generation, they have followed the lead of black youth, swelling the Black Lives Matter movement into a massive challenge to the social order that shows no sign of abating. As Ndindi Katanga, one of the contributors to this volume intoned, after participating in the RST weeks of the uprising in Los Angeles. What we call for with regard to these curfews and the harassment is a questioning of where the money is coming from to fund this. The city does not run out of rubber bullets or tear gas. Yet, as someone who does outreach to our unhoused people, I beg the city for personal protective equipment and shelter. I beg for food and unemployment compensation to help our people. There seems to be no resources to help people, but there are always resources to brutalize people. Something else I want to emphasize is that while this is of course an anti-racist protest, it is also a working-class uprising of people of all colors. This is also an anti-capitalist uprising. It is a demand for people to stop being overcome by capital. The graffiti in Beverly Hills is not just "fuck the police," but it is also down with capitalism and down with white supremacy. We witness people connecting the dots, you see. These are exactly the connections, or intersections, that were central to the life and work of Raya Dunayevskaya, and that are at the heart of this book. Today, global capitalism is increasingly seen as the enemy of human flourishing, whether in its exploitation of labor, its environmental destruction, its virulent racism, or its continued threat of nuclear destruction. The new generation faces a life of precarity, underemployment, overwork for those employed, and indebtedness. Even strong proponents of the capitalist order see no clear way back toward the promised land of growth and prosperity. The concomitant crisis in thought and in wider society has led to neo-fascist and right-wing populist and nationalist forces coming to power in a number of countries, most notably the US, Britain, Brazil, Hungary, Poland, Turkey, India, and the Philippines. Meanwhile, older authoritarian regimes in Russia, China, and Saudi Arabia have tightened the screws on their populations even as Australia burned and the Syrian people faced anal massacre by the Assad regime. But the crisis in the economic, political, and ecological spheres has also led to a resurgence of the left and of revolutionary opposition to systems of global dominance, as seen most dramatically in the 2011 to 2013 revolutions in the Middle East/North Africa region, the 2011 Occupy movement, and early Black Lives Matter, as well as in electorally based movements like Syriza in Greece and those around Corbyn in the UK and Sanders in the US. In 2018 to 2020, grassroots radical activism returned with a vengeance, with the Yellow Vests and the pension strikes in France, and most dramatically with the outbreak of what is being called the Second Arab Spring in Sudan, Algeria, Iraq, and Lebanon. Sudan also exhibited a deeper African dimension that resonated in both North and Sub-Saharan Africa. At an intellectual level, what the socialist tradition has called the battle of ideas, Marxist thought has also seen a resurgence, especially in the English-speaking world, putting postmodernism and the politics of difference on the defensive. Today's intellectual left is, broadly speaking, divided into two major streams. The RST stream, often espousing some forms of Marxism, highlights capital and class, accusing the left of the 1990s and after of being stuck in what it disparages as identity politics. The second stream holds to a focus on race, gender, and sexuality, attacking Marxists for a kind of class reductionism whose return they are shocked to see. Can a Marxist theory and practice, albeit one that is informed by intersectionality, dialectically transcend this contradiction? More specifically, can the theory and practice of the Marxist humanist and feminist philosopher Raya Dunayevskaya help to overcome this contradiction within today's progressive left? Those are the issues that inspired the present volume. As someone who pioneered the rigorous class analysis of the Soviet Union as state capitalist and who early on critiqued Rosa Luxemburg's quasi-underconsumptionist economic theories as inadequate, Dunayevskaya was the rare Marxist thinker at home as easily with arguments about declining prod rates in volume 3 of Capital in relation to economic crisis, as she was with Hegel, dialectics, and the young Marx. From her earliest days in the Communist Party youth group in Chicago in the late 1920s, she also fought for the centrality of race to an understanding of U.S. capitalism, subsequently working with C.L.R. James and Grace Lee Boggs in the 1940s and 1950s to critique class reductionist Marxism via a creative reading of Marx, Lenin, and Trotsky. By the 1960s, she had written profoundly on the African revolutions and their theorists, especially Frantz Fanon, also developing at this time concept of black masses as vanguard of the American Revolution. By the 1970s, she began to explore a new socialist feminism, here centering on a century of struggle as well as on key women Marxist theoreticians and their neglected feminist dimension, most notably Luxemburg. Her resulting 1982 book, Rosa Luxemburg, Women's Liberation and Marx's Philosophy of Revolution, ran up against a certain indifference if not outright rejection in many quarters, including many feminist academics. A major exception was the acclaimed revolutionary feminist poet Adrienne Rich, who, nudged by the black revolutionary feminist Gloria Joseph, analyzed in depth the work of Dunayevskaya in this period. In 1986, a year before Dunayevskaya's death, Rich published a major retrospective on her in the Women's Review of Books that we are most glad to republish in this volume. While this helped to generate a wider discussion of Dunayevskaya in the 1980s/1990s, especially in the work of Margaret Randall on Women and Revolution, it did not succeed at that time in drawing the larger streams of feminist thought back to Marxism, let alone to Dunayevskaya's version of Marxist humanism. That misjuncture between revolutionary feminism and Dunayevskaya's Marxist humanism has inspired the title of this collection, Raya Dunayevskaya's Intersectional Marxism, which highlights the ways in which her writings intertwine issues of race, gender, and colonialism with those of capital, class, and globalization. But what was the nature of that misjuncture, in the early 1980s? In that period, Dunayevskaya launched a multi-pronged effort to recast Marxism for an era that had experienced black insurgency, anti-war activism, and revolutionary feminism on a massive scale, even as the sharp turn to the right was beginning to form. She did so via critical analysis of these revolutionary movements, but also through newly unearthed texts of Karl Marx and Rosa Luxemburg. This led to reconsiderations of the women's movement of the time, especially its African and African American dimensions, rethinking Marx in light of his late writings on gender and on revolution outside Europe, and a path-breaking analysis of Luxemburg that portrayed her for the RST time as a revolutionary feminist, in sharp contrast to almost all previous interpretations, which had denied the imputation of feminism. Rosa Luxemburg, Women's Liberation, and Marx's Philosophy of Revolution sought to bring Marxist thought alive for a new generation that had come through the defeats of the 1960s movements and that embraced a worldview in which race and gender were as important as class. While Dunayevskaya did not use the term intersectionality, a term which did not come into wide use during her lifetime, she worked with a similar concept in her 1982 book, as exemplified in this passage, and just as the Sojourner Truths and Harriet Tubmans learned to separate from what they called their short-minded leaders who would not GHT for women's suffrage in the Negro hour of GDing for black male suffrage, so the new women's liberation movement arose from participation in the black freedom struggles of the 60s, and the black women, in turn, made their own declaration. It is this focus on both difference and commonality that is often missing in discussions of intersectionality. Certainly, the vastly different theories of intersectionality have offered important discussions of the need to take various differences in social positionality seriously, as this affects the ability of successful coalitions to form and for disempowered groups to claim their own power in progressive movements. However, difference can be best understood once there is a reference to a commonality that individuals can be measured against. For Dunayevskaya, who was committed to a Marxist humanist position, this commonality is our striving for greater freedom for a new society that is free of structural impediments to individual and communal flourishing. This must be worked out philosophically and politically in a world where difference abounds and serves as a means to evaluate both one's own position and that of others relative to a vision of a better future that is possible. Thus, Dunayevskaya offers a positive vision of intersectionality which takes our common humanity, worked out through philosophical and political struggle, as a basis for unity rather than asserting already outside differences and working in coalition from those distinctions. At the same time, she saw the struggles of black people and revolutionary feminists as sources of creative difference inside the radical movement. Black and feminist movements often constituted a real revolutionary vanguard not only in action but also in thought that the labor and socialist movements needed to learn from, and sometimes follow. Moreover, at a theoretical level, these kinds of experiences needed to be incorporated into Marxist, dialectical theory, as seen in the concept of a movement from practice that is itself a form of theory that undergirded Dunayevskaya's RST book, Marxism and Freedom. In this sense, her notion of commonality involved facing these differences, and the tensions they created, head-on. It meant developing from them a notion of Marxist humanist commonality that was capacious enough to incorporate all these differing strands of thought and action. Unfortunately, Rosa Luxemburg, women's liberation, and Marx's philosophy of revolution appeared during the retrenchments of the 1980s, when even many radical intellectuals were seduced by the timid social democracy of Jürgen Habermas or the ultimately disempowering post-structuralism of Michel Foucault. In 1992, in the wake of the implosion of the Soviet bloc, Richard Rorty, then considered a leading radical philosopher, intoned that large theoretical ways of ending out how to end injustice as in Marx had failed the test of history and that the left should strive for democracy, civil society, and the creation of wealth in a free market. Rorty concluded that no alternative to capitalism existed, and went so far as to declare, provocatively, that the only hope for getting the money necessary to eliminate intolerable inequities is to facilitate the activities of people like Henry Ford, and even Donald Trump. In this period, many radical intellectuals embraced a postmodern or post-structuralist politics of difference, which also served to draw them away from Marxism of any kind, with its aspiration for class solidarities across national, gender, and racial lines. As 1960s icons Daniel Cohn-Bendit and Jill Deleuze put it in 1987 in a classic statement of the politics of difference that pointedly left out capital and class, the goal is, what we call a culture of dissensus that strives for a deepening of individual positions and a resingularization of individuals and human groups. What folly to claim that everyone, immigrants, feminists, rockers, regionalists, pacists, ecologists, and hackers, should agree on a same vision of things. We should not be aiming for a programmatic agreement that erases their differences. These intellectual trends were conditioned by developments in global capitalism, as Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher, and Pope John Paul II and their implicit ally, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini were in the process of rolling back many of the gains of the 1960s. The bloody defeats of the Marxist-led revolutions in Nicaragua and Grenada and the transformation of the Iranian Revolution into a fundamentalist dictatorship helped to recast the 1980s as a period of retrogression. All this accompanied the ushering in of neoliberalism, which Dunayevskaya at the time castigated as Reaganomics. Today, the historical and intellectual landscape has changed dramatically. Neoliberalism has been called widely into question, targeted by forces further to the right, like right-wing populism and nationalism, but also by a left that has been resurgent in both political and intellectual life. The politics of difference that emerged in the era of post-structuralism has also receded. Both have been put on the defensive by the Great Recession and the rise of large global movements against economic exploitation and inequality. At the same time, a narrow politics of class and economic determinism has emerged with a vengeance on the left, seeing itself as the antidote to the politics of difference. It is at this juncture that we invite the readers of this volume to consider Raya Dunayevskaya, philosopher, Marxist humanist, feminist, anti-racist activist, and revolutionary, as a thinker who was often out of joint with her times but who also speaks to ours with great resonance. A more specific and immediate impetus for the present book on the part of its living authors and editors, most of them long familiar with Dunayevskaya's life and work, lies in a series of talks and papers from the year 2018, the 60th anniversary of the publication of Dunayevskaya's most influential book, Marxism and Freedom. Its original 1958 edition included in the appendix the RST published English translations of major parts of Marx's economic and philosophical manuscripts and of Lenin's philosophical notebooks. The book based itself on an original reading of the work of Hegel, Marx, and Lenin, along with an analysis of the later stages of capitalism, and of popular revolution and resistance, from the French Revolution through the upheavals of her own day like the 1956 Hungarian Revolution, and including the epical Montgomery bus boycott of 1955 to 1956, whose revolutionary significance she discerned early on. But the book had been preceded by and was accompanied by nearly 2 decades of serious dialogue with several other revolutionary thinkers around the dialectic, race and class, the heritage of Marxism, and the nature of contemporary capitalism, including the Stalinist, fascist, and democratic welfare state versions of state capitalism. Initially, these dialogues were with C.L.R. James and Grace Lee Boggs, her co-theorists in the Johnson Forest or state capitalist tendency of 1941 to 1955. To this day, their philosophical correspondence of 1949 to 1951 remains unpublished, although joint works like State Capitalism and World Revolution and other individual works from each author have been acclaimed for decades. This is equally true of the writings by working-class militants associated with them, as in Dunayevskaya's comrade Charles Denby's Indignant Heart, a black workers' journal, an early edition of which appeared in 1952, or Grace Lee Boggs's comrade and spouse James Boggs's later work, The American Revolution, pages from a Negro worker's notebook. Dunayevskaya's correspondence with Herbert Marcuse began in late 1954, just as the JFT was splitting apart, with Dunayevskaya and Denby on one side and C.L.R. James, Grace Lee Boggs and James Boggs on the other. Dunayevskaya's long dialogue with Marcuse, much of it over Hegel, Marx, and dialectics, took place between two kindred spirits, albeit with some major political and philosophical disagreements, while both were quite isolated during the McCarthyite 1950s. This correspondence, which dealt heavily on Dunayevskaya's side with her concept of Hegel's absolute negativity as new beginning, had grown out of her 1953 letters on Hegel's absolutes, originally part of her correspondence with Grace Lee Boggs. These letters were later published numerous times in pamphlet form by Dunayevskaya, who considered this text her foundational statement on dialectics, the place where she began to make an original philosophical contribution. While she never received a real response from Grace Lee Boggs or C.L.R. James to what was one of her last philosophical dialogues with them, in a certain sense she was able to renew this dialogue with Marcuse. Here too, though, it was somewhat one-sided, with Marcuse never convinced of the revolutionary character of Hegel's absolutes. Nor did they agree on the Hungarian Revolution of 1956, which Dunayevskaya extolled as a creative form of working-class revolution, while Marcuse was more reticent, or on the consequences of automation for the working class. Marcuse wrote the preface to Marxism and Freedom and referred to the writings of Dunayevskaya's comrade Denby in his One-Dimensional Man. Shortly after, however, the correspondence broke off for several years after a heated dispute about Cuba's growing authoritarianism. Dunayevskaya moved in another direction, traveling to West Africa and forging ties with African socialist humanists. For Dunayevskaya, the correspondence with Marcuse was part of the development of what was to become her deepest study of the dialectic, philosophy and revolution, from Hegel to Sartre and from Marx to Mao. There, she argued that, despite their multifaceted nature and mass participation, the radical movements of the 1960s had failed because a tendency toward spontaneism had blocked efforts to form a compelling and humanist philosophical vision of the future. This also clouded their strategic perspectives on issues like race and revolution in the US. Thus, she chided Francis Cohn-Bendit for having downplayed the importance of theory during the French uprising of 1968. She similarly criticized the US white New Left for its undialectical empiricism and pragmatism at a general level. To Dunayevskaya, this kind of pragmatism was exemplified in the New Left's plunge into the much more massive anti-Vietnam War movement in 1965 in such a way that left the black movement with the sense that their white allies had abandoned them. This was a highly original explanation of the rise of the Black Power movement and its separatist wing. It also constituted a critique of the way Marxist groups with some inions over the anti-war movement, like the Trotskyist Socialist Workers' Party, had worked to keep the focus of the large, national anti-Vietnam War marches on the single issue of the immediate withdrawal of all U.S. troops, even allying with liberal pragmatists to block proposals for the demonstrations to include slogans like "End Racism Now" alongside "Bring the Troops Home Now." As she honed philosophy and revolution during the 1960s, Dunayevskaya also examined more sympathetically the socialist humanist tendencies in Eastern Europe and Africa, visiting West Africa in 1962. In both Eastern Europe and Africa, she found thinkers who had traveled the same road as she had, from the young Marx to a critique of contemporary forms of oppression and alienation. Among the thinkers she saw as the most creative, whom she contrasted to what she saw as the weaknesses of Adorno in his negative dialectics, which tended toward the exclusion of the subject, were the Afro-Caribbean revolutionary theorist Franz Fanon and the Czech philosopher Karel Kosik. It was also in this period that her correspondence with Erich Fromm commenced. This began as Fromm was at work on his Marx's Concept of Man, the book that made the young Marx an indispensable part of the intellectual map of the English-speaking world for the RST time. Fromm also invited Dunayevskaya to contribute to his widely circulated edited collection, Socialist Humanism. This book helped to give her work wider recognition, especially at an international level, putting her in closer touch with Eastern European Marxist humanists. It speaks volumes about the obstacles women thinkers faced in this period, even on the left, that Dunayevskaya was one of only 2 women authors among 32 contributors. 8 years later, she was able to obtain a major publisher, Delacorte Press, for Philosophy and Revolution, for which Fromm later helped arrange the translations into Spanish and German. In the 1960s, as she was niching philosophy and revolution, Dunayevskaya deepened her critiques of some of the newer trends in revolutionary Marxism, among them Maoism and Guevarism, which she saw as having disoriented the movement and thereby abetting its defeat. Here, her principled stances cost her support on the left, especially among some of the youth she wanted to win over to Marxist humanism. For although many were breaking with the Soviet Union over its 1968 invasion of Czechoslovakia in order to crush a democratic government with socialist humanist tendencies, Maoism and Guevarism retained support in many sectors of the New Left. If Russian Stalinism, with its heavy-handed dialectical materialism and scientific socialism, represented a kind of deterministic objectivism, Maoism and Guevarism illustrated 4:11. Dunayevskaya an equally serious obstacle to revolutionary dialectics, a form of voluntarism and hypersubjectivism. Philosophy and Revolution, which appeared in 1973 as the New Left was winding down, never achieved the impact of Marxism and freedom. Still, it increased Dunayevskaya's reputation as a serious dialectician and remains to this day one of the greatest contributions in this area. The book combined a deep engagement with Hegel, Marx, and Lenin with searing critiques of Trotsky, Mao, and Sartre, along with a much more sympathetic philosophical political analysis in the 3 chapters on the African revolutions, the East European anti-Stalinist ferment and revolts, and the Black, anti-war, and women's liberation movements of the 1960s in the US and France. Dunayevskaya delved once again into the dialectic in her last writings in the mid-1980s as she began to research a book tentatively entitled Dialectics of Organization and Philosophy. Some of the draft material for this book was included in a posthumously published collection of her writings on dialectics, Power of Negativity. By the late 1970s, Dunayevskaya was turning increasingly toward a critical analysis of revolutionary feminism in the US. Her new theorizing also took in the women's movement's emergence internationally at key junctures like the 1979 Nicaraguan Revolution, or the early stages of the Iranian Revolution during that same year, when feminists retook on the Islamists in an attempt to forestall their takeover. These radical movements and revolutions created a new context for Rosa Luxemburg, women's liberation, and Marx's philosophy of revolution. The book began with a strikingly new treatment of Rosa Luxemburg, placing feminist concerns at the center of her life and work for the RST time, in a way that has set the tone for discussions of Luxemburg ever since. But Dunayevskaya was no Luxemburgist. To be sure, in addition to appreciating her revolutionary feminism, Dunayevskaya extolled Luxemburg's attacks on reformism, her concept of spontaneity, her refusal to separate feminism from revolutionary Marxism, her deep commitment to anti-imperialism, and her commitment to revolutionary democracy, as seen in her critique of the one-party regime Lenin and Trotsky established after the 1917 revolution. But at the same time, Dunayevskaya strongly criticized Luxemburg's moves away from Marx's concept of capitalist crises, her failure to support anti-imperialist movements, and her lack of engagement with the dialectic. 12. The last part of the Rosa Luxemburg, Women's Liberation, and Marx's Philosophy of Revolution, on Marx, contained one of the RST analyses of the new turn in his last years toward the global south and issues of gender and the family, all of it linked to his concept of revolution in permanence. In 4 chapters on Marx, Dunayevskaya also elaborated a critique of Engels, not so much for the usual reason, RST articulated by George Lukács, that his work exhibited a kind of scientistic positivism. Instead, Dunayevskaya focused more on the new critique she had developed of the unilinear determinism of Engels's origin of the family, private property, and the state. She contrasted Engels's treatment to the subtler dialectic she discerned in Marx's ethnological notebooks. This critique of Engels led to the broader concept of post-Marx Marxism as pejorative, which included not only Engels, but also Lenin, Trotsky, and Luxemburg. None of them, in Dunayevskaya's eyes, developed a fully dialectical version of Marxism. In addition, Rosa Luxemburg, Women's Liberation, and Marx's Philosophy of Revolution featured 2 chapters on revolutionary feminism in the post-World War II period, with a focus on black feminism and on global revolutionary movements. It was amid this discussion that Dunayevskaya also brought to a point her analysis of Luxemburg as a revolutionary feminist who had to withstand determined but covert resistance on the part of her male colleagues to her assumption of a theoretical and political leadership position in the Marxist movement of the time. It is this book, and Women's Liberation and the Dialectics of Revolution, a collection of her essays that Dunayevskaya assembled a few years before her death, that form the basis for our view that Dunayevskaya's Marxist humanism was an intersectional Marxism avant la lettre. But as discussed above, these 2 books appeared at a time when the feminist movement, whether in activist circles or academia, was turning away from Marxism and revolution. And in academia, by the 1980s, it should also be mentioned that gender studies were turning in many cases to an explicitly anti-Marxist philosophical perspective, in the form of post-structuralism. However, as also discussed above, the worm has turned again, with the upsurge of anti-capitalist left-wing radicalism in recent years. This is why Dunayevskaya's writings have become topical in new ways today. 13. The present volume is divided into 4 parts. Part I is concerned with Dunayevskaya's engagement with Hegel and the notion of dialectics that stems from his philosophy. In Chapter 2, Anderson and Huydes offer an extended account of Dunayevskaya's engagement with the largely neglected Hegelian concept of absolute negativity. Setting Dunayevskaya's engagement in the context of other Hegelian Marxist accounts such as those of Lukács, Marcuse, and Adorno, they demonstrate the ways in which she developed the young Marx's appropriation of absolute negativity into a new interpretation of her own, whereby a positive arises from the negation in the form of a path to a new beginning as a veritable force for liberation. Huydes and Anderson outline how Dunayevskaya's writings on Hegel and dialectics provide a new basis for developing a vision of the future of totally new human relations, of an end to the division between mental and manual labor, and of alienated gender relations which can both animate and give direction to the emerging freedom struggles of our time. In Chapter 3, Alessandra Spano examines Dunayevskaya's development of her distinctive philosophy of Marxist humanism. Charting her work as part of the Johnson-Forrest tendency through her 1940s analyses of Soviet economic policy, the break with Trotsky and the Workers' Party, and the development of the critique of state capitalism and beyond, Spano pulls out the Hegelian threads that underlie Dunayevskaya's thought. Dealing also with the split with C.L.R. James, Spano documents the way in which Dunayevskaya's philosophical breakthrough on Hegel's notion of the absolute paved the way for a new and distinctive dialectic of philosophy and organization that is premised upon assisting the autonomous organization of the working class against capital. In Chapter 4, Peter Huydes explores the indispensability of philosophy in Dunayevskaya's writings, drawing out the uniqueness of her position here vis-a-vis the divergent accounts of C.L.R. James and Grace Lee. Dunayevskaya's analysis of Hegel's notion of the absolute idea, Lenin's Hegel notebooks, and Marx's 1844 economic and philosophic manuscripts are discussed, as is the later part of her career, in which she broaches the issue of philosophy and organization in a direct sense. Philosophy, for Dunayevskaya, is shown to be needed not just in order to grasp the roots of Marx's thought but to reconstitute Marxism for realities that Marx himself never had to face, and notably for the challenge of articulating a communicable conception of a non-capitalist future that will meet the demands of the present. 14. Part 2 is concerned with the centrality of race and gender in Dunayevskaya's thought, and the revolutionary subjectivity contained therein. In Chapter 5, feminist poet Adrienne Rich explores Dunayevskaya's emphasis on the dual movement from theory to practice and from practice to theory, particularly as it relates to the women's liberation movement, which Dunayevskaya saw as both force and reason. Through a discussion of Marxism and freedom, philosophy and revolution, Rosa Luxemburg, Women's Liberation and Marx's Philosophy of Revolution and Women's Liberation and the Dialectics of Revolution, Rich illustrates Dunayevskaya's unique practice of truly listening to the voices within the various social movements who are calling for and working to build a new concept of freedom. These voices had a profound influence on Dunayevskaya's lifelong work of reinterpreting Marx for her own time. In Chapter 6, Heather A. Brown offers a reading of late 20th century gender politics through Dunayevskaya's engagement with Marx and the historical events since his death that have demonstrated the need for an expanded and deepened understanding of the dialectics of history. Focusing particularly on Dunayevskaya's utilization of Marx's notion of a revolution in permanence, which would abolish and transcend all exploitative relations, Brown details how women and non-traditional gender-conforming individuals throughout the world provide new avenues for inquiry as they say no to many of the most oppressive aspects of patriarchal capitalism, in turn providing the basis for building a truly inclusive, non-racist, non-sexist society. In Chapter 7, Ndindi Katanga analyzes Dunayevskaya's theorization of the black dimension in the US and Africa as part of her wider framework of total liberation. As she delves deep into Dunayevskaya's engagement with the politics of racialization and the black self-development of subjectivity, Katanga demonstrates the nuanced ways in which Dunayevskaya was able to steer a path beyond the perils of class reductionism toward the creation of truly human foundations capable of realizing the unextinguishable desire to be free. In Chapter 8, Lilia D. Monzo explores the notion of revolutionary subjectivity as found in Dunayevskaya's writings. With reference to Dunayevskaya's extension of Marx's notion of the unity of idealism and 15. Materialism and the dialectical relationship between practice and theory, and calling upon thinkers such as Paulo Freire, Rosa Luxemburg, Franz Fanon, and Gloria E. Anzaldúa, Monzo demonstrates how such a subjectivity is embodied in the leading role of women in movements as diverse as Black Lives Matter, the Zapatistas, Rojava, and Idle No More. These movements, with their embodiment of subjectivity and objectivity, are presented as a model of the kind of intersectional revolutionary politics that Dunayevskaya actively championed in her time. Part 3 looks at the life and work of Dunayevskaya as considered in connection with notable 20th century gers and movements, thereby documenting the wider unions and reach of her work. In Chapter 9, Rodolfo Mondolfo places Dunayevskaya's humanist reading of Marx in the context of the Italian publication of Marxism and Freedom in the early 1960s, noting the thematic similarities with the writings of Marx, Rousseau, Hegel, Fromm, and Lenin, among others. On the basis of this discussion, Mondolfo proceeds to draw out the central concern with freedom that enlivened the major revolts of the time, from the workers' insurrection in East Germany in June 1953, to Russian political prisoners' revolt in the forced labor camps of Vorkuta in July 1953, to the workers' insurrection in Budapest and in Hungary as a whole in October 1956, and the retroactive critique provided by it to the deformation of Bolshevism in the USSR, thereby showing Dunayevskaya to be keenly attuned to the pulse of history. In Chapter 10, Paul Mason develops an account of the humanism of Marx's writings vis-a-vis the major debates of 20th century Marxism. Using the work of Dunayevskaya as a grounding, Mason discusses the epistemological debates that characterized the Second International, the anti-humanist debates of the post-war period, and the debates over automation that mark the present day. What results is a novel thesis whereby an appeal is made for a moral philosophy that dovetails with a reconstituted Marxist theory of knowledge and a provisional anthropology of the species to act as the basis of a projected transition beyond capitalism. In Chapter 11, Karol Ludenhoff contrasts Dunayevskaya's and Luxemburg's respective accounts of Marx's theory of the nature of capitalist crises. Through a detailed elaboration of Dunayevskaya's interpretation of the law of the tendential decline in the rate of prod, Ludenhoff demonstrates how Marx's account, enlivened by its humanist attention to the subjectivity of the voices from below, consists of a new unity of 16. Economics, philosophy, and revolution, disclosing the different forms of revolt that reveal the logical development of the system to the point where no alteration in exchange or distribution could fundamentally change anything. Contrasted with Luxemburg's theory whereby the cause of capitalist crisis lies in a deficiency of demand, Dunayevskaya's theory reaches beyond economic analysis to the impulse of new forces and passions in the dialectical movement of society. In Chapter 12, David Black charts Dunayevskaya's revolutionary travels in Britain and Europe following the publication of Marxism and Freedom. In a revealing insight into this period in her life, and into the wider left at the time, Black draws on upon hitherto unpublished correspondence, along with reviews of her work in the period, to paint a picture of Dunayevskaya as in dialogue with leading leftist such Tony Cliff, Honorato Damon, and Cornelius Castoriadis. Black also unearths a history of movement building, with the spread of Dunayevskaya's philosophy and practice of Marxist humanism in England and Scotland, via the notable worker intellectuals of Frank Williams and Harry McShane and the leadingers of the African Forum. Part 4 is concerned with exploring the themes of freedom and liberation that enliven Dunayevskaya's writings. In Chapter 13, Paul Mason contextualizes Dunayevskaya's Marxist humanism, placing it in relation to the Marxism of her contemporaries and fellow radicals, Leon Trotsky, Frida Kahlo, and Natalia Sadova-Trotsky. Mason charts the biographical and political interrelations between these figures as set against the interpretation of Marxism that came to predominate in the century and more following Marx's death. In an account which places a central stress on the importance of Marx's 1844 economic and philosophical manuscripts and Dunayevskaya's interpretation of them, Mason singles out Dunayevskaya, in contradistinction to Trotsky, Kahlo, and Sadova, as the only guru of the four who provides the link between classic Marxism and the only form in which it can be relevant today, namely, radical humanism. In Chapter 14, Frederick Montferrand delves into the heart of Marxism and Freedom, articulating Dunayevskaya's critique of state capitalism and the centrality of the notion of the unity of theory and practice that is found there. Dunayevskaya's account of the USSR as state capitalist is strongly defended by Montferrand on the basis of its consistent application of Marx's account of the law of value and the average necessary labor. 17. Time. Montferrand also delves into Dunayevskaya's account of Marxism as a theory of liberation that calls on us to reconnect with the strategic creativity that once belonged to emancipatory movements and to supplement the question what is to be done, with that concerning where we want to go. The hope is that through this process we can take back the historical initiative that has been ceded to capital, and which is waiting there for our repossession of it. In Chapter 15, Kieran Durkin explores Dunayevskaya's resurrection and repurposing of the humanism of Marx's thought, which is, at the same time, the essence of her own thinking. Set against the rise of the theoretical anti-humanism of Louis Althusser that came to exercise such a dominant influence in Marxian thinking, Durkin extrapolates upon Dunayevskaya's incisive account of the fundamental thematic continuities between Marx's early and late writings, a continuity which holds while refusing to reduce the later to the former. Durkin also elaborates the ways in which Dunayevskaya goes beyond even the capacious understanding of the late Marx, in the expansion of the humanist dialectic to blacks, women, and youth, to what she came to understand toward the end of her life as a reconquered form of what Gramsci described as absolute humanism. In Chapter 16, Kevin B. Anderson discusses Dunayevskaya's distinction between two kinds of subjectivity which was announced RST in the 1964 edition of Marxism and Freedom. Anderson's discussion here locates the origin of this distinction in Dunayevskaya's opposition to the voluntarism of Mao Zedong's revolutionary will, a form of subjectivity which she points out has no regard for objective conditions. Contrasted to this alienated form of subjectivity, is the Marxist humanist subjectivity proffered by Dunayevskaya, which is rooted in the dialectical development of the ground for revolution in both its subjective and objective sense, as seen in the most creative of the grassroots movements of the time, like the Montgomery bus boycott. Through this discussion, which also encompasses Dunayevskaya's engagement with Marx and Lenin on these themes, Anderson places the relationship between theory and practice as at the heart of the liberation struggles of the future. We hope that these essays will help a new generation to recapture and to build upon for today the writings of Raya Dunayevskaya, whose capacious, humanist form of Marxism was in constant dialogue, not only with the dialectical tradition of Marx and Hegel, but also with contemporary radical thinkers like Fromm and Marcuse, and with the living 18. movements of her time on the part of groups like Rank and Lee Labor, the Black Masses, and revolutionary feminists. As we have stressed, her intersectional form of Marxism can help us today to transcend the division between a class politics that sometimes tends toward class reductionism, and a politics of race, gender, or sexuality that sometimes neglects the needed critique of capital. In short, Dunayevskaya offers us dialectical universals that are true, pointing to a new human society while at the same time recognizing and theorizing about the multiplicity of forces and ideas of opposition to today's alienated, exploitative social reality. Part I. Hegel and Dialectics. Chapter 2. Raya Dunayevskaya's Concept of Dialectic. Peter Huedes and Kevin B. Anderson. The Present Moment. Marx's oeuvre, which many had declared obsolete, has taken on new life at the dawn of the 20th century because the strength of his critique of the destructive power of capital is so missed. Today's unprecedented inequities in wealth and power, accompanied by wrenching technological changes and environmental havoc, as well as monopolization and social fragmentation, are increasingly begetting the sense that the time has come to return to Marx. In a process that conjures up the spirit of the dialectic itself, the very fact which had been heralded as proving the death of Marx, the universalization of capital, as it invades every corner of the earth and all spheres of everyday life, has led workers as well as intellectuals, activists as well as academics, to look anew at what Marx's work means for today. This is wreaked in everything from journalistic discourses on the need to face the specter of Marx, to theoretical analyses on the cogency of the Marxian critique of globalized capitalism. 1. The more the globalization of capital spurs social dislocation and impoverishment, the more we can expect such appraisals of Marx in the coming period. One surprising feature of much of the current return to Marx, however, is the relative silence on Hegel and the dialectic. This attitude has developed despite Marx's insistence in Capital and other works that his method was at its core dialectical and that Hegel's dialectic was for him the source of all dialectic. For example, in his Spectres of Marx, Jacques Derrida on the one hand terms Marx's writings urgent for an understanding of today's globalized capitalism, while on the other distances himself from the Hegelian dialectic, which he calls an ontotheology and anthropotheology. From the vantage point of the Frankfurt School, a tradition once rooted in a form of Hegelian Marxism, Jürgen Habermas rejects the Hegelian dialectic as the remnant of a romantic idealist philosophy of consciousness, and attacks Marx for remaining tied to Hegelian logic. Even Moishe Postone, a Frankfurt-trained critical theorist who has urged a return to Marx's critique of capital in order to comprehend the present crisis, considers the Hegelian dialectic as little more than a philosophical expression of the logic of capital. At the same time, the present moment is rife with serious studies of Hegel by non-Marxists. The past decade has experienced a veritable explosion of new works on Hegel in the Anglo-American world, as seen in such recent books as H. S. Harris's Hegel's Ladder, a 1,600-page study of Hegel's phenomenology of mind. On a more modest, and yet significant level, new studies on Hegel by feminists, especially those from a postmodernist background, have emerged. Yet instead of intersecting, the ongoing discussions of Hegel and Marx often appear as two trains passing each other in the dead of night, very nearly unnoticed by one another. Frederick Jameson has spoken to this problem. This is a time when people no longer understand what dialectical thinking is or why the dialectic came into being in the RST place, when they have abandoned the dialectical for less rewarding Nietzschean positions. So there is certainly a need today for a revitalized vision of the dialectic. There I would certainly not abandon Marx, but I would want to go back to Hegel. 25. For an enlargement of the way we have normally understood Marx. This is not any particularly new idea with me. Lenin had already said that no one could understand Das Kapital who had not already worked his way through Hegel's logic. I think the coming years will show an unconscious need for the dialectic which some of us on the left ought to have the mission to satisfy. 3. At each stage in the history of Marxism, revolutionaries and theorists have felt the need to hew a path out of the seemingly insurmountable barriers facing the radical movement by turning anew to Hegel. This was true of Lenin in 1914, when he responded to the collapse of established Marxism with the outbreak of World War I by delving into Hegel's science of logic. It was true of such diverse tendencies as the Frankfurt School and French neo-Marxists in the 1930s and 1940s, who turned to Hegel in a period deemed by fascism and the rise of Stalinism. Likewise, in the 1950s, in the face of the new challenges posed by the freedom struggles of the post-World War II era, Raya Dunayevskaya developed the philosophy of Marxist humanism through a direct encounter with Hegel's dialectic. Dunayevskaya's life and work represent a rare combination of passionate involvement in freedom struggles and intense philosophical exploration. Born in Ukraine in 1910, she immigrated to the US as a teenager, and by the mid-1920s became involved in labor, socialist, and black liberation movements. After serving as secretary to Leon Trotsky in 1937 to 1938, she broke with him at the time of the Hitler-Stalin Pact in 1939, and subsequently developed a theory of state capitalism. She argued that Roosevelt's New Deal, Hitler's Germany, and especially Stalin's Russia, represented varieties of a new stage of global capitalism, one in which the fetishism of state planning was paramount. For this work soon brought her into a period of close collaboration with the Trinidadian Marxist and cultural critic C.L.R. James. During the 1940s, she also engaged in dialogue with a number of intellectuals of the anti-Stalinist left, such as Meyer Shapiro, and became a sharp critic of those, such as the pragmatist Sidney Hook, who strongly rejected Hegel as a reactionary thinker. By the mid-1950s, Dunayevskaya moved in a different direction from James, as she developed a new position, rooted in a re-examination of the Hegelian underpinnings of Marxist thought, which she soon termed 26. Marxist humanism. In the late 1950s, she engaged in an extensive correspondence on dialectics with the critical theorist Herbert Marcuse and, a bit later, with Erich Fromm, another former Frankfurt School member. 5. In her Marxism and Freedom, to which Marcuse contributed a critical preface, she included as appendices the RST English translations of major parts of Marx's 1844 economic and philosophical manuscripts and of Lenin's philosophical notebooks. In rethinking and extending Marx's humanist conceptions in light of the contemporary struggles of rank-and-file labor, women's liberation, African Americans, and youth from the 1950s to the 1980s, she developed an original philosophy of liberation rooted in a continuous return to the Hegelian dialectic. On the one hand, this entailed scathing critiques of anti-Hegelian Marxists such as Louis Althusser, and on the other, more sympathetic but nonetheless probing critiques of leading dialecticians, many of them Hegelian Marxists, including Marcuse, George Lukács, Karl Korsch, and Theodor Adorno. In her later discussions of dialectics, she also gave prominence to what she regarded as the highly original contributions of the African liberation theorist, Frantz Fanon, and also to dissident East European Marxist humanists as can especially be seen in her Philosophy and Revolution and Rosa Luxemburg, Women's Liberation, and Marx's Philosophy of Revolution. Contemporary issues in dialectical philosophy. The need to return to the Hegelian dialectic with new eyes is no less urgent today, in light of the crisis confronting all liberation movements, whether of workers, blacks and other minorities, women, lesbians and gays, or youth. This crisis is disclosed by the aborted and unished revolutions which have marked this century, from Russia 1917 to Spain 1936, China 1949 and Cuba 1959, and from Iran to Nicaragua to Grenada in the 1970s and 1980s. In particular, the experience of the Russian Revolution after 1917 suggests that even to begin to hew a path out of this crisis means confronting such questions as, what happens after the revolution? How can we ensure that a new form of totalitarianism or bureaucracy will not once again take over after the collapse of the old order? How can ending the division between mental and manual labor move from underlying concept to social practice? Here is where Dunayevskaya's work as founder of Marxist humanism in the U.S. takes on special importance. Few thinkers in the revolutionary 27. Tradition have focused as exhaustively on these issues as Dunayevskaya, especially on the need to philosophically confront the question of what happens after the revolution. And even fewer have done so by means of a new interpretation of Hegelian dialectics. On the whole, radical interpreters of Hegel in this century have emphasized such aspects of his thought as the master-slave dialectic and the unhappy consciousness in the phenomenology of mind, or the concepts of essence, negativity, or contradiction in the science of logic. While Dunayevskaya also addresses these issues, we believe that her core contribution to dialectics centers on what many other Marxists have ignored or rejected: Hegel's concept of absolute negativity. 6. In Hegel, absolute negativity signifies not only the negation of external obstacles, but also the negation of the earlier negation of them. The power of negativity gets turned back upon the self, upon the internal as well as external barriers to self-movement. Such a negation of the negation is no mere nullity, for the positive is contained in the negative, which is the path to a new beginning. One of Hegel's RST references to absolute negativity in the science of logic occurs during a critique of Spinoza's notion that every determination is a negation. Hegel considers such a stress on negativity to be a great advance over previous positions. However, this advance is not without contradiction and in Hegel's view has the drawback of dissolving into a formless abstraction, because this type of bare negativity lacks determinateness. At this point, Hegel goes beyond bare or RST negativity to what he calls second or absolute negativity, with the latter containing not only a rejection of the old, but also the basis for a forward movement. But in all this, care must be taken to distinguish between the RST negation as negation in general, and the second negation, the negation of the negation. The latter is concrete, absolute negativity, just as the former on the contrary is only abstract negativity. If the question of absolute negativity were exhausted here, in a more or less formal process of the negation, there would be far less controversy among radical interpreters of Hegel. For example, writing more than a century ago, Friedrich Engels, whose studies of dialectics have formed the basis of most orthodox Marxist discussions of the topic ever since, did at least mention the negation of the negation. However, while extolling a formalized and sometimes scientistic notion of negation of the negation, Engels also attacks Hegel's absolute idea, which, he maintains, includes a notion of the end of history in which the 28th whole dogmatic content of the Hegelian system is declared to be absolute truth, in contradiction to his dialectical method, which dissolves all that is dogmatic. Thus, Engels mentions the negation of the negation as a principle of the dialectic while attacking the absolute idea as dogmatic and even reactionary. In contrast to Engels and most subsequent interpreters within the Marxist tradition, Dunayevskaya NDS extremely important insights for a dialectics of liberation in Hegel's absolutes, which Hegel develops in the concluding chapters of his major works. In so doing, she focuses on the chapters on absolute knowledge in the phenomenology, the absolute idea in the science of logic, and the absolute mind in the philosophy of mind. Hegel's absolutes have been frequently dismissed not only as dogmatic, but also as a closed ontology. These are interpretations which, as Dunayevskaya argues, are hard to maintain once one examines Hegel's actual texts. This can be seen from a few representative passages from the chapter on the absolute idea with which Hegel concludes the science of logic. Hegel begins his discussion by stating that the absolute idea is the identity of the theoretical and the practical idea, thereby holding to a notion of practice as well as of theory at the very point where some have seen only it into an abstract universal. A few lines further in this same passage, Hegel also writes that the absolute idea contains within itself the highest degree of opposition. Here, at least, Hegel rejects the notion of an oppositionless totality which has absorbed all negativity and particularity, as is so often charged. Some pages later, at the conclusion of the chapter, Hegel writes of the absolute idea as an absolute liberation, as a dialectic of freedom in which no transition takes place. The human spirit now moves toward liberation, having already worked through the myriad obstacles which lay in wait for freedom in the previous 800 pages of his work. Dunayevskaya's focus on Hegel's absolutes countered the traditional Marxist view of them as a closed ontology in which all particularities and differences are effaced in the name of an abstract unity. As early as her initial studies on dialectics in the late 1940s, she emphasized the sheer genius of language which deems identity as unseparated difference. Nor was she attracted to Hegel's absolutes out of an affinity with Lukács's emphasis on totality. Throughout her work, from her letters on Hegel's absolutes of 1953 through Marxism and Freedom, Philosophy and 29. Revolution and Rosa Luxemburg, Women's Liberation and Marx's Philosophy of Revolution, she saw in Hegel's absolutes the categories of freedom, of subjectivity, of reason, the logic of a movement by which humanity makes itself free. As she put it in Chapter 1 of Philosophy and Revolution, her most sustained and important discussion of Hegel. Precisely where Hegel sounds most abstract, seems to close the shutters tight against the whole movement of history, there he lets the lifeblood of the dialectic absolute negativity pour in. It is true that Hegel writes as if the resolution of opposing live forces can be overcome by a mere thought transcendence. But he has, by bringing oppositions to their most logical extreme, opened new paths, a new relationship of theory to practice, which Marx worked out as a totally new relationship of philosophy to revolution. Today's revolutionaries turn their backs on this at their peril. This interpretation diverges in important ways from those of other Hegelian Marxists, such as Lukács and Marcuse. Dunayevskaya applauds Lukács's argument in History and Class Consciousness that the dialectic is the core of Marxism, but she also critiques his theory of Raycation. In the young Hegel, Lukács, like Dunayevskaya, writes with respect to absolute knowledge in Hegel's phenomenology that it would be quite mistaken to see the absolute spirit as nothing but mysticism. 7 Here, as elsewhere in his work, Lukács connects Hegel's writings to the historical and social reality of his time. However, Lukács in the end dismisses absolute knowledge as a type of id from objective reality which cannot serve as a source for the further development of Marxist dialectics. Absolute knowledge, Hegel's designation for the highest stage of human knowledge, has a denied idealistic significance, the reintegration of externalized reality into the subject, i.e. the total supersession of the objective world. In his Reason and Revolution, Frankfurt School member Herbert Marcuse, also like Dunayevskaya, stresses the revolutionary character of Hegel's dialectic, especially the concept of negativity. Hegel's philosophy is indeed what the subsequent reaction termed it, a negative philosophy. It is originally motivated by the conviction that the given facts that appear to common sense as the positive index of truth are in reality the negation of truth, so that truth can only be established by their destruction. 8 At the level of the absolute idea. 30. Which Marcuse holds to be a totality, he concedes that the absolute is also dialectical thought and thus contains its negation. It is not a harmonious and stable form but a process of unification of opposites. However, what he ultimately stresses with regard to the absolute is what he sees as its totalizing moment, wherein all negativity is overcome. Dunayevskaya's emphasis on the liberatory dimension of Hegel's dialectic underlines her similarities as well as differences with other thinkers, such as Theodor Adorno, also of the Frankfurt School. Adorno affirmed the liberatory character of Hegel's overall philosophy, writing in his Aspects of Hegel's Philosophy, in Hegel reason and is itself constellated with freedom. Freedom and reason are nonsense without one another. The real can be considered rational only insofar as the idea of freedom, that is, human beings' genuine self-determination, shines through it. As against those who contend that Hegel's dialectic ignores the actual and leaves it as mere notion of freedom, Adorno argued that Hegel accomplishes the opposite as well, an insight into the subject as a self-manifesting objectivity. Yet Adorno parted company with Hegel when it came to the concept of absolute negativity. Adorno, who sought to expunge the affirmative character of Hegel's dialectic, went so far as to link absolute negativity to Nazi genocide. In the midst of a discussion of the horrors of Auschwitz and its implications for philosophy in negative dialectics, Adorno writes, "Absolute negativity is in plain sight and ceased to surprise anyone." On the basis of her own reading of Hegel's Science of Logic, Dunayevskaya attacks this view, terming it a vulgar reduction of absolute negativity. Adorno contended in Aspects of Hegel's Philosophy that Hegel's absolutes dissolve anything not proper to consciousness by reducing all existence to the self-movement of the absolute subject. By holding fast to idealism, he said, Hegel's absolutes invoke a totalizing subject which swallows up the actual. This, Adorno argued, bears a striking resemblance to what Marx conceptualizes as alienated labor. Just as reason in Hegel subsumes all otherness into the self-movement of the concept, so the labor process in capitalism subsumes all human and natural contingency into the movement of mechanized, abstract labor. According to Adorno, in Hegel, abstract labor takes on magical form. The self-forgetfulness of production, the insatiable and destructive expansive principle of the exchange society, is wreaked in Hegelian metaphysics. It describes the 31 way the world actually is but not, as in Marx, the way it can be transformed. This notion that Hegel's absolutes provide, at best, a philosophical gloss for the self-expansive power of the capitalist production process, rather than, as Dunayevskaya contends, the ground for a philosophy of human emancipation, is shared in different ways by a wide variety of contemporary thinkers, including Jürgen Habermas, Gilles Deleuze, Antoni Negri, Moishe Postone and Istvan Meszaros. 9. Another challenge to the concept of absolute negativity has come from Jacques Derrida's deconstructionism. To be sure, Derrida has acknowledged Hegel's creation of an immense revolution in philosophy in taking the negative seriously, and has even tried to ground his concept of difference in Hegel's affirmation of the inseparability of identity and difference in the science of logic. Yet Derrida argues that the self-activating power of absolute negativity means that the concept of a general heterogeneity is impossible in Hegel. As Derrida sees it, Hegel's absolutes determine difference as contradiction, only in order to resolve it, to interiorize it, to lift it up, into the self-presence of an onto-theological or onto-theological synthesis. He therefore calls for a total break with the system of Aufhebung and with speculative dialectics. Even more problematically, he has argued that such an absolute break with Hegel also characterizes Marx. Marx then sets out the critical moment of Feuerbach, and in its most operative stance, the questioning of the Aufhebung and of the negation of the negation. The absolute positive, hence must not pass through the negation of the negation, the Hegelian Aufhebung. We need to underscore that Adorno's and Derrida's characterizations of Hegel's concept of negativity, especially absolute negativity, are in our view quite different from those of Marx. It is true that Marx took sharp exception to Hegel, in his 1844 critique of the Hegelian dialectic and elsewhere, for dehumanizing the idea by treating it as stages of disembodied consciousness instead of that of live men and women. As a result, Marx argued, Hegel's philosophy ends in a series of absolutes which elevate the abstract at the expense of life itself. For this reason he called Hegel's logic the money of the spirit. Yet this did not mean that he followed Feuerbach in rejecting the negation of the negation and Hegel's absolutes as a mere idealist delusion. Nor, like Adorno, did he view Hegel's concept of dialectical self-movement as simply expressing the self-expansive power of capitalism. 32. To be sure, Marx critiqued the way capital takes on a life of its own and becomes self-determining. He did not, however, limit the concept of self-determination to that of capital. Quite the contrary. For Marx, the subjective struggle of the workers is capable of attaining a liberatory, human self-determination, by experiencing the dialectic of absolute negativity. Marx broke this down concretely in his 1844 economic and philosophical manuscripts by showing that the abolition of private property is merely the RST negation. To reach the goal of a truly new society, he writes, it is necessary to negate this negation. In contrast to what he called vulgar communism, which stops at the mere abolition of private property, he stressed that only through the transcendence of this mediation is it possible to reach positive humanism, beginning from itself. This thoroughgoing naturalism or humanism, Marx continues, is the result of the negation. This is why he writes, in commenting on the chapter on absolute knowledge in Hegel's Phenomenology of Mind. The greatness of Hegel's phenomenology, and of its null result the dialectic of negativity as the moving and creative principle, lies in this, that Hegel comprehends the self-production of the human being as a process. 2 decades later, in the closing pages of Capital Volume I, Marx makes recourse once again to Hegel's concept of absolute negativity, here also discussing the negation of the negation. In his discussion of the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation, Marx refers to the brutal expropriation of the peasants from their land during the 16th century agricultural revolution in England as the RST negation of private property, in which the peasants lose their property. Over the next centuries, capitalism develops and eventually begets its own negation, the working class, which it has called into existence. Marx concludes, this is the negation of the negation. It does not re-establish private property, but it does indeed establish individual property on the basis of the achievements of the capitalist era, namely, cooperation and the possession in common of the land and the means of production produced by labor itself. Thus, Marx sees Hegel's concept of negativity and of the RST and second negation neither as purely destructive nor as limiting us to an overly affirmative stance toward existing society. In addition, contrary to the claims of Louis Althusser and others, Marx's critical appropriation of Hegel's 33. Dialectic was continuous, even in his late writings, as seen in his reference to the negation of the negation in his mathematical manuscripts. 11. In the 20th century, the emergence of new objective crises has again and again stirred interest in this dialectic of negativity, no matter how often Hegel was declared dead and buried. This has been wreaked not only in the work of such Western Marxists as Lukács, Gramsci, and Adorno, but also in the dialectical humanism of the African revolutionary Frantz Fanon. Fanon's profound return to Hegel in light of such realities as the additive of color in the contemporary freedom struggles demonstrates the importance of dialectical philosophy in meeting the challenges posed by new forces of liberation. This is no less true when it comes to today. The collapse of statist communism in the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe has given new meaning to Marx's critique of the tendency to stop at RST negation, the mere abolition of private property, without moving on to the negation of the negation, and the creation of new humanist social relations. As the power of capital continues to expand and globalize, bringing with it ever greater social dislocations and inequities, the search for new alternatives rooted in the dialectic of second negativity is sure to show itself. This can already be seen on one level in the appearance of a number of studies over the past decade of Hegel, such as those by Daniel Berthold and John Hofmeyr, which sharply contest the notion that Hegel's absolutes are a closed ontology signifying the end of history. 12. As Berthold put it in his discussion of the null pages of Hegel's phenomenology. Absolute knowledge is not the end of history, but the sort of knowledge which is possible only at the end of an epoch of history, and which is required to comprehend the development of the world spirit within that epoch, so as to prepare the rebirth and transformation of the world into a new shape, a new existence. Recollection not only a sort of memorial of the past but an anticipation of the future, a redemption or resurrection of spirit into a new birth in historical time. As Dunayevskaya noted in Philosophy and Revolution, Hegel's absolutes have ever exerted a simultaneous force of attraction and repulsion. We believe that Dunayevskaya's specific interpretation of Hegel, in emphasizing the cogency of the dialectic of absolute negativity for today's 34. Freedom struggles, takes on new life at the present juncture. She views Hegel's absolutes as new beginnings. Central to this is her belief that the concept of absolute negativity expresses, at a philosophical level, the quest by masses of people not simply to negate existing economic and political structures, but to create totally new human relations as well. As Louis Dupré put it in his preface to Philosophy and Revolution. A notable difference separates Raya Dunayevskaya's from the earlier positions of. Their interpretation had limited the revolutionary impact of Hegel's philosophy to the socio-political order. Dunayevskaya aims for a total liberation of the human person not only from the ills of a capitalist society but also from the equally oppressive state capitalism of established communist governments. In situating the concept of absolute negativity in the struggles of workers, women, youth, blacks, and other minorities, Dunayevskaya opened new doors to appropriating and projecting this concept philosophically. Once the dialectic of second negativity is seen as intrinsic to the human subject, it becomes possible to grasp and project the idea of second negativity as a veritable force of liberation. Dunayevskaya's writings on Hegel and dialectics provide a new basis for working out a vision of the future of totally new human relations, of an end to the division between mental and manual labor and of alienated gender relations which can animate and give direction to the emerging freedom struggles of our time. Our time is burdened by the absence of a vision of a future which transcends the horizon of existing society. Everywhere, we are confronted with the near unchallenged assertion that we must accept the limits of actually existing capitalism as our sole alternative. The profound crisis of the socialist movement over the past decades has made this crisis of the imagination all the more overwhelming. The failure to project an alternative to both existing capitalism and statist communism is a more important facet of today's social crises than is generally recognized. Unless we rethink the meaning of Marx's Marxism in light of this problem, this reality, this contradiction, it is hard to see how it is possible to break through the stranglehold of retrogression which has engulfed the world ever since the Reagan-Thatcher era of the 1980s. For this reason, we believe, Dunayevskaya's studies of Hegel's dialectic and his absolutes, in which she saw the vision of a liberatory future that post-Marxists had failed to articulate, is more timely than ever. 35. Dunayevaskaya's writings on dialectics. Although Dunayevskaya founded the philosophy of Marxist humanism in the mid-1950s, the work which preceded this is of considerable importance. Foremost here is her theory of state capitalism. As mentioned earlier, Dunayevskaya served as Russian language secretary to Leon Trotsky in Mexico, in 1937 to 1938. Her break from Trotsky at the time of the Hitler-Stalin Pact in 1939 over his insistence that Russia remained a workers' state, though degenerate, led to her birth as a theoretician. She contended that Russia had transformed into a state capitalist society, and set out to prove it through a series of articles and essays analyzing the Russian economy. In 1941 she joined forces with C.L.R. James, the Caribbean Marxist and author of The Black Jacobins, who had independently come to a state capitalist position. The two formed what became known as the Johnson-Forrest tendency or state capitalist tendency within the American Trotskyist movement, from the early 1940s to the early 1950s. A third key member was the Chinese-American Grace Lee. Dunayevskaya authored most of the tendency's analyses of state capitalism in Stalinist Russia. A number of theories of state capitalism had arisen on the anti-Stalinist left by the 1940s. Dunayevskaya's was distinctive among them in seeing state capitalism not just as a Russian phenomenon, but as part of a new world stage of capitalism emerging from the Great Depression. Moreover, from the start her theory of state capitalism was no mere social and economic theory, for it reached for something more, for new forces and a new vision with which to oppose the horrors of this new phenomenon of totalitarian state capitalism as well as the bureaucratic state capitalism of the welfare state. Central to this was the conceptualization of new revolutionary forces, such as rank-and-lee workers, anti-colonial movements, independent struggles of the black masses in the U.S., and new struggles of women and youth. No less central was the way she began to carve out a form of dialectical philosophy with which to critique and oppose the crude and scientistic materialism found not only in Stalinist ideology, but also in Trotsky's work, as well as that of other Marxist intellectuals of the period. Her engagement with the dialectic in the 1940s took varying forms, such as exposing Stalinist distortions of the law of value in the American Economic Review, attacking their deletion of Chapter 1 of 36. Capital with its section on commodity fetishism from the teaching of Capital, 13, and critiquing Trotskyists for failing to keep their fingers on the pulse of human relations. Most importantly, she wrote one of the RST discussions in the U.S. of Marx's 1,844 manuscripts, her 1942 essay Labor and Society. In this period she also studied Lenin's 1914-1915 philosophical notebooks on Hegel, which she translated into English in the late 1940s. James, Dunayevskaya, and Lee debated Hegelian dialectics intensely in this period. In the face of the phenomenon of counter-revolution from within the revolution, which they viewed as the absolute contradiction of the age, they began to speak of the need to explore the dimension of Hegel which Marxists had tended to shy away from the last book of Hegel's Science of Logic, Subjective Logic, or the Doctrine of the Notion, and especially its null chapter The Absolute Idea. At the same time, they began to speak of the need to relate dialectics to questions of organization within the revolutionary movement. By the late 1940s the Johnson-Forrest tendency was moving away from the Leninist concept of the vanguard party to lead and had begun to pose the need for a new relation of spontaneity to organization. Working out such a new relation, they held, required a direct encounter with dialectics. As James put it in his notes on dialectics, we have to get hold of the notion, of the absolute idea before we can see this relation between organization and spontaneity in its concrete truth. By 1949, however, underlying differences between James and Lee on the one hand, and Dunayevskaya on the other, began to surface. Some of this can be seen in the extensive three-way correspondence between James, Dunayevskaya, and Lee in 1949 to 1951, the period in which Dunayevskaya completed the RST English translation of Lenin's abstract of Hegel's Science of Logic. As she suggested in a letter to James of March 12, 1949, James did not actually fool his stated aim of delving into the doctrine of the notion, in which Hegel most fully poses the concept of the negation of the negation. In his notes on dialectics, she writes, James had much less to say about the doctrine of the notion than did Lenin in his 1914-1915 Hegel notebooks. Instead of delving into the absolute idea, she writes of James, the thing you chose to stop at and say, hic rotus, hic saltatu, was the law of contradiction in essence. 14 When James Nally responded to her letter, he equivocated on the issue of Hegelianism and idealism altogether, at one point defending even so. 37. Crude and mechanistic a work as Lenin's early materialism and empirio-criticism, with its notion that theory should be a photocopy of reality. James declared that, reading the book now, I no inadequacy in it. 15 Though important dialogue between them on the dialectic continued until the mid-1950s, James never explored in depth the contemporary significance of Hegel's absolutes. Nor, in Dunayevskaya's view, did he ever deal seriously with the young Marx. As she later put it, he stopped dead before reaching either Hegel's absolutes or Marx's humanism, thereby failing to project a full philosophical break from Trotskyism. This led, in 1955, to a political and theoretical break between Dunayevskaya and James. In the years preceding that break, far from deterring her from a journey into Hegel's absolutes, these differences spurred Dunayevskaya to continue to work out their meaning. New impulses for liberation arising from ongoing social struggles also helped impel her journey. For example, at the time she was translating Lenin's 1914-1915 notes on Hegel, with their strong emphasis on subjectivity, she was also active with coal miners in West Virginia, who in 1949-1950 conducted a massive wildcat strike against the introduction of automation. The strike was motivated not primarily by issues of wages and benefits, but by the nature of the labor process and the degree of worker control of production. Dunayevskaya saw that in asking questions such as what kind of labor should man perform, the workers were seeking to go beyond the traditional framework of leftist and trade union politics. 16 New questions were being raised about what it means to be human in the very course of the struggle against dehumanizing working conditions. The abstract question of second negativity became newly concrete to her, as in her view workers were attempting to go beyond the mere negation of the immediate structures of oppression by posing what kind of human relations they are for. Dunayevskaya remained closely attuned to the emergence of such sentiments from workers, women, blacks, and youth throughout the late 1940s and early 1950s, as seen in her extensive writings on the independent character of the black struggle in the U.S. and her singling out of women as a force of liberation, as early as a 1950 essay on the miners' wives. 17 In the same period, as she later acknowledged, the new type of worker-peasant revolution in Bolivia in 1952 became especially important to her. The most critical moment in the search for new revolutionary forces came with the death of Stalin in March 1953. The long-awaited death of 38. This tyrant, she felt, was bound to lift an incubus from the minds of the Russian and East European masses. She was seeking to anticipate the kind of revolts that might follow Stalin's death and the challenges they would pose to revolutionary theoreticians. This helped motivate her direct exploration of Hegel's absolutes, in two letters written to Grace Lee in May 1953. Both letters explore the relation of spontaneity to organization in light of Hegelian categories. The RST letter, of May 12, 1953, focuses on the null chapter of Hegel's Science of Logic, the absolute idea. A number of dialectical categories are discussed here, from the limits of the concept of causality, to the concept of the subject as personal and free, to Hegel's notion of the free release of the idea of absolute negativity as constituting an absolute liberation. In the second letter, written on May 20, 1953, Dunayevskaya moves from Hegel's logic to his philosophy of mind, a work which had not been explored before by Marxists. She takes up such issues as Hegel's concept of freedom, the relation of will to the dialectics of freedom, and most important of all, the null 3 paragraphs of the philosophy of mind, which represent a summation of Hegel's philosophy as a whole. Here she develops her own distinctive version of the dialectic, seeing Hegel's absolute mind not as a mere logical abstraction but as the expression of a dual movement, a movement from practice that is itself a form of theory and a movement from theory that is itself a form of philosophy and revolution. 18. Hegel's statement, made near the end of his philosophy of mind, that practice implicitly contains the idea, becomes her jumping-off point for developing the view that mass practice from below in the grassroots freedom movements is itself a form of theory. 19. In this way she posed a new vantage point for a total opposition to existing society, one which does not stop at arst or bare negation, but which moves on to the second negation, to the positive within the negative, to express philosophically the yearning of women, children, and men to be whole human beings. Dunayevskaya developed these new interpretations of the dialectic on the eve of two major revolts against totalitarian communism, the East German Uprising of June 17, 1953 and Hungarian Revolution of 1956, which in opposing both capitalism and existing communism placed the humanism of Marx, especially his 1844 manuscripts, onto the historic stage. This was also the period of the historic Montgomery bus boycott of 1955 to 1956. To Dunayevskaya, these new freedom movements were inseparable from the new stage of dialectical cognition she was attempting to work out. 39. In anticipating these new movements from practice, Dunayevskaya in her breakthrough on Hegel's absolutes also discerned a new movement from theory reaching for philosophy. Once the idea of absolute negativity was seen as intrinsic to the subject, it no longer became necessary to fear the self-determination of the idea as some mystical abstraction. The idea itself could now be philosophically developed, in order to give revolutionary action its direction. In the 1980s, when Dunayevskaya was reviewing the 50-year development of the philosophy that she had termed Marxist humanism by 1957, she discovered that the 1953 letters represented nothing less than its philosophical moment. 20. Each stage of her development of this body of ideas constituted a further eashing out and concretization of the new points of departure contained in the 1953 letters. But all of their ramifications were not evident from the start, even to herself. It took repeated returns to them on her part, in response to objective world events and developments in Marxist humanism, for the full meaning of these letters to show themselves. This can be seen in her changing assessment of Lenin. Lenin was a crucial figure for her, not only because of 1917, but also because he was the one major Marxist leader after Marx to turn directly to Hegel, in 1914 to 1915, as part of his theoretic preparation for revolution. Moreover, his abstract of Hegel's science of logic delved deeper into the dialectic than many Marxists who followed him, in that he engaged in a materialist reading of the most idealistic part of Hegel's logic, the doctrine of the notion. However, the 1953 letters also represent a philosophical departure from Lenin. As she notes in her letter of May 12, 1953, Lenin stopped short of the free release of the idea in his encounter with Hegel and never went into Hegel's philosophy of mind, the work in which he most fully developed the concept of absolute negativity. By holding fast to materialism, objective world connections, and practice, Dunayevskaya argued, Lenin failed to develop his own insight, posed in his Hegel notebooks, that cognition not only wreaks the objective world, but also creates it. Yet although a philosophical critique of Lenin is already central to Dunayevskaya's 1953 letters, its full ramifications were spelled out fully only near the end of her life. These writings from the 1980s make more explicit the distinctiveness of her overall approach to dialectics. 21. 40. Dunayevskaya's determination to work out a new relation between philosophy and revolution is expressed in the very nature of her writing. Neither an academic nor a mere political polemicist, she writes passionately without being dismissive of abstract thought. To cite Adrienne Rich's foreword to Rosa Luxemburg, Women's Liberation and Marx's Philosophy of Revolution, Raya Dunayevskaya caught Re from Marx, met it with her own Re, brought to the events of her lifetime a revitalized, refocused Marxism. Her writings, with all their passion, energy, wit, and learning, may read awkwardly at times because she is really writing against the grain of how many readers have learned to think, to separate disciplines and genres, theory from practice. She's trying to think, and write, the revolution in the revolution. If Dunayevskaya is correct that the absolute is no closed ontology, no pinnacle, no endpoint of development, then the task that awaits a new generation, we would argue, is to work out these points of departure as a new beginning. At a time when even Marxists are jettisoning the dialectic in favor of pragmatism and what they often term non-totalizing modes of thinking, Dunayevskaya's condensed in the dialectic of Hegel, Marx, and Marxist humanism is the type of perspective that can help us to navigate through such a retrogressive period as today. Yet developing that is never easy. For even at great revolutionary turning points, as in the 1960s when the pragmatic radicals of the New Left rejected philosophy, and even in 1914 to 1917 when Lenin tried so valiantly, especially in his Hegel studies, to fill the philosophical void after Marx's death, the overemphasis on practice has tended to overwhelm and moot the dialectic even for revolutionary thinkers and activists. The need to overcome this has never been greater than now, in light of the need to renew the Marxian project by working out the unresolved question of this century: what happens after the revolution. For this reason, the content of these texts by Dunayevskaya on the dialectic in Hegel, Marx, and today can be seen as a letter to the future. In 1987 Dunayevskaya focused anew on Marx's critique of the Gotha program, where he outlined a perspective on revolutionary organization, one which never became the basis for the large Marxist parties of this century, who instead opted for either social democratic reformism or Leninist vanguardism. We close with a passage from that essay. 41. The burning question of the day remains, what happens the day after? How can we continue Marx's unchanged daning of the dialectic organizationally, with the principles he outlined in his critique of the Gotha program? The question of what happens after gains crucial importance because of what it signals in self-development and self-owering revolution in permanence. No one knows what it is, or can touch it, before it appears. It is not the task that can be fooled in just one generation. That is why it remains so elusive, and why the abolition of the division between mental and manual labor sounds utopian. It has the future written all over it. The fact that we cannot give a blueprint does not absolve us from the task. It only makes it more difficult. Chapter 3. Unchanged daning the dialectic on the threshold of revolution, Dunayevskaya's discovery of Hegel in the birth of Marxist humanism. Alessandra Spano. The decade of the 1950s was one of the richest and most turbulent phases in Raya Dunayevskaya's life. The definitive break with Trotskyism, the end of the collaboration with C.L.R. James and Grace Lee, which lasted over a decade, and the founding of a new political group, News and Letters Committees, all took place on a political organizational level. At the same time, the 1950s marked a real theoretical turning point, the moment of philosophic break, through which she developed from the theory of state capitalism to the founding of Marxist humanism, the position that constituted the framework within which her subsequent reactions developed and from which the paths of her subsequent theorizations unfolded. This breakthrough, as Dunayevskaya was to describe it, was centrally grounded in her encounter with Hegel, and, in particular, in her grappling with Hegel's notion of the absolute as a vision of the future investigated from the point of view of the present. In this chapter I will focus on this pivotal engagement so as to investigate the philosophical and political grounds of her Hegelian turn and the constitutive role it can be said to have played in her later writing. In doing so, we will see how the theory of state capitalism elaborated in the 1940s is not only a historical but also a logical precursor to the philosophy of Marxist humanism. Why Hegel? Why now? Why Hegel? Why now, is the title of the RST part of Philosophy and Revolution, the second work of Dunayevskaya's trilogy of revolution, but we can also use it as a point of departure from which to investigate how the very moment of her Hegelian turn is achieved. Her arrival at this Hegelian departure can be dated back to 1953, coinciding with the letters regarding Hegel's absolutes that she sent to Grace Lee, with whom Dunayevskaya collaborated for a decade, together with James R.St. in the Johnson Forest tendency within the American Workers' Party and the Socialist Workers' Party, and then, after their breakup, which occurred in 1950, in the organization correspondence committees. Dunayevskaya's plunge into dialectical thought did not come out of the blue. Her reactions on the Hegelian dialectic had already begun in the Johnson Forest tendency in the late 1940s, mediated by Lenin's philosophical notebooks of 1914-1915, and conditioned by the need to rethink the role of the party and organizational forms in general. What confronted them was the need to free the party from the myopia of the radical left which, from Stalinism to American Trotskyism, was largely unable to read the real movement of the present, manifested in the world historical phase of state capitalism at the global level. Indeed, during the 1940s, Dunayevskaya, James, and Lee carried out their critique of Stalin's Soviet Union, developing an original theory of state capitalism that contrasted with those who maintained a focus on the form of property relations. Integral to this theory was a challenge to the position that continued to see the USSR as a workers' state, albeit degenerate, or identified in it a third way between socialism and capitalism, i.e., a form of bureaucratic state socialism or bureaucratic collectivism. Instead, according to the Johnson Forest tendency, it was necessary to look at both material relations and production relations in order to penetrate the reality of Stalinist society. Dunayevskaya was to follow up on this premise through a thorough and seminal economic analysis of Stalin's 5-year plans, a period of engagement that saw her attention turn to the secret laboratories of production and the relationship between capital and labor in the production process. At the very center of her analysis of the state-managed centralization of capital and socialist accumulation, realized through collectivization and the tax system, as well as the socialist governance of labor. This accumulation consisted of several policies both at the legislative level and at the level of factory discipline aimed at producing hierarchy and differentiation in the working class through the formation of a labor bureaucracy. The result was the effective replication of the capitalist command over labor, with its stunning effectiveness. On the other hand, accumulation, as well as the authoritarian organization of labor, had to deal with the subversivoity and the actualite of labor, which is read by Dunayevskaya as a worker's tactic in the daily struggle to escape the factory regime through mobility. The workers became restless in 1932. It was decreed that the worker could be read for a single day's absence while the factory director had control over the worker's food and lodging. The worker had no trade unions independent of the state to take up his grievances. But it was impossible to decree slavery. So long as the industry was expanding and workers were necessary to man the machines, the workers took advantage of that one fact and continued to shift job to job. Such a focus on the autonomy and political relevance of workers' subjectivity is surely one of the most innovative aspects of Dunayevskaya's analysis of the USSR, especially considering she understood state capitalism not simply as a totalitarian exception or as a manifestation of the Russian question, but rather as a new phase of world capitalist development, directly linked to the political situation in the United States. In these terms, her theory differed also from the main Trotskyist critique of Trotsky, proposed by Tony Cliff in The Nature of Stalinist Russia, in which, whilst the centrality of capitalist productive relations in Russia is recognized, the main focus of the critique is nevertheless on state capitalism as a Russian question, not as a new global stage of capitalism. In contrast, Dunayevskaya underlined the global level at which state capitalism was developed and the specific connection with the situation in the United States. If the 1930s and the Second World War mark a period of considerable increase in terms of state intervention in production relations at both an economic and political level, at the same time wildcat strikes and creative forms of workers' revolt against the factory regime and industrial discipline continually undermine the attempt to curb social conflict. In this social war, black workers were the protagonists, since the oppression of the black worker was not limited to the increasingly ferocious exploitation in the factory, but also intensified by the political and social conditions of that exploitation, from racial segregation to the extremely inhumane conditions of life in the black ghettos, will give his developing class consciousness a hostility to the existing society and a keener determination to destroy it. The proletarian vanguard must respond by recognizing not only the validity but the inevitability of Negro mass movements against this double oppression, and strive to lead this movement and harness its revolutionary potentialities for the struggle against capitalist society. But only that revolutionary party can do this which understands the objectively revolutionary role that these independent mass movements can play in the reconstruction of society on communist beginnings. Yet that party was not the Workers' Party. The Negro question led Dunayevskaya and the other Johnsonists to criticize the Workers' Party harshly for its incapacity to grasp the specificity of the black dimension, which, rather than being homogenized in the name of the abstract unity of the working class, needed to be recognized as a protagonist in the American radical movement and in the revolutionary process in and of itself. In other words, the very notion of class, understood as a subjective antagonistic positioning self-movement, creative self-activity within a given relationship of domination, needed to be seen in the way it was shaped by the emergence of racial and gender contradictions among the rank and li. From this position, it was clear that the urge to broaden the concept of the party was strongly influenced by the need to grasp its revolutionary potential. The function of the party is not politicization from the top of the grassroots movement. This movement is already political, but assisting the autonomous organization of the working class against capital. In the era of state capitalism, in which the centralization of capital and the 49. bureaucratization of labor effectively transformed the Russian Communist Party and the Third International into executive agents of the plan, was it still possible to think of a party that means independence of the proletariat as organization and uninterrupted revolution, powerful overthrow of the boss's state? The need to investigate this issue, as much theoretical as practical, forced Dunayevskaya to go beyond the boundaries of the category of state capitalism in a search for a theory capable of grasping and showing the real possibility of overcoming the present social relations. Therefore, in order to enrich the discussion within the Johnson-Forrest tendency, Dunayevskaya decided to translate into English Lenin's Hegel notebooks, previously published in 1929 in Russian. Dunayevskaya's choice of this specific text may have been motivated by a number of factors, but one clear influence was surely her RST encounter with the Hegelian dialectic through Herbert Marcuse's Reason and Revolution. This work had been widely diffused in the American context and was relevant in Marxist debates, considering its polemical critique of positivist and pragmatist approaches. At the same time, the Stalinist censorship of those aspects of Marxian thought considered to be too Hegelian and therefore contrary to the orthodox formulation of scientific Marxism certainly reinforced in Dunayevskaya the idea of the necessity to plunge into the dialectic. Just as Lenin had turned to the Hegelian dialectic to face the historical impasse of the Second International soon after the vote by the German Social Democratic Party in favor of war credits, Dunayevskaya grasped in Lenin's elaboration the possibility of rethinking Marxism, starting from its dialectical content, in the very moment in which it seemed to be unable to respond to counter-revolutionary forces within the revolution, coming at that time from within the established Communist and Socialist Party. The translation of the notebooks was a part of a collective study that RST resulted in James' Notes on Dialectics. In his introduction, James explains that the need to deepen the study of Hegelian logic pertained to the grasping of its movement by testing it in relation to the history of the labor struggle. This need is found in the will to subtract the absolute idea, the concept of the development of the proletariat in capitalist society viewed in the whole of its universality, from the possible defeats of the organizational 50 forms that it gives itself in its development, interpreting them as temporary stages in the advancement of thought. James also used Hegelian categories to portray Stalinism as a transitional stage of capitalism and not of the labor movement. In this analysis, the concept of the universal stands for socialism in the present as well as denoting the connect between the level of consciousness and the object. But, James adds, when the forms of organization no longer correspond to the free creative and revolutionary activity of the workers, they become nothing more than the internal opposition that must be overcome. According to James, the time has come for the end of organization as such. There is nothing more to organize. The task today is to call for, to teach, to illustrate, to develop spontaneity. Just as the Soviet in 1917 was the concrete universal that could invert socialism, for James the universal for 1948 was the abolition of organization. However, at the same time he claimed that the vanguard can only organize itself on the basis of the destruction of the stranglehold that the existing organizations have on the proletariat, by means of which it is suffering such ghastly defeats. Thus, abolishing organization did not mean the end of the vanguardism. Rather, the question that now arose was, how to think about the relationship between vanguard and masses without taking into account the dialectic between spontaneity and organization. Therefore, it seems that James' study of Hegelian dialectics through Lenin's notebooks resulted in an essentially non-dialectical outcome. Dunayevskaya did not hold back on criticism, sharing her desire to explore the issue in a three-way correspondence with James and Lee at the end of the 1940s, during the period at which she was completing her English translation of Lenin's notebooks. In particular, she highlighted the dialectical character of the relationship between essence and appearance. The latter cannot be reduced to the former simply because it has its own objectivity. This explains why the problem of forms of organization cannot be dismissed as James did, because appearance itself is one of the determinations of the essence. Moreover, she underlined the complications of the very concept of causality, which Lenin no longer understood in an empirical and deterministic sense, but deemed it as a dialectical relationship, wherein the cause can become the effect and vice versa. Certainly, what emerges here is Dunayevskaya's disagreement with James's reductionism, which places the contradiction at the level of capital without grasping how the revolutionary movement 51 itself can pass through it. Therefore, through the dialectical method, Dunayevskaya starts to point out how it is not enough to get rid of anachronistic organizational forms to face the puzzle of the revolution and its subject. The need to connect theory and practice, subjectivity and objectivity will mark the next steps of her conceptual development. The attempt to publish her English translation of Lenin's notebooks did not achieve the desired result, neither in her group nor outside of it. In fact, as she says in the introduction to Volume 12 Retrospective and Perspective of Raya Dunayevskaya collection, the translation was only published after almost a decade, in 1958, together with the translations of parts of Marx's economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844 as an appendix of the RST edition of Marxism and Freedom, a book that was deemed by her as the organization of thought which will determine our future organizational life. Even if reactions within the Johnson Forest tendency constituted the theoretical background of Dunayevskaya's dive into the Hegelian dialectic, the urgency of a philosophical leap beyond the theory of state capitalism marked the need for the interruption of the collaboration with James and Lee. One of the RST reasons for their disagreement can be clearly found in the conclusion of State Capitalism and World Revolution, which we can consider the expression of the position of both James and Lee, authors of this part of the text. There is no longer any purely philosophical answer. Philosophical questions can be solved only by the revolutionary action of the proletariat and the masses. The proletarian revolution alone will put science in its place. In addition, humanism is here identified with Christian and existentialist interpretations and considered to be a reactionary and individualistic theory because it would project within the subject the objective contradiction that belongs to the state capitalist system. This answer obviously did not satisfy Dunayevskaya, who then entered what she came to deem as her transition period. This period, which stretched from 1950 to 1953, was a period of the deepening of her study of Hegel following the example of Lenin, as mentioned above. What Dunayevskaya was concerned with here, above all, was to extrapolate upon the deepest meaning of Lenin's dialectical notion that consciousness not only wreaks the objective world but also creates it. 52. The philosophic turn. In May 1953, Dunayevskaya wrote 2 letters to Leon Hegel's Absolutes that marked her philosophical breakthrough and the theoretical foundation of the philosophy of Marxist humanism. The RST letter is focused on the null chapter of Hegel's Science of Logic on the absolute idea, while in the second Dunayevskaya moves from Hegel's logic to his philosophy of mind and particularly to the null 3 paragraphs of the section on absolute mind. Both of these letters are essential to an understanding of how Dunayevskaya's passage from the theory of state capitalism to the philosophical formulation of Marxist humanism is articulated. In fact, this transition is to be understood in the dialectical movement that characterizes it. The theory of Marxist humanism is thus conjured as an Aufhebung of the theory of state capitalism, that is, as an overcoming that reaffirms the validity of the previous theory on a broader level. This means that Dunayevskaya's Marxist humanism is a philosophy capable not only of indicating the negative character of Stalinism and economistic Marxism, but also of grasping the subjective novelty of the historical movement in which it is inscribed. Because of the centrality of these 1953 letters, we will put them in dialogue with some texts written before and after, in order to emphasize their continuity and discontinuity with her other writings. Dunayevskaya wrote these letters to Lee at what was a particularly significant time, in the aftermath of a series of quarrels and misunderstandings that had arisen between members of the group in the previous months, especially after the death of Stalin, in March of that year. The death of Stalin, which for Dunayevskaya marked an epoch-making turning point in world history, did not interest Lee and James as much. What happened thereafter was that Dunayevskaya decided to isolate herself while reading of Hegel, looking for answers, or rather questions, that neither James nor Lee were willing to articulate. I have taken the plunge. But I will restrain myself from beginning with the conclusions and the differentiation of us from Lenin and even us from 1948, but I will have you bear with me as I go through the whole last chapter of the logic. However, before I do so, let me state what I am not doing. 1. I am not touching upon the mass party. The workers will do what they will do, and until they do we can have only the faintest intimation of the Great Leap. 2. This is not 1948, but 1953, I am not concerned with spontaneity versus organization, nor with 53. Stalinism which the workers will overcome. I am concerned only with the dialectic of the vanguard party of that type of grouping like ours, be it large or small, and its relationship to the mass. Dunayevskaya was approaching the dialectic of the absolute idea, looking for the dialectic of the party in a broad sense, going beyond the critique of the vanguard party. The Workers' Party and Stalin's death were behind her and, therefore, for a thinker such as Dunayevskaya, who always looked forward, the absolute idea was to be investigated from the point of view of the present. The time had come to pose the question of the form of the organization a revolutionary group should take. If the absolute idea has shown itself to be the identity of the theoretical and the practical idea that contains the highest opposition within itself, for Dunayevskaya this meant that the unity of leadership activity and grassroots activity, according to which the absolute idea is the only object and content of philosophy, contains in itself all the determinations in a wealth of differences. In this passage, we can identify an element that is crucial to Dunayevskaya's thought and especially to her humanistic reading of Marxism in particular. The need to overcome the division between theory and practice, grasping them in their unity as a totality, recalls in her philosophy of Marxist humanism the reactions on the division between manual and mental labor elaborated during the 1940s. Rank and Lee workers as masses in motion cannot be seen just as force, but need also to be seen as the reason of revolution. Political activity should not reproduce the hierarchy of the division of labor, between the bosses who rule and those who must listen and obey. As Dunayevskaya wrote in the 1940s in Labor and Society, the division of labor under the capitalist mode of production means the alienation of the worker not only from the product and the means of production, but also from labor itself as a creative activity. Labor as value, abstract labor, is opposed to that of the concrete, individual worker. The alienation of labor as human creative activity that transforms nature produces not only exploitation, but also labor's enslavement to capital. It is not by chance that we nd the term enslavement used here, since in the same essay Dunayevskaya reiterates the fact that capitalism needs free labor, that is to say, labor free to sell itself on the market, to be transformed into a commodity as an integral component of its own development. Thus, a comparison to outright slavery is made in order to highlight how the past persists. 54. In the present, namely in the bureaucratization and authoritarian organization of labor implemented as much by the state as by the party and the trade union leadership in the era of state capitalism, the relationship between capital and labor is based both on economic exploitation and on a form of domination that commands the cooperation of individuals, as Dunayevskaya sees in the early 1940s through the German ideology. The social power, i.e., the multiplied productive force, which arises through the cooperation of different individuals as it is determined by the division of labor, appears to these individuals not as their own united power, but as an alien force existing outside them, of the origin and goal of which they are ignorant, which they thus cannot control, which on the contrary passes through a peculiar series of phases and stages independent of the will and the action of man. Uniting mental and manual labor means overcoming the relationship of domination that lies behind their separation, tackling the question of power directly in the productive process. It is here that the undisputed authority of the capitalist, tracked by Dunayevskaya in Marxism and Freedom as the despotic plan of capital that reveals itself in the specific form of the hierarchic structure of control over social labor, imposes its command over social cooperation. But, at the same time, this hierarchical power relationship lies within the organizational forms of the labor movement, at the service of the state-planned capitalism. In this sense, the focus on the problem of the party, in this phase of approaching and discovering the dialectic, comes from the specific concern to challenge Stalinism and state capitalism as a form of counter-revolution which emerged within the revolution. The party, on the one hand, is the historical negation of the revolution, on the other hand, it is the possible independence of proletariat as a revolutionary organization, of the workers' reappropriation of power to transform reality. Willing thereby to confront the question of the party's ambivalent character as counter-revolutionary and potentially revolutionary at the same time, Dunayevskaya took up the challenge of going further to grasp the essence of the concept of the second negation. This concept is deemed by Hegel in the doctrine of being in the logic as distinguished from the RST negation, negation as negation in general, because the second negation, the negation of negation which is concrete, absolute. 55. Negativity, just as the RST is on the contrary only abstract negativity. Significantly, the need to go beyond the concept of the positive in the negative, that is, the overcoming of Stalinism in general, implies the need to discover how Hegel, in the last pages of the chapter on the absolute idea, is able to state that the second negation is capable of transcending contradiction as the deepest and most objective moment of self-development of spirit, thanks to which a subject is personal and free. In this passage of Dunayevskaya's commentary on the science of logic her full enthusiasm emerges. The moment of the second negation, that is, of the revolution that will negate state capitalism's negation of the revolution, is constituted as a revolution that is also the means through which the revolutionary subject affirms its own personality and freedom. Here, Dunayevskaya NDS the philosophical grounding of her theoretical and political path, which is aimed at making central to both revolutionary subjectivity and the struggle for freedom. Indeed, the emphasis given to the personal and free character of the subject means for Dunayevskaya the impossibility of identifying socialism with Stalinism or any form of scientistic and economistic Marxism, precisely because they subordinate individual and concrete workers, and their freedom on the altar of an abstract development and of production for production's sake. Moreover, second negation in Hegel is something richer than die Fury de Verschwindens, the fury of the disappearance of the old. It is also the moment that discloses the revolutionary subject as personal and free. Making socialism, the concrete universal, requires the full and thorough self-development of human power as its own end. It is this that Dunayevskaya will reaffirm in the following years as the essence of her system. Hegel's second negation provides the author with a philosophical basis for thinking the very possibility of revolution within the age of state capitalism, starting from the point of view of creative subjectivity and its struggle for freedom. But, if in Dunayevskaya the subjectivity emerges in the antagonistic relationship with the despotic plan of capital, in which the state is centrally implicated, the way toward the freedom of the political subject is developed in the Hegelian system as intimately linked to the concept of the state. Negative freedom is fooled in its positive and productive power as normativity, so that the real and historical dimension of freedom lies in the poetic activity of the law. Reality in general, as the existence of the free will, is law which as such includes all the determinations of freedom. 56. According to this, the subject realizes itself and its freedom in the state, so that the conceptualization of the transformation of the political order, namely revolution, is therefore not a radical negation of the contents and forms of that order, but rather its even sudden adaptation to the transformations of the historical reality. This contradiction unveils the political context of Dunayevskaya's immersion in Hegelian dialectic, which is concretized as a displacement of the Hegelian framework on the basis of the challenge of the present. Therefore, the point is not tracing and re-establishing the persistence of Hegel in Marx, but rather displacing the Hegelian dialectic on the basis of re-establishing Marxism as theory of revolution at the very time that state capitalism is engaging in counter-revolution. Recalling the RST paragraph, the question of why Hegel cannot be gored out without thinking about why now. The dialectic is written starting from the reversal determined by the age of state capitalism as the time of absolute contradiction, i.e., of the antagonism between labor and capital. The second negation as the moment in which the subject realizes itself as personal and free also implies, therefore, that contradiction is put at the very core of the dialectic, liquidating the Hegelian moment of the reconciliation of opposites. The process of unchanging the Hegelian dialectic begins with the central role of absolute negation as a split that cannot be reassembled, but instead shows in itself the possibility of something that is not yet, of a new beginning in history. This is the meaning of a passage in Dunayevskaya's letter to Lee, in which the whole movement of the absolute idea is seen as the path of liberation that constitutes freedom, nothing but the absolute dialectic that frees itself. To understand how the concept of the second negation can transform into a dialectic of revolutionary rupture, capable of interrupting the unfolding of the movement of becoming that continuously recomposes and overcomes contradictions by reabsorbing them within itself, it is necessary to read the specific notion together with the last paragraph of the Absolute Idea chapter. The idea, namely, in positing itself as the absolute unity of the pure concept and its reality and thus collecting itself in the immediacy of being isynthese form as totality, nature. This determination, however, is nothing that has become, is not a transition the pure idea into which the determinateness or reality of the concept is itself raised into concept is rather. 57. An absolute liberation for which there is no longer an immediate determination which is not equally posited and is not concept. In this freedom, therefore, there is no transition that takes place. Here Hegel breaks with the concept of dialectical transition and instead uses the term liberation. The absolute idea freely releases itself and no transition takes place. The ideational action is neither a Jordan continuity of becoming, nor an Übergang or passing over to a different but still logical sphere. It is rather an absolute Befreiung, or liberation as a new beginning originating from the very end of the absolute idea as internal to the logic. The idea releases of itself and nds the possibility of radical transformation of itself as such. Thus, this absolute liberation is the act whereby the idea, on the threshold between logic and nature, can retrospectively free itself from the past and prospectively free itself for a new beginning of history. The absolute liberation in the null development of the absolute idea, as the unity of theory and practice represented by the dialectic of the party, opens a fault line on the edge of the logic, that is the logic of capital as the dialectic of development of bourgeois society that overlooks nature, where the idea emerges from itself, namely, where revolutionary action takes place. The possibility of revolution, of a new beginning moving towards socialism as concrete universal lies in this fault line, in this discontinuity. In this respect, revolution as the possibility of a new beginning paves the way for what in the essay Private Property and Communism, in the economic philosophical manuscripts, Marx deems the fully developed naturalism that is humanism, resolution of the strife between freedom and necessity, the riddle of history solved. In this way, recalling the historical nature of the concept of the human helps us to move a step forward in the understanding of the relevance of the null development of the absolute idea. Firstly, the party grows in capitalist society. This means that if it constitutes itself as a subject in an antagonistic relationship to the despotic plan of capital, it has at the same time been constituted as object. This contradiction impacts the party. For the new subject to come into being, the old one must die. This means, in essence, the necessary end of the party, to the extent that it also carries within itself the shape given by the past. Yet only the subject itself can carry out this activity of transformation that is also self-transformation, where not the means of production. 58. Create the new type of man, but the new type of man will create the means of production. Secondly, the absolute liberation of the idea as end and the new beginning is neither a precise moment in a progressive and linear historical development, nor something meta-historical. It is the imminent possibility of revolution seen through the discontinuity of reality, that unveils the contingent nature of the relationship of capitalistic domination and that appears as if its reality were immutable and eternal. This appearance results in a form of legitimation of the hierarchical structure underpinning society. The despotic nature of capital's command unfolds itself in the specific capacity of preventing individuals from accessing history, crushing the present under the weight of the past. Specifically, in Stalinist state capitalist planning, the despotism of the state apparatus uses the past revolution against the worker in order to legitimate a new social hierarchy, this after the 1917 revolution had swept the former ones away. Therefore, the affirmation of the Soviet Union as a form of state capitalism, also shows the 1917 revolution as a historical process that was contingent and always exposed to the emergence of contradictions and even counter-revolution from within. As a result, the absolute idea, interpreted as the dialectical movement of the party, that it is the unity of theory and practice, is related to the two fundamental aspects of revolution as well, the imminent possibility that unveils the contingency of capital, that is, theory as critique of reality, and revolution in its actuality, in the movement of the masses that makes history. These two aspects must be kept together because one depends upon the other. The old must be overthrown, root and branch, its ideology as well as its exploitation. The relationship between these two aspects is dealt with directly in the second of the letters sent to Lee, focusing on the third part of Hegel's Encyclopedia, Philosophy of Mind, and on its null syllogisms in particular. If the absolute idea was identified with the dialectic of the party, then mind here is rather read as the new society gestating in the old. This new society is not something that is yet to come, but evident everywhere, and shows in itself the very unity of the two aspects of revolution. Its possibility is embedded in reality, and reality shows the concrete possibility of revolution, here and now. Thus the issue of revolution breaks the boundaries of the party to 59. Become a movement that powers into the new society. The last three syllogisms of the section on the absolute mind trace and dean how here the unity between theory and practice is shaped. In the RST syllogism, the unity between logic and mind has nature as its middle term. In linking theory with the new society, practice sunders them by a movement from theory to practice and from practice to theory but also to the new society. Therefore, practice is implicitly theory and reaches out directly to the new society. This formulation will be fundamental for the foundation of Marxist humanism. Revolutionary practice has a direct relationship to the constitution of the new society because it participates in it. However, it is also the middle term between theory and the new society. From this formulation it is possible to understand the affirmation, which is expressed in Marxism and freedom, of the movement of the masses toward freedom not only as also force but as reason of revolution. The second syllogism NDS mind, that is the new society, as the middle term between theory and practice. Presupposing practice, in the new society theory becomes a subjective cognition, of which liberty is the aim, and which is itself the way to produce it. This subjective cognition is a philosophy that vitalizes the idea, gives lifeblood to theory, taking it from real human beings who struggle for freedom. It must be underlined that this syllogism is also quoted by Dunayevskaya in another form. In this second form, which is itself the way to produce it, becomes the self-bringing forth, using Reinhard Clemens Mora's translation in his Hegel und das Endurgeschichte. In the original version, to produce is in German Herverbringen Tokriat, produce, but also giving a kind of direction that is an expression, opening the act of production outward. So, the new society produces philosophy as its subjective cognition, theory enriched with living practice, not only aiming toward freedom and producing it in the process, but also the process of self-development that brings the struggle for freedom always beyond itself, grasping the direction of practice and giving it subjectivity. In this way, the absolute universal is also transformed and enriched. The idea of philosophy has its middle term in the absolute universal, which, in the third syllogism, divides itself into mind and nature. In this way the former becomes the presupposition of theory, now subjective activity, and the latter a process in which the idea implicitly exists. 60. Consequently, the movement that shapes the new society is nothing less than the absolute universal of socialism that has become real and subjective, unifying the two aspects. It is the nature of the fact, the notion, which causes the movement and development, yet this same movement is equally the action of cognition. Dunayevskaya refers to the Paris Commune and the Soviet as historical materializations of the new society, a new stage of development of freedom consisting in a movement from practice that is itself a form of theory and a movement from theory that is itself a form of philosophy and revolution. She herself will deem this double movement as our unique characteristic from the original 1953 breakthrough on the absolute idea. Conclusion. Clearly, these theorizations by Dunayevskaya paved the way for the development of a new dialectic of philosophy and organization, namely the birth of Marxist humanism and the foundation of news and letters committees just few years after. After Stalin's death, the point for Dunayevskaya was not only to think of revolution as the upheaval that would have swept away what was already becoming history, but how to think of revolution itself as the moment of creation of a new world, a human one. This humanism has nothing to do with offering a solution to what is human, it is, rather, to restore human beings as the protagonists of history. No development can be considered human if it is not a self-development, a subjective transformation that rests upon the human being as a whole of potentialities. Only in this way can society become the place where individuals enjoy their full dimension of social being, the realm of subjective freedom, instead of the realm of abstract necessity. Through absolute idea and absolute mind as the new society, the dialectic itself undergoes a twist. It is unchained by breaking the boundaries of a closed ontology to open up new beginnings of history and the emergence of new revolutionary subjects, the Black movement, the women's movement, and the anti-colonial movements, which were on the threshold of revolution. In fact, these new beginnings would come soon enough, the East German uprising and the 1956 Hungarian Revolution, and also the historic Montgomery bus boycott of 1955 to 1956 in the United States. In each of these struggles, and in those to come, there was 61. A movement from theory reaching for philosophy. Dunayevskaya found in Hegel's absolutes that the creative moment can only be put in place by revolutionary subjectivity liberating itself from the despotism of capitalist domination and from the remains of such despotism that continue to persist even inside its own burrs. On a theoretical level, Hegel's discovery allowed her to put Marxism on its feet. Through dialectics it was possible to go beyond the scientific method, which analyzes, separates, reproduces the order of reality on the level of thought. The dialectic is what makes theory critical and self-critical, what has in itself that surplus that is given in matter as living energy, as a possibility for the transformation of reality itself. The ability to grasp how the movement from practice exceeds the conditions of its existence allows the dialectic to express both the subjectivity of that excess and its movement toward freedom. In this respect, getting beyond state capitalist theory alone meant restoring Marxism as a theory of human liberation that keeps theory and practice dialectically intertwined. The dialectic is capable of grasping the subjective movement in its struggle for freedom, and by doing so the very same dialectic releases itself as a new beginning. Where subjectivity is expressed, the theory is put to the test. This means the absolute method of philosophy, that comes from practice and returns to it to be tested and renewed. It does not develop in a linear progressive line but goes backward and forward as does the movement of reality itself. The dialectic of philosophy and organization shows how none of the previous forms of the new society as unity of theory and practice has been left behind or lost, but become a source for a further development, becoming incorporated into the new dialectic of philosophy and organization. James and Lee did not see that the urge to go beyond state capitalist theory was for Dunayevskaya the need to move forward in order to understand how the world was changing, transformed by masses in motion toward liberation from oppression. She sought to grasp and absorb the lifeblood of this movement. This need resulted in the dialectic cracking the closed ontology of reality so as to become a subjective movement of liberation, a dialectic unchained that reveals the unity of theory and practice through the connection between the objective side of subjectivity, the new society that struggles to emerge, and the subjective side of objectivity, that is the self-movement within the objectivity of the subject searching for freedom. Unchanging the dialectic is a further step forward on the 62. Threshold of revolution, breaking with the present and opening it to an unwritten future. As she will write in Marxism and Freedom, the absolute is the vision of the future. Whether one accepts it as the new society or thinks of it only as the ontological unity of the human and divine, the simple truth is that this unity of the human and divine is not up in heaven but here on the earth. Thus, the task was to make this vision of the future a reality by transforming the present. For Dunayevskaya, this meant catching the Raya while it was still burning, to think, and write, the revolution in the revolution. Chapter 4. The indispensability of philosophy in the struggle to develop an alternative to capitalism. Peter Hudis. Part I, Whither Philosophy? Whither Marxism? The role of philosophy in revolutionary politics has proven to be one of the most contentious and unsettled issues in the history of Marxism. Since Marx's death, the vast majority of socialists have taken it as a given that philosophy as such comes to an end with Marx's critique of capitalism. Friedrich Engels provided the classic formulation of this position in Ludwig Feuerbach and the End Classical German Philosophy in arguing that Marx's materialism accomplished the transition from philosophy to positive science. Although Engels's judgment was by no means unanimously accepted even among the RST generation of post-Marx Marxists, the notion that Marx exited from philosophy as he turned to the critique of political economy remains the standard interpretation among many commentators on Marx to this day. Given this, the notion that philosophy has a direct or pivotal role to play in revolutionary politics may seem highly problematic, if not anachronistic. It is one thing to acknowledge that Marx was a product of a rich philosophical tradition, and quite another to view philosophy as a factor in advancing emancipatory politics today. The claim that philosophy as such comes to an end with Marxism has of course been contested by numerous figures within the Marxist tradition, most notably George Lukács and Karl Korsch, the Frankfurt School, and strands of independent Marxism since then. However, even many of those who emphasized the philosophical substance of Marx's thought tended to argue that its development represents a move from a philosophical critique to a critical theory of society. More recent iterations of this viewpoint have taken this much further by arguing that Hegelian philosophy is important solely insofar as it expresses Marx's object of critique, capital. Philosophy, according to this viewpoint, is nothing but a reaction of the alienated, abstract forms of domination that devalue production, not an activity that can point the way out of it. For ironically, many figures associated with Hegelian Marxism in over the last 3 decades are no less willing to dismiss philosophy as an independent branch of inquiry than structuralists and post-structuralists who aim their sharpest theoretical barbs at Hegelianism. The claim that philosophy comes to an end with Marxism never made much sense, given the plethora of philosophical standpoints and positions that have been produced over the last century and a half. But while philosophical inquiry and creativity show no sign of disappearing, matters are less straightforward when it comes to the relation between philosophy and revolutionary politics. Although one of the most promising developments in recent years is the emergence of a new generation of thinkers and activists seeking to reconstitute the idea of socialism, it remains to be seen whether this can be achieved without a philosophical reconstruction of the socialist project. This makes Raya Dunayevskaya's work newly relevant, since it addresses the indispensability of philosophy for developing a viable alternative to capitalism. As she stated in Marxism and Freedom, our life and times impart an urgency to the task of working out a new relationship of philosophy to actuality. Thought and deed cannot forever stand far apart. What compels philosophy? 67. Today, she argued, is the rise of counter-revolution from within revolution, most starkly expressed by the transformation of the 1917 Russian Revolution into Stalin's totalitarian dictatorship. Until the development of the totalitarian state, the philosophical foundation of Marxism was not fully understood. Only today is it possible to comprehend that Marx's rejection of the communism of his day was not a 19th-century humanitarian adjunct to his scientific economic theories. Philosophy, she held, is needed not just to grasp the roots of Marx's thought but to reconstitute Marxism for realities that Marx himself never had to face. Yet this raises a critical question: why did Dunayevskaya stress the need to philosophically reconstitute Marxism as humanism when many others from the left who opposed Stalinism did not? Her background actually provides few signs that she would turn to philosophy at all. Born to an impoverished family in western Ukraine in 1910, she and her family migrated to the U.S. during the Russian Civil War, and she grew up in a Chicago ghetto. She never had the opportunity to attend college, earning her education from the radical movement, which she joined as a teenager. Unlike Hegelian Marxists who came from privileged backgrounds, she never had the formal philosophical training that they had. Indeed, prior to the 1940s there was little indication that she was even headed to become a theoretician. She was known instead as an energetic rank-and-file activist in the labor, civil rights, and Marxist movement. So how did she manage to end her way to philosophy, and what does this tell us about whether or not philosophy remains an indispensable activity of humanity? Part 2, From State Capitalist Theory to Marxist Humanist Philosophy. An original philosophy is a rare creation, born after much travail only when called forth by a new stage of world consciousness of freedom. It does mean that a viable philosophy must be capable of meeting the challenge of human experience, of the new revolt symbolic of the lack of specific freedoms. Dunayevskaya's path to philosophy was paved by the theory of state capitalism that she began developing in 1940, shortly after parting ways. 68. With Leon Trotsky. What was distinctive about her theory of state capitalism is that it was not a mere political designation. It instead consisted of an economic analysis of Stalinist Russia through the lens of Marx's Capital. Since capital pinpoints capitalism's law of motion, the nature of the USSR could best be comprehended, she held, by seeing whether or not it conforms to the law of value and surplus value delineated in Capital. In a series of exhaustive analyses that established her as an incisive economic theorist, she showed that Stalinist Russia represented a new form of capitalist class domination. In 1941 she joined forces with C.L.R. James, who independently had come to a state capitalist position, to form a dissident faction within the Workers' Party, the Johnson Forrest Tendency. The JFT viewed state capitalism as a new world stage of capitalism that arose out of the Great Depression and took such forms as Stalinist Russia, FDR's New Deal, and Hitler's four-year plans. The JFT deemed its task as developing a comprehensive redevelopment of Marxism for the age of state capitalism as Lenin had earlier achieved for the era of monopoly capitalism. To achieve this, they formed a theoretical nucleus in which Dunayevskaya focused on economics, James on politics and culture, and Grace Lee on Hegel. Over the next decade they produced a formidable body of work dealing with state capitalism, workers' revolts, the vanguard role of U.S. black freedom struggles, forms of organization, and Hegel's dialectic. Their work represents a distinctively American version of Hegelian Marxism that is far too often ignored or passed over in discussions of that tradition. Although Dunayevskaya made no pretense of having expertise in Hegel or dialectical thought prior to the late 1940s, several dimensions of her theory of state capitalism proved of critical importance in taking her on the path toward philosophy. First, in contrast to the intellectual fashions of the time which viewed Stalinist totalitarianism as rendering implausible any serious internal resistance and revolt, Dunayevskaya argued that it was an inherently unstable and crisis-ridden formation. This owed, she maintained, from the fact that economic relations in the USSR adhered to the capitalist law of value. Most Marxists and socialists of the time held that capitalism is deemed by market anarchy and socialism by a planned economy. 69. Dunayevskaya disagreed, arguing that capitalism had learned to plan while socialist Russia had failed to overcome chaos. Yes, planning is essential to capitalism and has always characterized the factory production and production relationship, for it is the wherewithal of extraction of the greatest amount of surplus value. No, planning is not essential, chaos is, because while within production there resides the tendency to go outside the limits of production, class relations and existing values impose a limit on it, which expresses itself in the anarchy of the market. At the same time, capitalism can never really plan because its law of motion is impelled by reproduction according to socially necessary labor time set by the world market, and thus even if all conditions are met as to planning in factory, external planning as to market, and labor paid at value, the incessant revolutions in production of necessity mean the development of productive forces of labor at the expense of the already created productive forces. While it appeared that economic planning from above and hence statist control of society was total in Stalin's Russia, this was actually not the case. The law of value signs that it is not the actual amount of labor time expended in producing a commodity that establishes its value. Instead, a commodity's value is determined by the average amount of time that is socially necessary to produce it on the world market. Since this average constantly shifts with technological innovations that alter the productivity of labor, no plan from above, not even a totalitarian one, can succeed in overcoming the constant imbalances and disequilibrium associated with value production. Totalitarian systems replace connects between competitive RMS in the free market by shifting them to connects within the state bureaucracy. 9. Moreover, since Stalinist Russia retained universalized commodity production and wage labor, it encountered the same problem as any normal capitalist society, an inability to efface the resistance of the human subject. In capitalism, as Marx never ceased to emphasize, labor is not a commodity, it is an activity. The commodity is labor power, the capacity of labor, which is paid in the form of wages. Human relations in capitalism take on the form of things, but they are not themselves things. If they were, capital accumulation would be impossible, since living labor is the only source of value. Dunayevskaya therefore insisted that revolts within the Soviet Empire were inevitable. 70. Hence, even in her early economic writings, Dunayevskaya's analysis was grounded in the dialectical relation of subjective and objective, which prepared her for later encounters with Hegelian philosophy, in which this relation is central. Second, in researching the USSR's economy, Dunayevskaya came across the Russian publication of parts of Marx's economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844. At RST, she knew only the essay Alienated Labor, which doesn't mention humanism. Yet she was moving toward the concept of humanism, as seen in the 1942 essay Labor and Society, the difference between the science of economics as such, as a science of objective elements, wages, value, etc., and the Marxian science of economics is that for Marxism, all economic categories are social categories, and thus in the science of economics it incorporates the subjective element, the receiver of wages, the source of value, in other words, the laborer. Third, in this period she also discovered Lenin's 1914-1915 abstract of Hegel's science of logic, in which he broke from his vulgar materialist past in proclaiming that cognition not only reeks the objective world but creates it. 10. Lenin's statement that no Marxist had understood Marx's Capital because they hadn't mastered the whole of Hegel's logic was provocative enough. But even more so was his comment that the whole chapter on the absolute idea contains almost nothing that is specifically idealism, but has as its main subject the dialectical method. In this most idealist of Hegel's works there is the least idealism and the most materialism. Emboldened by Lenin's enthusiasm for Hegel's absolute idea and doctrine of the notion which no Marxist prior to Lenin had paid the slightest attention to, the JFT took up the task of providing a materialist interpretation of Hegel's absolute idea for the era of state capitalism. It led to intense studies of Hegel's work in relation to Marx's Capital, contemporary capitalism, and the problem of revolutionary organization. Its best-known expression is James's 1948 Notes on Dialectics. 11. In this work, James aimed to explore Hegelian categories in light of the search for an alternative to the traditional Marxist concept of the vanguard party, from which the JFT was beginning to break. As he put it, we have to get hold of the notion, of the absolute idea, before we can see. 71. This relation between organization and spontaneity in its concrete truth. James's work in this period has many insights. He writes of Lenin's abstract, the core of dialectic is self-movement through opposition. Good. But that is the core of dialectic for him, in 1914. But for us, 1948, in our world, the core of dialectic is the materialist interpretation of Hegel's last chapters in the Logic, the complete interpenetration of subjective and objective, idealism and materialism. He adds, we are poles apart from but very close to him in another respect. As materialists we root man in his environment, but now that the real history of humanity is about to begin, the Hegelian concept of speculative reason comes to life with us, as never before, and on our basis. And he contends, the real history of humanity is being worked out in notion. When the masses, not a few philosophers, grasp the dialectic, the logic, the unity of theoretical, practical, methodological, we have reached the absolute idea of society, i.e., social man. There begins the development of human power for its own sake. James moves very quickly to apply such conceptions to politics, writing, notion equals the growth of the proletariat, which is expressed in its subjective, i.e. political organizations. Today, 1949, we are faced with the dialectic of the party. We have to trace its growth, development, how it perishes, must perish. Although far less known or acknowledged, no less important in this period was the work of Grace Lee. 12. She penned dozens of letters and draft essays on Hegel's phenomenology, the science of logic, Leibniz and the European Enlightenment, Freud and modern psychoanalysis, etc. 13. She wrote to James in 1949, every great step forward in philosophic cognition was made only when a new category, a new way of making the plunge into freedom became possible. She also stated, the importance of the dialectic as method of thought is the way in which it enables us to see this counter-revolution within the revolution itself. The moment the revolution begins, the counter-revolution seeks to legalize the institutions which have been created by the masses, i.e., particularize their tasks, transform them into XED and isolated determinations. The method of thought of the counter-revolution is the particularization of the universal, carrying it to the absolute like a shot out of the pistol. The permanent revolution is the overcoming of this particularization. 72. Dunayevskaya likewise delved into Hegel in this period in a series of letters and essays on Hegel's logic and Marx's Capital. She discussed the general contradiction of capitalism in light of Hegel's discussion of limit and barrier, Marx's delineation of the value form in terms of Hegel's syllogism of individual particular universal, and the way the doctrine of the notion informed Marx's theory of commodity fetishism and the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. This is a distinctive achievement, since she was reaching for a recovery of the philosophical basis of Marxism through the critique of political economy. This was very different from the approach of other Hegelian Marxists who had little to say about political economy or limited the philosophical dimension to the young Marx. 14 In 1949, Dunayevskaya moved to Pittsburgh and spent time in West Virginia. She was in Morgantown during the miners' general strike of 1949 to 1950, one of the RST Wildcat strikes against automation in U.S. history. It had an enormous impact on her. As she later put it, the strike seemed to touch, at one and the same time, a concept Marx had designated as alienated labor and the absolute opposite to it, which Marx spelled out as the end of the division between mental and manual labor. In striking not so much for higher wages and benefits as in opposition to the degraded conditions of labor produced by automation, the miners raised the question: what kind of labor should people perform? In her view, these were theoretical questions which brought to life Marx's notion that the central problem of modern society is not solely the alienation of the product from the producer but most critically the alienation in the very activity of laboring. In response, she returned to the 1844 manuscripts, this time singling out Marx's affirmation of a thoroughgoing naturalism or humanism is distinct from both idealism and materialism, and constitutes at the same time the truth uniting them both. The strike showed her that the time had come to reconstitute Marxism on the basis of Marx's conception of a new humanism. However, it is precisely at this point that theoretical differences began to emerge within the JFT. Shortly after the strike, the JFT issued State Capitalism and World Revolution, a lengthy document that bid their adieu to Trotskyism. 15 Its null section was devoted to a discussion of philosophy arst in the U.S. Marxist movement. But while it proclaimed, the totality of these contradictions today compels philosophy, a total conception, it dismissed humanism as a Christian. 73. Humanist and or existentialist departure from Marxism. 16 Thus, while Dunayevskaya was drawing closer to humanism, James and Lee were pulling away from it. 17 What explains this internal differentiation, which was to lead to the breakup of the JFT? The answer is intimated in James's 1948 Notes on Dialectics. Its concluding section discusses Hegel's absolute idea in relation to the problem of organization. He rejects the notion of a vanguard party of professional revolutionaries on the grounds that, the task today is to call for, to teach, to illustrate, to develop, spontaneity, the free creative activity of the proletariat. He calls for a party of a new type that does not represent the workers but constitutes them as a class, a party which consists of all the workers. That is what the Soviets represented. With this new kind of mass party, broader in scope than even the most massive trade union, the difference between being and knowing as separate functions would vanish. Such an organization, he asserts, would be the expression of Hegel's absolute idea, the apex of the dialectic. He writes, now if the party is the knowing of the proletariat, then the coming of age of the proletariat means the abolition of the party. That is our new universal, stated in its boldest and most abstract form. That is our universal, the question of the party. Yet this poses a problem: if the new form of organization, the mass party that is not for but of the workers, is the absolute made manifest, what is the role of theory and theoreticians, let alone philosophy? It would seem that their role is to mirror or express the spontaneous forms of consciousness and organization forged by workers. And this is exactly what James argued for in the years following the JFT's break from Trotskyism and their establishment of an independent organization, Committees of Correspondence, from 1951. The role of the theoretician, James and Lee argued, is to be a full fountain pen taking down the thoughts of the masses, who constitute the absolute in action. But in that case, theory or philosophy has no independent value of its own, since spontaneous forms of consciousness and organization exhaust philosophy's conceptual content. 18. The logical conclusion of James's unmediated identification of Hegel's absolute idea with the dialectic of the party is ad nihil-oft indispensability of philosophy. 19. Dunayevskaya, in contrast, did not rush to answer the problem of organization on the basis of the JFT's reading of Hegel. She moved in a decidedly different direction in a series of letters on Hegel's absolutes. 74. Written to Lee and James in May 1953. In a letter of May 12, she states she will explore Hegel's absolute idea in terms of the differentiation of us from Lenin, but even from 1948 a clear reference to James's notes on dialectics. She writes, "I am not touching upon the mass party, the workers will do what they will do, and until they do we can have only the faintest intimation of the great leap. This is not 1948, but 1953, I am not concerned with spontaneity versus organization, nor with Stalinism that the workers will overcome. I am concerned only with the dialectic of the vanguard party of that type of grouping like ours, be it large or small, and its relationship with the mass." After making a detailed commentary on the null chapter of Hegel's logic, she states that Lenin failed to develop his insight that cognition not only wreaks the objective world but creates it when he reached the absolute idea. She writes, "We, however, can go further, and not only further than Lenin but further than we ourselves did in 1948. The implication is that James's notes on dialectics likewise fails to develop the creativity of cognition. As noted earlier, his notes directly map forms of mass self-organization onto Hegel's absolute idea. There is something to be said for this, since, as Dunayevskaya avers, the section on the absolute law of capitalist accumulation in Marx's Capital is based on Hegel's absolute idea insofar as the former consists of the absolute contradiction between the accumulation of capital at one pole and the revolt of the workers at the other. However, she now points out that the Hegelian system does not end with the absolute idea. The conclusion of Hegel's logic intimates a new sphere that follows it, the realm of mind or spirit 20, just as the end of Marx's Capital intimates a sphere beyond the accumulation of capital, the new society. James's identification of the absolute with spontaneous forms of organization forecloses the need to philosophically articulate what is central to the philosophy of mind, the achievement of freedom through the transcendence of alienation. Earlier, James wrote that he studied the philosophy of mind and found nothing there for us. Dunayevskaya now responds, "We couldn't get very far when we equated mind to party, but now that I believe that mind is the new society gestating in the old, I feel sure we could get a lot of very valuable dialectical developments there." She proceeds. 75. To explore Hegel's philosophy of mind in a letter of May 20, 1953, in which she emphasizes that the movement from logic to nature, which Lenin and James interpreted as the move from the abstract logical idea to practice, is not the culmination of Hegel's dialectic. What follows the movement from logic to nature is the movement from nature to mind, the realm of subjectivity or freedom. 21. By prematurely treating the movement from logic to nature as the culmination of Hegel's system, James reaches what was to Dunayevskaya is a premature conclusion about the relevance of Hegel's absolutes for organization. He deems its role solely in terms of reacting mass spontaneity, whereas Dunayevskaya comes to see the role of that type of grouping as ours in terms of embodying and projecting a humanist vision of a new society that transcends capitalist alienation. The difference in perspective was the philosophical point underlying the breakup of the JFT in 1955. In the 1953 letters, Dunayevskaya discerned a dual movement in Hegel's absolutes, a movement from practice that is itself a form of theory, and a movement from theory that is itself a form of philosophy. Spontaneous revolts raise and develop theoretical questions in struggling against oppression and adverse conditions under capitalism, but what is needed, as well, is a philosophically grounded alternative to capitalism that can give action to its direction. The latter calls for a philosophy of a new type, one that listens to and absorbs the liberatory aspirations of masses of people even as it takes responsibility for developing the creativity of cognition. Each movement by itself is one-sided. A philosophy of liberation is indispensable, since the movement from practice is a form of theory, not the form of theory. James's unmediated identity of theory and practice foreclosed recognition of the necessity for such a new relation of philosophy and action. 22. Part 3, The Self-Determination of the Idea of Marxist Humanism. The breakup of the JFT in 1955 led Dunayevskaya to form a new organization, News and Letters Committees, whose RST publication was a pamphlet containing her translation of Lenin's Hegel notebooks and her 1953 letters on Hegel's absolutes. This in an organization based in Detroit and largely composed of factory workers. 23 Its RST convention assigned her to complete a book elaborating the philosophy that would guide the organization. It was published as Marxism and 76. Freedom in 1958, the RST book-length statement of Marxist humanism. Dunayevskaya sought to develop a new relation of philosophy and political action by having theoretical essays and articles by voices from below in the same newspaper, insisting that workers, women, and blacks take leading positions in the group, and encouraging all of its members to directly explore philosophy. Her work on Hegelian dialectics further intensified after the publication of Marxism and Freedom with lectures and seminars on Hegel's phenomenology, the science of logic, Marx's 1844 manuscripts, etc., given in academic as well as non-academic settings with workers, activists, etc. While a small but important number of activists in the 1960s were drawn to her tendency, especially since it provided a forum for oppressed people to speak for themselves and supported spontaneous, rank-and-lee initiatives, the anti-theoretical bent of many in the U.S. New Left hardly won her a mass audience. Even members of her own organization often expressed discomfort at her decision to embark on an even more extensive engagement with the Hegelian Marxian dialectic in her book Philosophy and Revolution. Published in 1973, its RST part was entitled Why Hegel? Why Now? The failure of the movements of 1968 to lead to a single successful revolution, she argued, underlined the need to directly engage the dialectic of negativity. I must confess that the temptation to begin at the end, with the immediate concerns of our critical period, was hard to resist for one living in a land where empiricism is part of its very organism. But to have begun with the end would, in fact, have made it impossible to comprehend the why now of the why Hegel. The preoccupation with what Leon Trotsky called the small coin of concrete questions has ever been the road away, not from the mystical absolutes of Hegel, but from the revolutionary principles of Marx. Dunayevskaya held that moving beyond the theoretical void that held back the movements of the 1960s poses a serious challenge. It requires the spelling out of dialectic in its totality for each individual subject of revolution. She devoted a considerable body of work to concretizing this for black freedom struggles, a subject on which she had written extensively from the early 1940s. Its fullest development is found in American Civilization on Trial, Black Masses as Vanguard. She held that it is no less important to spell out the dialectic for the new stage reached with the emergence of the modern women's liberation movement. It led her, by the late 1970s, to embark on a new study focusing on the greatest woman theoretician of revolutionary Marxism, Rosa Luxemburg. Dunayevskaya originally intended the book to focus exclusively on Luxemburg, in large part because she was being ignored by most second-wave feminist theoreticians, thereby making it all the harder to end a bridge to the humanism of Marx. And Dunayevskaya intended the high point of the book to be 1910, when Luxemburg broke from the Pope of Marxism, Karl Koski, over his refusal to take a stand against imperialism and for spontaneous forms of mass self-organization on the grounds that this would jeopardize the Social Democratic Party of Germany's election prospects. It turned into a more extensive study, however, largely because of the dualities she discovered in Luxemburg's original contribution, her theory of class consciousness. Luxemburg never wavered from the view that class consciousness is the critical determinant in creating a new society. This represented a break from the crude materialism and determinism that defined the Second International. She held that unlike the transition from feudalism to capitalism, socialism cannot and will not arise through historical forces that operate despite the wishes of conscious social agents. Instead, socialism is the RST social system that arises from the free, conscious, and democratic deliberation of the masses. The greatest expression of this was her response to the 1905 Russian Revolution. Its central lesson, she held, is that mass strikes, like revolutions, are never made by intellectuals or leaders from above, they arise spontaneously from revolts that are nurtured by class consciousness. This did not mean she counterposed spontaneity to organization. She believed in the need for revolutionary parties as much as any Marxist. But she held that their role is deemed by enlightening the masses about the nature of capitalism and the goal of socialism. Since the class consciousness generated by spontaneous revolts and revolutionary organizations is the key to social transformation, she held that democracy, the free and open exchange of ideas, is essential not just for making the revolution but to ensure that all vestiges of class domination are uprooted after the seizure of power. She wrote in 1905. 78. The present revolution is costing us terrible sacrifices. May these sacrifices buy not only formal political rights and freedoms, which are indispensable for waging the class struggle, but also that which is most valuable, the class consciousness and class organization of the proletariat. May the bourgeoisie, and itself facing, not groups of workers who are dispersed, disoriented and exhausted by the struggle, but the compact class power of the proletariat, steeled and hardened in the of the revolution, knowing, on the day after the revolution, how to turn the blade of the struggle against the bourgeoisie with the same strength they used, the day before, to smash the governments of despotism. And yet, despite these insights, Luxemburg refused to break from the SPD in 1910 on the grounds that it was necessary to maintain the unity of the party. Nor did she fully break from the Second International even after the Great Betrayal of 1914. Why did her prescient critique of some of her fellow socialists not lead to a total break from them and a return to Marx's Marxism? Dunayevskaya argues that the problem owes from Luxemburg's conception of class consciousness. Luxemburg so emphasized class consciousness that she reduced all forms of revolutionary cognition to it. That left little space for other forms of consciousness, such as national consciousness. Most of all, if revolutionary cognition is completely reduced to class consciousness, wherein lies the necessity for a philosophical reconstruction of Marxism? Luxemburg clearly didn't see the need for this. She viewed Marx's work as the venue through which the proletariat gets to know itself, but she showed little interest in philosophy as such. The point at issue is that the question of class consciousness does not exhaust the question of cognition, of Marx's philosophy of revolution. However, if it is presumed that the class consciousness that arises from the self-activity of the masses does exhaust cognition, it follows that a philosophy of revolution that can give spontaneous revolts a direction is completely superfluous. This denies the indispensability of philosophy. Luxemburg's approach has been followed by much of the anti-Leninist and anti-vanguardist left, which has resulted in an abdication of responsibility for providing spontaneous revolts with a vision of the future. In some respects, the most glaring example of this is James himself, argued in facing reality that socialism already exists in the self-activity of the masses. 24. It goes without saying that if James were right there would 79. Be no need to articulate an emancipatory alternative to capitalism. It can simply be left to spontaneity. The experience of the past 100 years, however, plainly shows that emancipatory change cannot be left to spontaneity. Nor can it be left to forms of thought that fall short of philosophical cognition. At one time, the alternative to capitalism seemed straightforward to most people: replace market anarchy by planned production and private property by nationalized property. But it is now clear neither of these frees society from the stranglehold of the law of value. Nor does having democratically owned worker cooperatives on a local or regional level. What, then, can free society from the law of value? It is a very difficult question to answer, because capitalist value production is so mystifying. Since the value of a commodity can only show itself through relations of exchange, it naturally appears that social planning that affects a fair redistribution of value is the solution, even though history shows that this simply replaces one version of capitalism for another. The question of how to actually abolish the law of value in light of capital's misdeed forms of appearance remains the least theorized issue in the history of Marxism. It can be answered only by marshalling the most powerful cognitive resources at our disposal. And a most critical one is the conception of an alternative to capitalism that is implicit in Marx's critique of capital. 25. The depth of today's crises demands that the implicit become explicit. For this reason, Dunayevskaya decided that her book on Luxembourg could not be about her alone. Nor could its high point be 1910. The limitations of even the greatest post-Marx Marxists, she held, shows that what has been missing from the purview of the radical movement are the ramifications for our day of Marx's transformation of Hegel's revolution in philosophy into a philosophy of revolution in permanence. She therefore devoted the last part of the book to one of her most extensive discussions of Marx's body of work. It ranges from his earliest writings, such as his doctoral dissertation, to his very last ones, in which he held that developing societies in the non-Western world could potentially reach socialism without undergoing capitalistic industrialization. The red thread that runs through her work from her 1953 letters on Hegel's absolutes to her three major books, as well as her last writings of the late 1980s is this: the question of cognition and actuality, like the gulf between thinking and doing, touches on the relationship of philosophy and revolution. If philosophy is 80. detached from actuality, from the aspirations of masses in motion, it gets reduced to an intellectualistic exercise that is readily dispensable. And if cognition is held to be exhausted in spontaneous activity, philosophy becomes no less dispensable. But the imminent need for philosophy does not disappear because of such limitations. It lives on, because without philosophy the alternative to capitalism remains out of sight. Part 4. Does Marxism have a future? Dunayevskaya directly addressed the problem of the alternative to capitalism shortly before her death in May 1987, as she was working on an unfinished book entitled Dialectics of Philosophy and Organization. The Party and Forms of Organization Born from Spontaneity. She wrote, "The point is that of the years 1924 to 29, 1929 to today, World War II, and all those national revolutions, the rise of a third world and the endless continuing struggle, and nowhere in sight, not even in telescopic sight, is there an answer to the questions: what happens after the conquest of power? Why so many aborted revolutions? What type of party or organization? What have the various forms of spontaneity, councils, Soviets, committees, associations, communes achieved?" These words were penned in 1987, several years before the collapse of actually existing socialism in the USSR and Eastern Europe. In its aftermath, the void left by the failure of radical theoreticians to develop a conception of socialism that offered an alternative to both statist and private capitalism was led by neoliberalism, which promoted the ideological claim that there is no alternative to free market capitalism. The veritable collapse of neoliberalism in the aftermath of the 2008 global recession has in turn left a void that is now being led by resurgent xenophobic nationalism, racism, and misogyny. It seems hard to avoid the conclusion that these developments are a consequence of the fact that, and nowhere in sight, not even in telescopic sight, is there an answer to the question of what constitutes a viable alternative to capitalism. Needless to say, spontaneous revolts and movements continue to arise from the Occupy movement and the Arab revolutions of 2011 to today's protests in Sudan, Algeria, Chile, Hong Kong, and elsewhere. Nor were they absent in the 1980s, prior to the collapse of the Stalinist 81 regimes. One of the most crucial movements was the self-mobilization of the Polish proletariat in an organization 10 million strong, Solidarność. Founded on September 17, 1980, it claimed 9 million members a mere 3 months later. As one analyst puts it, Solidarność amounted to a rejection of the Leninist precept that only the party could represent the working class and act on the basis of the masses' true interests. It might seem that by claiming the allegiance of almost the entire Polish working class it was the incarnation of the kind of mass party that C.L.R. James envisioned in his 1948 notes on dialectics, and this is indeed exactly what James himself proclaimed in the early 1980s. 26. However, while the form of organization was in accord with James's vision, it soon enough became clear that the political content of Solidarnosc would not lead to a new beginning. As early as 1981, many of the left-wing inspirers of Solidarnosc in the Committee in Defense of the Workers had broken from Marxism and said they aspired for a normal capitalist society. Bereft of a concept of a viable, emancipatory alternative to capitalism, Solidarnosc became part of the political architecture of neoliberalism in the 1990s until its being evicted from power by the utterly reactionary forces of right-wing populism. The form of organization did not make up for the lack of an emancipatory project organized around an explicitly Marxian content. A parallel development occurred in South Africa. There, after the collapse of the USSR, the apartheid regime entered into negotiations with the African National Congress for a transfer of power. The two-stage theory of Revolution 27 that had long been promoted by the ANC and its allies in the South African Communist Party dovetailed with the effort of the white minority to maintain its hold on economic power while allowing for the ANC's monopolization of political power. Neoliberalism thereby came to South Africa by disarming one of the most powerful and creative mass struggles in the global South. It was an expression of the new moments of Marx's last decade 28 not becoming a trail to the 1990s. Dunayevskaya's discussion of the late Marx's view of revolutions that could potentially bypass the stage of capitalistic industrialization in Rosa Luxemburg, Women's Liberation, and Marx's philosophy of revolution was not merely a historical discussion of the possibilities facing Russia in 1881. It was about the indispensability of Marx's philosophy of permanent revolution for meeting the challenges of our times. In her 1986 to 1987 writings for a projected book on the dialectics of organization and philosophy, Dunayevskaya indicated that once the 82 indispensability of philosophy is denied, the historic reason for the existence of an organization of Marxist theoreticians is left unclaired. Yet such groups clearly have a role, especially when it comes to articulating the ultimate goals that movements are reaching for. The question therefore remains, as she put it in her last presentation, just before her death in June 1987, what happens to a small group like us who know that nothing can be done without the masses, and are with them, but such of theoreticians always seem to be around too. So, what is the objectivity that explains their presence? In a word, I was looking for the objectivity of subjectivity. Two things can happen to small groups of revolutionaries that should be avoided. One is taking the results of philosophy as a pillow for intellectual sloth by failing to rethink the group's concepts in light of new realities. For example, some have misconstrued Dunayevskaya's notion that the movement from practice is a form of theory by uncritically heralding every movement, revolt, or strike, as if they are free of internal contradictions. This may be at least partly due to the fact that she was associated for many years with James who, like her, sought to understand the new social movements of their time in light of Hegel's absolutes. However, it bears noting that for Hegel the fullest expression of the absolute is absolute negativity, the process of subjecting every phenomenon, no matter how appealing, to reaction and critique. Unmediated and unrictive celebrations of everyday resistance hardly do justice to what Hegel termed the labor, patience, seriousness, and suffering of the negative. The second problem is transforming a philosophy into an ideology by popularizing it without conveying its wealth of content or by repeating its conclusions as an article of faith. Engels's transformation of Marx's philosophy of revolution into positive science that presumably is the master key for resolving all questions, whether theoretical or practical, is one of many examples of such ideologization. There is nothing that prevents any given body of thought, no matter how critical and revolutionary, from being turned into a frozen, closed ideology, Marxist humanism included. This became a burning issue in the organization founded by Dunayevskaya in the years after her death, which led to its demise and brought forth a new organizational effort to develop Marxist humanist principles anew. 29 will tell as to how successful the efforts will be. In a reaction on her life and work, Dunayevskaya stated, "Our age has focused on the dialectics of revolution as the determinant. Nothing. 83. Including organization, the party, can any escape from that determinant. If every phenomenon, including organization, is subject to absolute negativity, it follows that a very different understanding of organization is needed than has tended to prevail in much of the radical movement. Parties and organizations are neither ends in themselves nor the greatest good, they are no less ephemeral than spontaneous forms of organization. They have a reason to exist insofar as they meet the central challenge of the times. If they do not, they have little reason not to dissolve. And the central challenge facing us today is to articulate a conception of a non-capitalist future that is clear, concise, and profound enough to speak to those searching for a way to uproot the logic of capital before it makes life on this planet uninhabitable. Dunayevskaya herself spoke to this, I believe, when she wrote in 1987. It never fails that, at momentous world historic turning points, it is very difficult to tell the difference between two types of twilight, whether one is plunging into utter darkness or whether one has reached the end of a long night and is just at the moment before the dawn of a new day. In either case, the challenge to the meaning, what Hegel called the undine foreboding of something unknown, becomes a compulsion to dig for new beginnings, for a philosophy that would try to answer the question, where to begin? Notes 1. The works of Antonio Labriola and Georgy Plekhanov come to mind, although their understandings of philosophy hardly escape the conceptual horizons of the Second International. 2. For a reaffirmation of this position by a young scholar of Marx's work that has produced a very valuable account of Marx's ecological writings, see Sato. 3. One of the most powerful critiques of the end of philosophy thesis was penned by Karol Kossak. The eschatological formulation of abolishing philosophy through realizing it obscures the real problem of modern times. Does humanity still need philosophy? Have the position and the mission of philosophy in society changed? What role does philosophy play? Does philosophy continue to be a special form of consciousness, indispensable for grasping the truth of the world? 84. For in at this sense, their standpoint is not as far from the crude materialism of the Second International aptly expressed in Karl Koskai's notion that philosophy is nothing but the reaction of economic conditions as it may appear. 5. James and Dunayevskaya, who did not know each other at the time, submitted separate theses to the 1940 convention of the Workers' Party with the same title. Moreover, since she had earlier adopted the pen name Freddie James, it was not clear at RST that they were separate documents. Upon meeting James, she changed her pseudonym to Forrest while James adopted Johnson. 6. See James for his initial foray into Hegel's work, written in connection with his debates with Max Schachtmann and other bureaucratic collectivists. 7. This position typed suchgers as Hannah Arendt, George Orwell, and Arthur Koestler, who neglected the deep internal sewers that characterize so-called totalitarian societies. 8. The Stalinist regime had admitted as much in 1943. See Dunayevskaya for her exposé of this. 9. The GA was series of administrative units or regions, led by Gauleiters. Since each Gauleiter had considerable power, they engaged in incessant competition and conflict with one another. Such tensions proved insurmountable within the Nazi system. 10. Dunayevskaya was the RST to publish an English translation of Lenin's abstract on Hegel in the 1958 edition of Marxism and Freedom. She provided James with an on-site translation in 1942. 11. James' notes was originally circulated within the JFT as a mimeographed bulletin. It was RST published in book form in 1980. 12. See James for his acknowledgement of this. Referring to Lee's writings, he states, after much trouble and patient work, we have it at last, we shall build the whole thing on that. 13. None of these were ever published. The marked disregard of Lee's creative philosophical labors of the late 1940s and early 1950s is in part due to herself, since she completely dismissed her earlier philosophical work after she broke from Marxism in the early 1960s. 14. See Marcuse for his admission of this. Dunayevskaya's book goes beyond the previous interpretations. It shows not only that Marxian politics and economics are throughout philosophy, but that the latter is from the beginning economics and politics. Lukács was also weak on political economy, history and class consciousness tried to correct the defect by relying heavily on Luxembourg's accumulation of capital. 15. The JFT left the Workers' Party in 1947 to join the Socialist Workers' Party. It split from it to form an independent organization, Committees of Correspondence, in 1951. 85. 16. See James et al. Since Dunayevskaya's and Lee's names were left out of some of the later editions of the work by James's followers, I am using the original edition, signed Johnson Forrest. 17. James in fact never identified himself as a Marxist humanist. To the end of his life he deemed himself as a Marxist-Leninist. 18. See Hoffman for how this impacted the publication issued by James, Dunayevskaya, and Lee from 1953 to 1955. Correspondence did not eliminate the division of workers and intellectuals in its version of Workers' Inquiry so much as aspire to invert it. The collective sought to invert this division through a radical diminution in the space in its publications accorded to theorizing by intellectuals. 19. At issue is not, of course, whether or not one has a personal interest in philosophy. At issue is whether philosophy is indispensable for a critical political project or for human existence in general. James's and Lee's positions led them to deny the latter. 20. The null section of the philosophy of mind is absolute mind, which contains three null syllogisms in which Hegel sums up the entire movement of the dialectic. Geist can be translated as either mind or spirit. Hence the differences in the translations of Hegel's Phenomenology of Mind vs. Phenomenology of Spirit, Philosophy of Mind vs. Philosophy of Spirit etc. 21. Dunayevskaya's emphasis on the critical importance of Hegel's philosophy of mind accords with the perspective of such important Hegel scholars as Otto Poggeler. In opposition to the usual interpretations of the Hegelian text, I should like to propose the following, that the actual science of spirit is not the logic, but the philosophy of spirit. 22. By no accident, James never returned to a serious study of Hegel or philosophy after the early 1950s. Lee took his view of the role of the intellectual as a full fountain pen to its logical conclusion by explicitly dismissing her own theoretical work of the 1940s and 1950s. After breaking from Marxism in 1962, she applied the notion of the intellectual as a full fountain pen to an uncritical affirmation of identity politics. James was less consistent on such issues, since he remained a Marxist and never doubted the need for theory, but he also never resolved the question of the role to be played by an organization of Marxist theorists. This explains his support for spontaneous forms of organization in some contexts and defense of traditional vanguard party formations in others in his writings from the late 1950s onward. 23. Most of the intellectuals in the committees of correspondence went with James and Lee during the 1955 split, whereas most of the workers, 86, went with Dunayevskaya. 24. See James 1958, it is agreed that the socialist society exists. Then we have to record the facts of its existence. Thus, these workers had struck a blow against common injustice, racial discrimination, and the disorder in production which management creates. That is the socialist society. It hasn't to be organized in the future. It exists. 25. For a much fuller discussion of this issue, see THIRD-WORLDISM. 26. See James, and now we have reached the null stage with solidarity in Poland. Commune-Soviet solidarity. That is the movement. They haven't come by accident. They are part of the organic movement of the working class in capitalist society. 27. This was the notion, borrowed from European Orthodox Marxism, that a technologically underdeveloped country needs to experience a bourgeois democratic revolution before it could be ready for a socialist revolution. 28. Dunayevskaya entitled her chapter on the late Marx "The Last Writings of Marx Point a Trail to the 1980s. 29. For a detailed discussion of this issue that led to the breakup of News and Letters committees and the subsequent formation of a new group, the International Marxist Humanist Organization, see THIRD-WORLDISM. References: Dunayevskaya, Raya. 1992. Labor and Society. In the Marxist Humanist Theory of State Capitalism. Ed. Peter Hughes. Chicago, News and Letters, 17-24. 1944. A New Revision of Marxian Economics. The American Economic Review. 34:3, September. 31-37. 1949. Letter to Grace Lee. In the Raya Dunayevskaya collection Marxist Humanism, a half-century of its world development. Detroit, Wayne State University Archives of Labor and Urban Affairs. 1953. Letters on Hegel's Absolutes. In Dunayevskaya 2002, 15-34. 2000. Marxism and Freedom, from 1776 until today. Amherst, New York, Humanity Books. 1989. Philosophy and Revolution, from Hegel to Sartre and from Marx to Mao. New York, Columbia University Press. 1982. Rosa Luxemburg, Women's Liberation and Marx's Philosophy of Revolution. Atlantic Highlands, New Jersey, Humanities Press. 1985. Dialectics of Revolution, American Roots and Marx's World Humanist Concepts. In Dunayevskaya 2000, 1-12. 87. 1987a. Another Talking to Myself, this time on what has happened since not by practice alone, 1984, 87. In supplement to the Raya Dunayevskaya collection. 1987b. Presentation on the Dialectics of Organization and Philosophy. In Dunayevskaya 2002, 3-14. 1987c. Letter on Hegel's Phenomenology of Mind. In Dunayevskaya 2002, 319-323. 2002. The Power of Negativity, Selected Writings on the Dialectic in Hegel and Marx, by Raya Dunayevskaya, eds. Peter Hughes and Kevin B. Anderson. Lanham M.D., Lexington Books. Hegel, GWF 2018. The Phenomenology of Spirit. Trans. Terry Pinkard. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. Hughes, Peter. 2009. Towards an Organizational History of the Philosophy of Marxist Humanism in the U.S. In the International Marxist Humanist https://www.imojournal.org/articles/towards-and-organize History of the Philosophy of Marxist Humanism in the U.S. 2013. Marx's Concept of the Alternative to Capitalism. Chicago, Haymarket. James, CLR 1942. Production for production's sake. In the Raya Dunayevskaya collection, 225-240. 1980. Notes on Dialectics, Hegel, Marx, Lenin. Westport Court, Lawrence and Hilco. 1949a. Letter to Grace Lee. In the Raya Dunayevskaya collection. 1949b. Letter to Raya Dunayevskaya. In the Raya Dunayevskaya collection. 1949c. Letter to Friends. In the Raya Dunayevskaya collection. 1949d. Letter to Grace Lee. In the Raya Dunayevskaya collection. 1958. Facing Reality. Detroit, Correspondence. 1984. Poland, in At the Rendezvous of Victory. London. Allison and Busby. James, CLR, Raya Dunayevskaya and Grace Lee. 1950. State Capitalism and World Revolution. New York, Socialist Workers' Party. Hoffman, Marcello. 2019. Militant Acts, The Role of Investigations in Radical Political Strategies. Albany, SUNY Press. Cossack, Carol. 1976. Dialectics of the Concrete, A Study on the Problems of Man and World. Dordrecht Holland, D. Riedel. Lee, Grace. 1949a. Letter to C. L. R. James. In the Raya Dunayevskaya collection. 88. 1949b. Letter to C. L. R. James. In the Raya Dunayevskaya collection. Lenin, V.I. 1961. Abstract of Hegel's Science of Logic. In Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 38. Moscow, Progress Publishers. Luxembourg, Rosa. 2018. The cards are on the table. In the Complete Works of Rosa Luxembourg, Volume 3. eds. Peter Heudes, Axel Fairschultz, and William A. Pels. London and New York, Verso Books, 149-153. Marcuse, Herbert. 1958. Preface. In Dunayevskaya 2000, XX, XXV. Marx, Karl. 1975. Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts of 1844. In Marx Engels Collected Works, Volume 3. New York, International Publishers. McAdams, A. James. 2017. Vanguard of the Revolution, The Global Idea of the Communist Party. Princeton, Princeton University Press. Poggeler, Otto. 1961. Zur Deutung der Phänomenologie des Geistes. In Hegel Study N, Band 1, 255-294. Sato, Kahei. 2017. Karl Marx's Eco-Socialism, Capital, Nature, and the Unist Critique of Political Economy. New York, Monthly Review Press. Part 2. Gender, Race, and Revolution. Chapter 5. Raya Dunayevskaya's Marx. Adrian Rich. Raya Dunayevskaya was a major thinker in the history of Marxism and of women's liberation, one of the longest continuously active woman revolutionaries of the 20th century. One in Earth's intellectual and political independence, her life and work deed many mind-numbing labels that self-described conservatives, liberals, and radicals have applied to voices for political and social change. Born in 1910, between two revolutions, she said of her beginnings. I come from Russia 1917, and the ghettos of Chicago, where IRST saw a black person. The reason that I'm starting that way, it happens to be true, but the reason that I'm starting that way is that I was illiterate. U. Adrian Rich, deceased. This chapter has been reprinted with permission from Raya Dunayevskaya's Marx, in Arts of the Possible, Essays and Conversations by Adrian Rich. Used by permission of W. W. Norton and Company. This selection may not be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means without the prior written permission of the publisher. A. Rich. Santa Cruz, CA, USA. No, you're born in a border town. There's a revolution, there's a counter-revolution, there's anti-Semitism. You know nothing, but experience a lot. That is, you don't know that you're a revolutionary, but you're opposed to everything. Now, how does it happen that an illiterate person, who certainly didn't know Lenin and Trotsky, who as a child had never seen a black, had begun to develop all the revolutionary ideas to be called Marxist humanism in the 1950s? It isn't personal whatsoever. If you live when an idea is born, and a great revolution in the world is born, it doesn't make any difference where you are, that becomes the next stage of development of humanity. Dunayevskaya was using her own early life to illustrate a core theme of her writing, the inseparability of experience and revolutionary thinking, the falseness of the opposition between philosophy and actuality. Her readings of past history and contemporary politics were drenched in the conviction that while thinking and action are not the same, they must continually redress and renew each other. For the spontaneous responses of a Russian Jewish girl, growing up in a climate of revolution, brought at the age of 12 to the Jewish ghetto in Chicago, to become the ongoing catalyst for a lifetime's commitment to human freedom, required a structuring of her experience that Marx's theory was soon to provide her. She was to become not just literate, but learned in philosophy and history, and here again labels fail us, since for Dunayevskaya philosophy was the making of history, the envisioning of the day after, the creation of a new society. At the same time, her political activities are st among black activists, then with the West Virginia miners' strike of 1949 to 1950, and so on into the women's liberation movement of the past 2 decades set her on a lifelong path of both participating in and reacting on mass movements. The separation willed or unaware of intellectuals from the people they theorize about, the estrangement of self-styled vanguards and their correct lines from actual people's needs and aspirations, is hardly news. Dunayevskaya tried, in the very structure of her life and writings, to show us a different method. What does it look like when, as part of a movement, we try to think along with the human forces newly pushing forth, in ever-changing forms and with ever-different faces? How can we conceptualize a miners' strike, a poor people's march, a ghetto revolt, a women's demonstration both as spontaneous activity and as the embodiment of 93. New ideas not yet perhaps written down except in rain-blurred years about power, resources, control of the products of one's labor, the ability to live humanly among other humans? How do we extract new kinds of reason or idea from the activities of new passions and new forces without losing continuity with past struggles for freedom? How do we think clearly in times of great turmoil, revolution, or counter-revolution without resorting to a party line based only on past dogma or on internecine graspings for power? How do we create a philosophy of revolution that itself helps make revolution possible? The American Communist Party was to lose its way among such questions. Dunayevskaya's way of grounding herself was to turn to Marx. Not, I should emphasize, as a turning backward but as rescuing for the present a legacy she saw as still unclaimed, having been diminished, distorted, and betrayed by post-Marx Marxists and the emerging communist states. But she didn't simply turn to Marx, or to Hegel, as texts. Her work, including Rosa Luxemburg, is an explication of the fullness of Marx's thought as she came to live it, in living through the liberation movements of her own era. She translated Marx, interpreted Marx, tied together fragments of Marx scattered in post-Marxist schisms, refused to leave Marx enshrined as dead text, ill-read, or relegated to the dustbin of history. It was Marx's humanism above all that she felt had never been adequately understood, in particular his recognition of what she called the black and women's dimensions, but more largely as he sought not merely the overthrow of capitalism but a vision of revolution in permanence, a dynamically unfolding society in which the human individual could freely develop and express her or his creativity, not a static communist utopia but an evolving human community. I come out of a strain of feminism that saw itself as a leap forward out of Marxism, leaving the male left behind, and for which a term like Marxist humanism would, in the late 60s and early 70s, have sounded like a funeral knell. A major problem was to break from a paradigm of class struggle that erased women's labor except in the paid workplace, and also from a humanist false universal deriving from the European Renaissance glorification of the male. Radical feminists were of necessity concerned with keeping the political focus on women because in every other focus race, class, nation women had gotten lost, put 94 down, marginalized. In addition, we were getting a dogma of class as the primary oppression, capitalism as the single source of all oppressions. We insisted that women were, if not a class, a caste, if not a caste, an oppressed group as women within oppressed groups and within the middle and ruling classes. And, as Dunayevskaya is quick to point out, the women's liberation movement that burst onto the historic scene in the mid-1960s was like nothing seen before in all its many appearances throughout history. Its most unique feature was that, surprisingly, not only did it come out of the left but it was directed, against it, and not from the right, but from within the left itself. It's clear how eagerly she welcomed this new force as it sent shockwaves through radical group after radical group, starting with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee in 1965. but although her own thinking was obviously incited and nourished by the contemporary women's liberation movement, she had, even in the 40s, recognized the woman dimension, and one of her earliest essays in women's liberation and the dialectics of revolution is an account of organizing by miners' wives in the 1949–1950 automation strikes in West Virginia. Dunayevskaya recognized women not just as revolutionary force but also as reason, as initiators, thinkers, strategists, creators of the new. The RST thing to strike a reader, ranging through Dunayevskaya's books, is the vitality, combativeness, relish, impatience of her voice. Hers is not the prose of a disembodied intellectual. She argues, she challenges, she urges on, she expostulates. Her essays have the spontaneity of an extemporaneous speech or of a notebook. You can hear her thinking aloud. She has a prevailing sense of ideas as flesh and blood, of the individual thinker, limited by her or his individuality yet carrying on a conversation in the world. The thought of the philosopher is a product of what she or he has lived through. Marxism and Freedom is a history of the process of Marx's thought, as it evolved out of 18th-century philosophy and Hegel's dialectic through the mass political movements of the 19th century, as it became adapted and moded by Engels, Trotsky, and Lenin and, Nally, in Dunayevskaya's words, totally perverted by Stalin. She traced the shift from Marx's idea of a workers' state with no separation of manual and mental labor, to Lenin's failed attempt to create a workers' state, to Stalin's creation of a corporate totalitarian state run by the Communist Party which she deems as counter-revolution. She saw, in the East. 95. German workers' strike of 1953 and the Hungarian Revolution of 1956, evidence of a continuing revolutionary spirit in Eastern Europe. She ends the RST edition of Marxism and Freedom with the Montgomery bus boycott as a spontaneous movement kept within the hands of black people. In Marxism and Freedom, Dunayevskaya grapples, in the face of the Stalinist legacy, with the question, what happens after? What happens when the old oppression has been successfully resisted and overthrown? What turns revolutionary leaders into tyrants? Why did the Russian Revolution turn backward on itself? How do we make the continuing revolution the revolution in permanence in which this cannot happen? She is passionate about the movement from theory to practice and from practice to theory as a living process, and about the necessity for new voices speaking for their own freedom to be heard and listened to, if a movement is to keep on moving. She had the capacity, rare in people learned in Western philosophy and theory including Marxists, to respect and learn from other kinds of thinking and other modes of expression, those of the Third World, of ordinary militant women, of working people who are perfectly aware that theirs is alienated labor and know how to say that without political indoctrination. Maybe Dunayevskaya would claim she originally learned this from Marx. Marxism and Freedom has as its focus the movement from practice to theory. Dunayevskaya writes of the shaping impact of American slavery and the Civil War on Marx's thought when he was writing Capital. She acknowledges the Unist legacy of Reconstruction and recognizes the acute significance of the Montgomery bus boycott, the black dimension. Women's liberation is not yet a focus, although already in the 50s, long before Marxism and Freedom was written, Dunayevskaya was keenly attuned to women's leadership and presence both within and outside radical groups. In The Miners' Wives she notes that while the press depicted the women as bravely going along with the strike, they were in fact activists, sometimes pushing the men. In a long unpublished essay of 1953, she sharply criticizes the Socialist Workers' Party for failing to recognize that the women who had streamed by the millions into factories in the United States during World War II were a concrete revolutionary force searching for a total reorganization of society. By continuing her revolt daily at home, the women were giving a new dimension to politics. Perhaps it's not by mere oversight that this essay remained. 96. So long unpublished. In it Dunayevskaya makes clear that the equality of some women as leaders within the party did not extend to any real recognition of women as a major social force. Possibly her own consciousness of women, though keen, received only negative responses in the organization of which she was then a part. but her entire life was a demonstration of woman as force and reason, activist and thinker. Philosophy and Revolution retraces some of the history of philosophy in Marxism and freedom, moving on from there to discuss the Cuban Revolution and the student and youth uprisings of the 60s, along with the emergence of the women's liberation movement. This work feels until the last chapter less dynamic and more laborious, more like a political philosophy textbook. But in both books, Dunayevskaya is on a very specific mission, to rescue Marx's Marxism from the theoretical and organizational systems attributed to him, to reclaim his ideas from what has been served up as Marxism in Eastern Europe, China, Cuba, and among Western intellectuals. She insists that you cannot sever Marx's economics from his humanism. Humanism here meaning the self-emancipation of human beings necessarily from the capitalist mode of production, but not only from that. The failure of the Russian revolutions to continue as revolution in permanence, their disintegration into a system of forced labor camps and political prisons, was the shock that sent Dunayevskaya back to the original form of the humanism of Marx, translating his early humanist essays herself because the official Moscow publication is marred by footnotes which flagrantly violate Marx's content and intent. Marxism is a theory of liberation or it is nothing. But she refuses to rebury Marx as humanist, shorn of his economics. Rosa Luxemburg is much more than a philosophical biography. But that it certainly is, a sympathetic yet critical account of Luxemburg as woman, thinker, organizer, revolutionist. A central chapter is devoted to Marx and Luxemburg as theorists of capital, dissecting Luxemburg's critique of Marx in her accumulation of capital. Dunayevskaya dissents at many points from Luxemburg's effort to fool, as she saw it, Marx's unionist work. But beyond the economic debate, Dunayevskaya asserts that Luxemburg, despite her eloquent writings on imperialism, never saw the potential for revolution in the colonized people of color in what is now called the Third World, and, despite the centrality of women to her anti-militarist work, never saw beyond the purely economic class struggle, where Marx had seen new forces and new passions spring up. 97. In the bosom of society as capitalism declined, Luxemburg saw only the suffering masses under imperialism. Luxemburg was a reluctant feminist who was galled in a most personal form by the woman question, but, just as she had learned to live with an underlying anti-Semitism in the party, so she learned to live with male chauvinism. In particular, she lived with it in the gore of August Bebel, a self-proclaimed feminist who wrote of her wretched female squirts of poison, and Victor Adler, who called her the poisonous bitch, clever as a monkey. However, when she was arrested in 1915, it was on the eve of organizing an international women's anti-war conference with Clara Zetkin. Of their relationship, Dunayevskaya says, far from Luxemburg having no interest in the so-called woman question, and far from Zetkin having no interest outside of that question, both of them were determined to build a women's liberation movement that concentrated not only on organizing women workers but on having them develop as leaders, as decision-makers, and as independent Marxist revolutionaries. In fact, from 1902 on, Luxemburg had been writing and speaking on the emancipation of women and on women's suffrage. In 1911 she wrote to her friend Louise Koskai, "Are you coming for the women's conference? Just imagine, I have become a feminist." She debated Bebel and Koskai over the woman question, and broke with Koskai in 1911, yet, in her short and brutally ended life, feminism and proletarian revolution never became integrated. Dunayevskaya is critical of Luxemburg but also impatient with present-day feminists who want to write her off. In Luxemburg, Dunayevskaya portrays a brilliant, brave, and independent woman, passionately internationalist and anti-war, a believer in the people's spontaneity in the cause of freedom, a woman who saw herself as Marx's philosophical heir, who refused the efforts of her lover and other men to discourage her from full participation in making history because she was a woman. But the biography does not stop here. The book opens into a structure generated, as Dunayevskaya tells us, by three events: the resurgence of the women's liberation movement out of the left, the publication for the RST time of Marx's last writings, the ethnological notebooks, and the global national liberation movements of the 70s that demonstrated to her that Marxism continues to have meaning as a philosophy of revolution. Luxemburg's life and thought become a kind of jumping-off point into the present and future, what she saw and didn't see, her limitations as well as her understanding. We 98 can learn from her mistakes, says Dunayevskaya, as she begins developing the themes she would pursue in women's liberation and the dialectics of revolution. In this 30-year collection of essays, interviews, letters, lectures, you see Dunayevskaya going at her central ideas in many different ways. Agree or not with her analysis here, her interpretation there, these working papers are some of the most tingling, invigorating writing since the early days of women's liberation, when writing and organizing most often went hand in hand. In her irresistible depiction of women in movement, across the world and through history, Dunayevskaya really does hold to an international perspective. She chides and criticizes Simone de Beauvoir, Sheila Robotham, Gerda Lerner, she praises Wuthering Heights, A Room of One's Own, the three Marias of the New Portuguese Letters, the poetry of Gwendolyn Brooks and Audre Lorde. She says Natalia Trotsky went further than Trotsky. She chastises Engels for diluting and distorting Marx, and post-Marxists and feminists for accepting Engels's Origins of the Family as Marx's word on women and men. Her quarrel with the Western post-Marxists is that they've taken parts of Marx for the whole, and that what has been left out is crucial in our time. Her quarrel with the women's movement is that feminists have jettisoned Marx because he was a man, or have believed the post-Marxists without looking into Marx for themselves. She insists that Marx's philosophy, far from being a closed and autocratic system, is open-ended, so that in each age, he becomes more alive than in the age before. That Marx was himself extraordinarily open to other voices than those of European males. But why do we need Marx, anyway? Dunayevskaya believes he is the only philosopher of total revolution, the revolution that will touch and transform all human relationships, that is never-ending, revolution in permanence. Permanence not as a party-led state that has found all the answers, but as a society all of whose people participate in both government and production, and in which the division between manual and mental labor will be ended. We need such a philosophy as grounding for organizing, since, as she says in Rosa Luxemburg, without a philosophy of revolution, activism spends itself in mere anti-imperialism and anti-capitalism, without ever revealing what it is for. Dunayevskaya bases her claims for Marx on her reading of his entire work, but attaches special importance to the ethnological notebooks as showing that at the very end of his life, as in his early writings, he was concerned with humanism, not simply class struggle, but with the values and structures of pre-capitalist, non-European societies and the relationship of the sexes in those societies. In these manuscripts, jotted between 1881 and 1882, Marx reviewed the anthropological ethnological writings of Lewis Henry Morgan, John Budfear, Henry Maine, and John Lubbock. And indeed, as I read the notebooks, Marx seems to be on a search for how gender has been structured in pre-capitalist, tribal societies. Marx didn't go along with the ethnologists in their denitions of the savage as measured against the civilized. Capitalism doesn't mean progress, the civilized are also the damaged. He saw civilization as a divided condition, human subjectivity divided against itself by the division of labor, but also divided from nature. He was critical of Morgan for ignoring white genocide and ethnocide against the American Indians, of fierce condescension toward Bengali culture, and of the ethnocentricity of the ethnographers in general. But neither did Marx idealize egalitarian communal society. He saw that the elements of oppression in general, and of woman in particular, arose from within primitive communism, and not only related to change from matriarchy, but began with the establishment of ranks relationship of chief to mass and the economic interests that accompanied it. He watched closely how the family evolved into an economic unit, within which were the seeds of slavery and serfdom, how tribal conflict and conquest also led toward slavery and the acquisition of property. But where Engels posited the world historic defeat of the female sex, Dunayevskaya notes that Marx saw the resistance of the women in every revolution, not simply how they were disempowered by the development of patriarchy and by European invasion and colonization. The ethnological notebooks are crucial in Dunayevskaya's eyes because they show Marx at a point in his life where his idea of revolution was becoming even more comprehensive. The colonialism that evolved out of capitalism forced him to return to pre-colonial societies to study human relations and to see the possibility of new human relations, not as they might come through a mere updating of primitive communism's equality of the sexes, but as Marx sensed they would burst forth from a new type of revolution. Dunayevskaya vehemently opposes the notion that Marx's Marxism means that class struggle is primary or that racism and male supremacism 100 will end when capitalism falls. What happens after, she says, is the question we have to be asking all along. And this, she sees in the women's liberation movement, both women of color and white women have insisted on asking. And, indeed, what is Nally so beautiful and compelling about the Marx she shows us is his resistance to all stagnant ways of being, the deep apprehension of motion and transformation as principles of thought and of human process, the mind-weaving dialectical shuttle eight in the loom of human activity. Raya Dunayevskaya caught from Marx, met it with her own brought to the events of her lifetime a revitalized, refocused Marxism. Her writings, with all their passion, energy, wit, and learning, may read awkwardly at times because she is really writing against the grain of how many readers have learned to think, to separate disciplines and genres, theory from practice. She's trying to think, and write, the revolution in the revolution. Anyone who has tried to do this, in any medium, knows that the effect is not smooth or seamless. Rosa Luxemburg may not tee the expectations of many readers schooled in leftist, feminist, or academic thought. It is, RST of all, not a conventional biography but rather the history and critique of a thinking woman's mind. It supplies no anecdotes of Luxemburg's childhood, no dramatic version of her assassination. It does, however, explore the question of how Luxemburg's sexual and political relationship with Leo Jogi expressed itself both in intimate letters and in her theory. But Luxemburg's central relationships, in Dunayevskaya's eyes, were her intellectual relationship with the work of Marx as she understood it and the relationship of her whole self to the revolution. Most biographers of women still fail to recognize that a woman's central relationship can be to her work, even as lovers come and go. And Dunayevskaya doesn't end the book with Luxemburg's death, because she doesn't see that death as an ending. She goes on to throw out lines of thinking for the future, lines that pass through Luxemburg's rigueur but don't niche with the woman who joyfully hold life on the scales of destiny. No one knows where the end of suffering will begin, writes Nadine Gordimer about the 1976 Soweto school children's uprising in her novel Berger's Daughter. In her 1982 essay Living in the Interregnum, she muses about the sources of art and goes on, it is from there, in the depths of being, that the most important intuition of revolutionary faith comes, the people know what to do, before the leaders. 101. Dunayevskaya concludes. It isn't because we are any smarter that we can see so much more than other post-Marx Marxists. Rather, it is because of the maturity of our age. It is true that other post-Marx Marxists have rested on a truncated Marxism. It is equally true that no other generation could have seen the problematic of our age, much less solve our problems. Only live human beings can recreate the revolutionary dialectic forever anew. And these live human beings must do so in theory as well as in practice. It is not a question only of meeting the challenge from practice, but of being able to meet the challenge from the self-development of the idea, and of deepening theory to the point where it reaches Marx's concept of the philosophy of revolution in permanence. And this work is indeed going on. Chicana lesbian feminist poet, activist, and theorist Gloria Anzaldúa writes, in 1990. What does being a thinking subject, an intellectual, mean for women of color from working class origins? It means being concerned about the ways knowledges are invented. It means continually challenging institutionalized discourses. It means being suspicious of the dominant culture's interpretation of our experience, of the way they read us. Theory produces effects that change people and the way they perceive the world. Thus we need theories that will enable us to interpret what happens in the world, that will explain how and why we relate to certain people in specific ways, that will read what goes on between inner, outer, and peripheral is within a person and between the personal is and the collective we of our ethnic communities. Necesitamos theories that will rewrite history using race, class, gender, and ethnicity as categories of analysis, theories that cross borders, that blur boundaries. We need theories that point out ways to maneuver between our particular experiences and the necessity of forming our own categories and theoretical models for the patterns we uncover. And we need to end practical applications for those theories. We need to give up the notion that there is a correct way to write theory. It's made so difficult, under the prevailing conditions of capital-shaped priorities, male supremacism, racism, militarism, to envision that revolution without an end to which Dunayevskaya devoted her life. Most of us, even in our imaginations, settle for less. Living under these conditions, we can lose sight of the fact that we live human beings are where it all. 102. Must begin lose sight even to the point of denying the degree to which we are suffering. At certain moments, if we're lucky, we touch the experience, the ash, of how it would feel to be free. Raya Dunayevskaya clearly never let go of her experiences of the fullness of being human, of how it would feel, and she wanted that experience to be the normal experience of every human being everywhere. Chapter 6. Women as Force and Reason, Dunayevskaya. Marx, and Revolutionary Subjectivity. Heather A. Brown. We live in an era of counter-revolution. From ecological concerns, to neo-imperialist war, to increasing restrictions on women's rights and the rights of minorities, politically and socially, the clock has been rolled back throughout the world. In short, this is a world that seems foreign to the optimism of Marx's predictions of an end to capitalism and of full democratic control of political and economic life by the producing class. However, much of Raya Dunayevskaya's work, which reinterprets Marx's ideas for the crises of her time, points to precisely the relevance of Marx and his ideas of permanent revolution. More importantly, Dunayevskaya goes beyond Marx, creatively applying these insights to the 20th century world where counter-revolution seemed to be the order of the day, and yet where she discerned aspects of revolutionary consciousness. Despite writing in an era that is long over with the end of statist communism in Russia and Eastern Europe. Department of Political Science, Westfield State University, Westfield, MA, USA. Email, brown@westfield.ma.edu. Market reforms and severe exploitation of workers, among other things, her efforts to rethink Marx for the Cold War period suggests to the contemporary reader how to carry out a similar project for today. Truly listening to and interpreting the voices from below calling for fundamental social change is just as significant today as it was at her death over 30 years ago. Moreover, having a vision for what comes after the revolution to overthrow capitalism is also essential to building a truly inclusive, non-racist, non-sexist society. What is perhaps one of the most significant aspects of Dunayevskaya's work is her emphasis on the need to continually deepen the nature of revolutionary action. This can only be done when those on the margins of society are treated as true revolutionary subjects and theoreticians in their own right. Following Marx and his theory of permanent revolution, Dunayevskaya put forward a concept of women as revolutionary subjects who engaged both in revolutionary action and in theorizing for positive change. She illustrated how women behaved as both force and reason in the struggle surrounding the abolitionist movement and in various pre-capitalist societies. From these examples, and her lifelong project of remaining tuned into the radical movements of her time, she provides an important method for understanding and overcoming gender oppression as it manifests today. Marx and Permanent Revolution. In 1850, following the defeat of the revolutions of 1848, Marx pointed to the fact that a new era was upon them. This would call for a new understanding of the party. In an era of counter-revolution that was marked by significant political repression, the next revolution would not come easily. Instead, it would be necessary to rethink exactly what a democratic revolution might look like when bourgeois democracy was far from being up to the task of creating institutions that could bring true economic and political liberation. The relation of the Revolutionary Workers' Party to the petty bourgeois Democrats is this: it marches together with them against the faction which it aims at overthrowing, it opposes them in everything whereby they seek to consolidate their position in their own interests. 105. Here, Marx suggests that the working class needs to be strategic concerning how it deals with the bourgeoisie. Certainly, in its battles with the feudal aristocracy, it was the more progressive group, but it still had its own interests to look out for, and these were often far from the interests of the working class. Thus, for purposes of liberation, the workers needed to align with those groups that shared their interests and oppose those that did not. This required that the workers not only knew what they were opposing but also that they envisioned what the new society itself must contain. Marx seems to be arguing that the workers themselves would have to be theoreticians, or at the very least that theoreticians would have to truly listen to the ideas and needs of the working class. This was far from the only time that Marx would use the concept of revolution in permanence, even though the phrase itself was used in his work just on this occasion. Dunayevskaya singles out a number of instances where Marx appropriates the activity of various oppressed groups in his own studies of capitalism and pre-capitalist societies. For Marx, the nodal points of a serious revolutionary theory are rooted in self-activity of the masses who make the revolution, and the leadership singling out of those live forces of revolution, not only as force, but reason. Whether in Capital, his writings on the political issues of the day, or his notebooks on pre-capitalist societies, Dunayevskaya notes how Marx singles out women as active subjects who influence society in general and initiate efforts to bring about social change. He was forever transforming historic narrative into historic reason. That is the dialectic of Marx's seeing, not merely the statistics he had amassed, but the live men and women reshaping history. Dunayevskaya borrowed this method from Marx, and creatively reread history and the current events of her day to point out how women were important theorists of revolution. Revolution in permanence. From practice to theory. Dunayevskaya often honed in on those instances where women and other oppressed minorities worked to further the revolutionary movement, by pointing to the inconsistencies in theory and practice engaged in by others in the movement, and demonstrating how it has often been oppressed. 106. Groups that have been the true leaders of many political and social movements. Perhaps one of the most significant examples of this can be found in the abolitionist movement in the U.S., where often blacks and women led the way to expand the vision of a possible new society. Dunayevskaya consistently focuses on how the revolt of one oppressed group enables others to see their own oppressed state. In the case of the institution of slavery in the U.S., Dunayevskaya points out that it was the leadership role of black women that encouraged white women to push for greater rights in their own spheres. While the Sojourner Truths and Harriet Tubmans were speakers, generals, leaders, white women, mainly the ones who arranged picnics, raised the money, and in every way were subordinate to the male abolitionist leaders. Although one could perhaps read this as discounting the traditional role of white middle-class women in progressive movements as doing only the seemingly less important work of providing food and serving the needs of male leaders, Dunayevskaya's point seems to be quite different on at least two fronts. She certainly does not go out of her way to value the traditionally female tasks discussed here, but instead points to the constraining nature of these activities from the perspective of the women involved. First, she points to black women as leaders, something that is rarely done when discussing the abolitionist movement, which has often tended to focus on the work of white men and women. She takes this point further by arguing that when the white middle-class women saw the black women being and acting as leaders of the Underground Railway, the white women decided to be more than handmaidens. The suffragist movement arose out of the abolitionist movement. It was the bravery and action of black women like Sojourner Truth and Harriet Tubman that led many white women to question the patriarchal ideology which kept them out of politics and public life more generally. To Dunayevskaya, all of this illustrated the importance of the human drive for freedom and how the struggles of one group can reveal to others the binding nature of their own chains. Moreover, it illustrated how the struggle for freedom can take particularized forms. While the essence of freedom is universal, there is no such thing as black history that is not also white history. There is no such thing as woman's history that is not the actual history of humanity's struggle toward freedom. 107. Second, Dunayevskaya moves on to discuss the nature of a modern feminism that does not seek to challenge the alienation present in contemporary society, but only seeks to reinscribe it in new forms. For these feminists, women are deemed to be free when they can choose to dress as they wish and buy whichever commodities they wish to buy. Rejecting this notion, Dunayevskaya critically opines, today we must face those degrading TV commercials that try to sell us the idea that the hard-fought battle for equality has been met by our right to wear miniskirts and having our own brand of cigarettes. The only choice that we are offered is between committed forms of femininity that fortify the power not of the individual but of the commodity itself. In fact, Dunayevskaya elsewhere points to the way that Marx denounces the fetishized relations between commodities, where human relations under capitalism are so perverse that it is not appearance, that is indeed what they really are. Machine is master of man, not man of machine. For Dunayevskaya, the problem is that clothing, cigarettes, or any other commodities are the things denning femininity and not real human beings. Further, Dunayevskaya does not limit her critique to the position of women. Instead, she notes how the women's liberation movement of the 1960s and 1970s shows that men are also in a far from an ideal position. The young women feel that men, too, are alienated beings, and they want to be whole human beings. They have added to their own sense of world revolution that it be not only against the old exploitative system, but aim for a totally new society on truly human foundations. Again, the activity of others working for a better world shows the need for the universality of struggle against oppression and for something totally new. This reading of late 20th century gender politics is based both on a close study of Marx as well as of the historical events since his death which called for an expanded and deepened understanding of the dialectics of history. One place where Dunayevskaya draws on Marx and his views on the new society relative to the gender divide is in a passage from the 1844 manuscripts where Marx argues that the position of women in society may offer some kind of measure as to how far humanity has developed. Under capitalism, this relationship necessarily has some element of commodification associated with it, but both. 108. Marx and Dunayevskaya seek to go beyond this. As Dunayevskaya says of Marx, in his early humanist essays, he kept reiterating that so long as we talk only about different property forms, we will never get to new human relations, least of all the relationship of man to woman. Private property, Marx insisted, has made us so stupid that we only think about possessions. We are constantly substituting a to have for a to be. Thus, it was the alienating nature of work under capitalism that leads to a separation between individuals who become committed. We can only view other human beings on the basis of ownership or control, rather than seeing them for who they really are and valuing this. Dunayevskaya uses this passage from the 1844 manuscripts as a jumping-off point for illustrating how Marx sought to uproot all oppressive relations, including those involving gender and the family. Marx called for a revolution in permanence which would abolish and transcend all exploitative relations and see, in place of either the prot motive of capitalism or the state form of property in vulgar communism, the self-development of man, woman, and child with all of humanity in the process of the absolute movement of becoming. Marx would continuously point to a need to deepen the revolutionary movement and work to overthrow all forms of oppression. Dunayevskaya noted that Marx paid particular attention to the position of women, especially as he looked to those societies on the margins of capitalism. Women as subjects in pre-capitalist societies. Dunayevskaya is one of only a few scholars to take seriously Marx's notebooks on a number of contemporaneous studies on issues ranging from mathematics to ethnology and agricultural issues. Arguably the most fascinating and most overlooked of these notebooks are his ethnological notebooks from 1880 to 1882. These notebooks contain Marx's research and comments on a number of important ethnological works of the time. Perhaps the most famous of these, in part due to the emphasis that Engels placed on theme in his Origin of the Family, was Lewis Henry Morgan's Ancient Society. But Morgan is not the only scholar that Marx studied. In fact, Marx also took extensive notes on John Bud Fear, Henry Sumner Maine, John Lubbock, and Ludwig Lang. While Marx took up many issues beyond gender and the family, it is perhaps here that he made his most original and useful contributions to these topics. 109. Engels made his own attempt to take up the ideas of Morgan's Ancient Society in his Origin of the Family. Using Morgan's work, Engels argued that the introduction of private property brought about the end of matrilineal society and thus created the conditions in which gender oppression could arise. Since men became responsible for providing food for the clan, and because it was necessary to use heavy tools for this purpose, men gained power in terms of acquiring private property. Also, Engels stresses that with the development of the new form of the family, the pairing family, the paternity of children could be determined more easily. Finally, within these arrangements, the fathers of the children wanted to be sure to pass their property on to their own children. For Engels, these factors taken together led to the change from the matrilineal to the patrilineal determination of family, which led in turn to a significant change in social position of the women. The overthrow of mother right was the world historical defeat of the female sex. The man took command in the home also, the woman was degraded and reduced to servitude, she became the slave of his lust and a mere instrument for the production of children. This degraded position of woman, especially conspicuous among the Greeks of the heroic and still more of the classical age, has gradually been palliated and glossed over, and sometimes clothed in a milder form. In no sense has it been abolished. Women from this point forward would be subject to the oppression of men. Moreover, they had no subjectivity of their own, according to Engels, and would only be liberated with the end of private property and the introduction of communism. For Marx, women were not passive victims, and were not condemned to be completely subject to the will of men after the fall of matrilineal society, waiting for society to advance far enough to liberate them. This said, Marx saw that women did not have complete control over their lives. In fact, Marx frequently noted that while women's position in pre-capitalist societies was at times preferable to that in the Europe of his era, one should aim higher than these limited rights. Marx's analysis of women's position in these non-capitalist societies is something that has profound consequences both for understanding women's history and for efforts to overcome the current gender. 110. Counter-revolution that threatens to force at least some women from many of those spaces that have been open to them. This difference in the accounts of Engels and Marx is extremely important to socialist politics, given the fact that it is Engels's voice that has been dominant within Marxism as it relates to the intersectional oppressions of class and gender. Many feminists have been rightly critical of the economic determinism of Engels as the origin of the family, which leaves women necessarily in a state of oppression until after the overthrow of capitalism. One of the most important of these responses includes the claim that Engels's framework is relatively determinist and that this severely weakens his argument in the context of the position of women today. On the one hand, Engels is fairly clear that bringing women into the public sphere through their introduction to wage labor and the abolition of the bourgeois family would not be sufficient to emancipate them. It will be plain that the RST condition for the liberation of the wife is that this in turn demands that the characteristic of the monogamous family as the economic unit of society be abolished. On the other hand, there is no mechanism within his theory that can account for societal change other than in the abolition of the family following the destruction of capitalism. According to Engels, the abolition of the family will ultimately lead to the end of women's oppression, but he offers no specific theory of how this would come about. It seems as though he is arguing that because private property and patriarchy were born together, they would also fail together. However, as we have seen, both institutions are very adaptive and in fact, patriarchy can exist without capitalist relations. According to Michel Barrett, this becomes especially important because the introduction of women into the workforce has not abolished the patriarchal family and its oppressive relations. Despite Engels's prediction that the family among proletarians would be abolished in its oppressive form, this has not been the case. Because Engels focused so heavily on the factory system, he was unable to see that the oppression of women would not end, nor would their conditions even necessarily improve, with the further involvement of women in the workforce. Engels did not attend sufficiently to the amount of domestic work women have to do even when they go out to work full-time, and he certainly did not see how heavy the familial and household burden was and is on working-class women. Hence he ignored the factors that have continued. 111. To depress women's wages and keep them in part-time and insecure work, and he failed to appreciate the far-reaching effects of ideologies of what was appropriate as men's work and women's work. Thus, for Barrett, it was Engels's narrow focus on the oppressive nature of the monogamous family that was a serious problem with his work. Lisa Vogel brings up a related point. Vogel argues that Engels does not go far enough in his discussion of the means of reproduction of workers. Engels is right to make the distinction between the mode of production and the mode of reproduction, but he simply takes a very primitive distinction between natural and social phenomena to its logical conclusion. Therefore, the somewhat crude materialism that characterizes Engels's writings results in his leaving out important aspects of socialization. This constitutes a major flaw in his work. Marx, on the other hand, takes a more nuanced approach that allows for more discussion of these kinds of issues. For Vogel tends to connate the views of Marx and Engels, frequently pointing to similarities between statements made in The Origin of the Family and statements made in Marx's works without examining their differences. This was not the case in Dunayevskaya, where she made a sharp distinction between Marx and Engels in terms of their respective positions on women's oppression. Most significant for Dunayevskaya in this respect is Marx's multilinear theory of women's oppression in contrast to Engels's unilinear, monocausal formulation in The Origin of the Family. For Marx, the origins of women's oppression were much more complicated and began much earlier than the world historic defeat that Engels posited with the beginning of private property. Dunayevskaya writes, Marx drew no such unbridgeable gulf between primitive and civilized as Engels had. The pivotal point was that everything depends on the historical environment in which it occurs. In contrast to Engels's relatively uncritical account of early societies and their treatment of women, Marx saw the need to go beyond this still limited sense of freedom. A central part of Dunayevskaya's focus is on the degree to which Marx charts a dialectical course for the development of the family, one that includes significant evidence of women's subjectivity, even in the most 112 limited of circumstances. Marx regularly commented in his notes on the position of women before and after the colonial experience. What was crucial to Marx in seeing the great freedom of the Iroquois women was to show how great was the freedom the women had before American civilization destroyed the Indians. Indeed, it was true throughout the world that civilized nations took away the freedom of the women, as was true when British imperialism deprived the Irish women of many of their freedoms when they conquered Ireland. Marx's hatred of capitalism as he studied pre-capitalist societies grew more intense. Thus, it was not an issue of the progressive West showing the rest of the world its future. Instead, the West was taking away rights and freedoms of women in these supposedly primitive societies. Women's position in society varied on the basis of real conditions on the ground, not due to any abstract formulation of mode of production and familial superstructures, although these could certainly enhance the options available. As Marx sardonically noted when discussing how the leaders of early societies dealt with the change from mother to father right, innate casuistry. To change things by changing their names. And to end the loopholes for violating tradition while maintaining tradition, when direct interests supplied sufficient impulse. Tradition had to be made to service a new practice that was in the interest of a few at the expense of the others. As Dunayevskaya notes, Marx was not content with noting the sometimes elevated position of women in these pre-capitalist societies, however. While their position may have been better than that of the Victorian women of his day, it was far from ideal for both men and women in these societies. Marx demonstrated that, long before the dissolution of the primitive commune, there emerged the question of ranks within the egalitarian commune. It was the beginning of a transformation into opposite gens into caste. That is to say, within the egalitarian communal form arose elements of its opposite caste, aristocracy, and different material interests. Moreover, these were not successive stages, but coextensive within the communal form. 113. In contrast to Engels, Marx showed that the position of women at the dawn of class society was not due to any essentialist biological need of women for protection or based on a preference for monogamy, but instead was based on a real social struggle that extended beyond the man/woman question. As Marx and Engels had argued in the German ideology, slavery was latent in the family. Already as the family moved to reduce the partners available for marriage, men began buying and capturing women from other clans. These women were outsiders who did not have to be fully incorporated into the clan with similar rights. This paved the way for others to be brought into the clan on less equal terms and eventually led to rank being assigned in what was a once egalitarian group. 5. Thus, the position of women was intertwined with the structure of rank in the clans and eventually with the state as it began to gain power over clans and subsume much of the authority held by clan elders. However, their position varied based on the rank that they held and the social forces available to them at the time. As Dunayevskaya reads Marx in these notebooks, he continuously points to the continuing conflict within the family rather than to a long-term defeat of women. The point at all times is to stress a differentiation in the family, both when it is part of the gens and as it evolves out of the gens into another social form, at which point Marx again differentiates between the family in a society that already has a state and the family before the state emerged. The point at all times is to have a critical attitude to both biologism and uncritical evolutionism. This difference with Engels is significant not merely for understanding the history of pre-capitalist societies, but also points to the idea that women have always been actual and potential subjects who are often erased by those who write history. If women have always had a role to play in history, then there is no reason to wait until after the revolution to demand equality with men. In fact, as Marx is discussing the role of women in Greek society, he held that the Greek goddesses on Olympus were not just statues, but expressed myths of past glories that may, in fact, have reached at a previous stage, and/or expressed a desire for a very different future. Dunayevskaya again focuses on how Marx, even where women faced some of the harshest oppression, saw a yearning. 114. For a better future, if only in fictional representation. More importantly for today, these studies helped Marx to produce a positive view of what the future could look like based on critical analysis of the past. Marx envisioned a totally new man, a totally new woman, a totally new life form, in a word, a totally new society. Women as force and reason today. Raya Dunayevskaya's reading of Marx provides a number of openings for theorizing alternatives to the oppressive gender relations that we see throughout the world. Dunayevskaya reminds us to keep our eyes on the movements from below as they GHT against oppression in their own lives. Despite our differences, these struggles against what is, can prompt us to examine our objectives. Dunayevskaya learned from the LGBT movement of her time that you can't make your right to your own kind of love-making as if that is the answer for everyone. People want to have a conclusion on the question of love. What is love, whether it's physical, whether it's emotional, whether it's total, and all that sort of thing. But I don't think it's correct for us to try and solve it for others. I think what we have to do is to create the conditions for everyone to be able to experiment with choices, in love, in the family, and I don't think we'll really have those choices until we get rid of capitalism. This interview from 1984 leaps from the pages it was transcribed onto as if it were written to speak to the issues of today. From same-sex marriage, to reproductive rights, to the right to live without being sexually harassed or assaulted, radical movements are acting worldwide against the counter-revolutionary actions of conservatives that seek to turn the clock back. As women and LGBT individuals are again showing themselves as activists in their own particular causes, there is also a need to return to philosophy, and to unite the movement from practice with the movement from theory. Today's gender and sexual rights movements can move toward the role of acting as new passions and new forces for revolution only when theory and practice are combined into a dialectical whole. There is much work to do in terms of theorizing a positive alternative to capitalism. Women and non-traditional gender-conforming individuals throughout. 115. The world provide new avenues for inquiry as they say no to many of the most oppressive aspects of patriarchal capitalism. Dunayevskaya reminds us of the need to stand with these individuals in their opposition to the status quo and to assist in making concrete how a new society would organize gender relations. Theory can only be successful when it responds to real human needs. Only live human beings can recreate the revolutionary dialectic forever anew. And these live human beings must do so in theory as well as in practice. It is not a question only of meeting the challenge from practice, but of being able to meet the challenge from the self-development of the idea, and of deepening theory to the point where it reaches Marx's concept of the philosophy of revolution in permanence. It has become clear that state regulation of civil rights is not nearly enough to secure full emancipation for women and non-traditional gender-conforming individuals, as is indicated by a multinational debate over reproductive rights for women and transgender civil rights. As Marx points out, simple political equality is not tantamount to human emancipation. In fact, the abolition of a distinction must presuppose that the distinction actually exists. 6. This distinction is then alienated from the individual species being, the conception of belonging to a common humanity, as they have individual qualities that do not conform to the abstract individual of the classical liberal state. Therefore, the state ignores the difference of the individual in order to bring them into the community, since abstract equality demands abstractly equal individuals who will not be subject to any special treatment, whether it affects the individual positively or negatively, as it would necessarily lead to unequal treatment of such individuals by the state. 7. The individual is fractured into multiple parts where only the most abstract aspects of humanity are acknowledged by the state and by other human beings. One remains a citizen, but qualiers must always be added which can ultimately lead to a sort of second-class citizenship. For example, women are politically equal to men in the US but face discrimination on the job market, in the political sphere, and in terms of the right to control their own bodies, in part because they contain an identity that is not part of the abstract citizen that is recognized by the state. They have the capacity to produce new human life, something that is difficult, labor-intensive, and that can take away. 116. From the standard of what abstract civic duty or the employer-employee contract represents. In the liberal state, difference is acknowledged and alienated from the individual species being, leading to a separated public and private individual that must constantly GHT to retain the full rights seemingly granted with citizenship. Hence, the constant back and forth on civil rights for all the oppressed minority groups. It is necessary at this point to return to the issue of identity, this time from the perspective of what a new society might look like. Perhaps there is something that we can learn from reading Marx and Dunayevskaya in their discussions of gender from today's perspective, even if Marx's interest was likely far from supporting what would become the LGBT community or fundamental change in gender roles. In the same passage of the 1844 manuscripts that Dunayevskaya singles out as representing an important element of Marx's understanding of gender, he takes up in an extremely brief and abstract way, the progression of gender relations and how it illustrates progress toward the fully developed human being. The immediate, natural, and necessary relation of human being to human being is also the relation of man to woman. In these natural species relationship, the human being's relation to nature is directly his relation to the human being, and his relation to the human being is directly his relation to nature, to his own natural function. Thus, in this relation is sensuously revealed, reduced to an observable fact, the extent to which human nature has become nature for him. From this relationship humanity's whole level of development can be assessed. It follows from the character of this relationship how far the human being has become, and has understood himself as, a species being a human being. The relation of man to woman is the most natural relation of human being to human being. It indicates, therefore, how far the human being's natural behavior has become human, and how far his human essence has become a natural essence for him, how far his human nature has become nature for him. It also shows how far the human being's needs have become human needs, and consequently how far the other person, as a person, has become one of his needs, and to what extent he is in his individual existence at the same time a social being. Of particular note here is how Marx moves from the abstract universal the unmediated, natural human understanding of species. 117. Being where survival and thus reproduction is the primary link between individuals to the concrete universal where every human being regardless of gender are both beings for themselves and for others, i.e., individuals are valued both in terms of who they are and what they can become as well as being a representative of the species being for others. In order for human beings to develop in this way, it is necessary that we become true individuals, detached from those primordial bonds with the community. As Marx notes later in the Grundrisse and elsewhere, this is part of the progressive element of capitalism. Today, however, this individualism has become an impediment to further progress toward gender equality. This is where the politics of difference comes in. Certainly, the ability to express one's gender identity without harsh social, political, and economic repercussions is important, but one can begin to wonder where the possibility for common ground between these identities comes in. However, even between the seemingly most different individuals, there is always some element of commonality. Marx, for example, points to many such commonalities in the 1844 manuscripts where he notes that as human beings, we are all suffering beings, i.e., there is something outside of ourselves that is necessary to our survival such as, the material necessities of life, love and companionship, recognition from others of our humanity, and physical and intellectual enrichment. While the way that we carry out these activities will necessarily vary, they all require a human community to be fooled. Moreover, it is this commonality of needs that provides the ground for difference to even be discussed. It is this commitment to difference qua difference on many sides of the debate that needs to be questioned. For example, in the US, it is now clear that same-sex marriage does not contain the full solution. Discrimination can and does come in various forms, whether a refusal to provide business services because of religious belief, bathroom policing, or even outright physical violence. Simply asserting identity and difference is not enough. Some commonality must be found. This is not a call for some abstract and unmediated unity, but instead for dialogue about these intersections among those committed to full human emancipation for all. While Marx was far from aweless on these issues, Dunayevskaya reminds us that his work seems to point in the direction of showing how changes in gender relations come about, and more importantly, how to work. 118. Toward such changes, citing him on the extremely difficult yet extremely important goal of create a new economic foundation for a higher form of the family and of relations between the sexes today. The battles over gender and sexual rights, equality and emancipation for all that we have witnessed in previous centuries, and up until today, are of great significance. Capital has opened up a great deal of space for the expression of difference on many fronts, but however important the expression of individuality is, it is nothing without the recognition of humanity within each individual. The struggle to come to terms with these multiple identities for all human beings throughout the world, regardless of their sex, gender, and sexuality, is one of the foremost challenges of our time. On these issues, Raya Dunayevskaya's work offers us a vantage point from which to interpret and overcome the challenges of our age. Chapter 7. Raya Dunayevskaya on Race, Resistance, and Revolutionary Humanism. Ndindi Katanga. The renewed interest in socialism in the United States today is propelled not only by a need for a new economic theory that can pull the masses out of capitalism's cruel hands but also the quest for developing a new society, one that is free from violence, alienation, and distorted human relations. In our present historical moment, this struggle reveals itself in the widespread resistances of people of color, who at every turn in history have dehumanization. How can we, in our current moment, move beyond the orthodox Marxist notion of creating economic programs to align with the dogmatic ideologies that have produced failed socialisms across the globe and inflicted suffering on so many. How should racialized and gendered forms of oppression be addressed in this work? The historical record shows that people of color are not willing to address economic questions outside of those related to their recognition and participation as full humans in society. The founder of the Marxist humanist tradition in the U.S., Raya Dunayevskaya, understood the significance of black liberation movements. N. Katanga, Los Angeles, USA, and those of other oppressed minorities, and made a case for returning to the totality of Marx's philosophy of liberation. She noted, "The unmasking of Western civilization's racism by its black dimension in revolutionary moments of mass upsurge makes imperative a most serious return, on this centenary of Marx's death, to his critical, revolutionary unmasking of Western civilization's capitalist foundations, also writing that the black dimension is crucial to the total uprooting of the existing, exploitative, racist, sexist society and the creation of new, truly human foundations." In her development of Marxist humanism, Dunayevskaya reclaims the concept of the politicization of philosophy. Because politicalization has, in the hands of the old left, meant vanguardism and program hatching, we have kept away from the very word. It is high time not to let the vanguard party to lead appropriate the word, politicalization. The return is to its original meaning in Marx's new continent of thought as the uprooting of the capitalist state, its withering away, so that new humanist forms like the Paris Commune, 1871, emerge. In Marxism and Freedom, from 1776 until today, Dunayevskaya applies the concept of the politicization of philosophy to reveal the revolutionary humanism of Marx through an analysis of his economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844. In these early manuscripts, Marx extends Hegel's dialectic to address material questions. He also demonstrates how the capitalist mode of production obscures human relations, reducing these relations to nothing more than relations between things. At the center of this mode of production is alienation, the alienation of humans to their work, to nature, to each other, and to themselves. For persons of color, this alienation occurs doubly, as both workers and as racialized beings. Without this understanding of the dual nature of alienation, we are left with a class reductionism that suggests that overthrowing capitalism without addressing other systems of domination will of itself lead to a classless, democratic, and free society. In Marxism and Freedom, and in successive works, Dunayevskaya does something else that the dogmatic Marxist left fails to do, namely, search out and identify the revolutionary subjects of the time, be they persons of color, women, or youth. As she tells us, Marxist humanism 123 checks before and after each movement from practice, also the movement from theory, and measures how we anticipated some of the events as well as created the fabric, the single dialectic in both subjectivity and objectivity. This chapter will, in this spirit, focus on the specific struggles of people of color, with a particular emphasis on the activities of black peoples. It will seek to show Dunayevskaya, through an exploration of her extensive writings, not only as an astute Marxist but also as a revolutionary humanist, with an enduring relevance for our times. Identity and the movements of black and brown masses. And I wish I knew how it would feel to be free. I wish I could break all the chains holding me. I wish you could know what it means to be me, then you'd see and agree that every man should be free. Sung by Nina Simone, written by Billy Taylor and Dick Dallas. Over the past 10 years, we have seen the rise of authoritarianism, state repression, and white supremacy all across the globe. As always, people of color tend to bear the brunt of these dehumanizing structures. Some of the structural issues black and brown populations are currently experiencing in the United States include overpolicing, police brutality, gentrification of already under-resourced communities, depressed wages, lowered health outcomes, and mass incarceration, to name a few. Movements like Black Lives Matter have been at the forefront not only of ending police violence, and the incarceration of black and brown people, but have also taken on issues such as mental health concerns, LGBTQ rights, and reproductive justice for people of color. The brutal 2014 murders of Eric Garner and Michael Brown at the hands of police mobilized the black masses around the cry "I can't breathe." A reference to Garner's last words as police manhandled him, cutting off his circulation and "We have nothing to lose but our chains." A phrase found in the Communist Manifesto but popularized by Assata Shakur in the 1970s. Throughout this decade, the United States public has been forcefully confronted with what many communities of color have long understood, namely, that their bodies are considered disposable in this society. A 2015 study by the Harvard Public Health Review confirms this, revealing that 124 black men are 3 times more likely to have a fatal encounter with the police as compared with white men. The same study also shows that there has been a sharp rise in such fatal incidents since the 1980s. Similar movements have developed among indigenous women in North America. Native American women suffer greatly from gendered violence and continue to be disappeared and murdered at very high rates. According to the Urban Indian Health Institute, murder is the 3rd leading cause of death among Native American women. Currently, grassroots movements are mobilizing to address the issues of missing and murdered indigenous women and girls through community watch groups, raising awareness, demanding visibility, and juridical recognition. Awareness raising might not seem like a revolutionary act, but it is of great importance in this case, especially since it is unclear how many women are missing, or whether they are even alive. Local governments have been reluctant to keep records or investigate these atrocities, prompting indigenous women to mobilize and demand to be heard. With this systematized, ongoing, and cruel dehumanization of black, brown, and red people, it is no wonder that we see the rise of identitarist or race-based revolutionary movements. These struggles often take the form of marginalized racial groups fighting for judicial protections and systemic changes to their material lives. These politics are also used to inspire pride, self-expression, and self-creativity for marginalized identities and draw upon similar aesthetics and attitudes that were prevalent in the consciousness-raising movements of the past. In this way, phrases like "I/we am/ are unapologetically black," are the "say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud," of today. Identity politics, or the politics of recognition, are sometimes viewed with suspicion by some on the Marxist left who remain interested in class RST solutions to the problems we experience under capitalism. The critics claim that these forms of identity politics undermine class solidarity in favor of neoliberal reforms and other individualist bourgeois freedoms. Understanding that the politics of recognition do not develop in a vacuum, Dunayevskaya did not reject these politics wholesale. In fact, and in a clear evocation of Hegelian concepts, she saw that it is clear that for the black masses, black consciousness, awareness of themselves as African Americans with their dual history and special pride, is a drive toward wholeness. Far from being a separation from the objective. 125. It means an end to the separation between objective and subjective. Not even the most elitist black has quite the same arrogant attitude as the white intellectual toward the worker, not to mention the prisoner. Dunayevskaya recognizes something that scholars like Kianga Yamada Taylor point to, that even the black elites in U.S. society cannot escape racialization. This is an important observation that the class reductionists are usually not able to make. Their fear of being derailed from struggling against a global class war prevents them from understanding how comparatively little power black and brown elites hold in a racist society. They also fail to realize that even the bourgeois black and brown classes are willing to GHT against racialized oppression and have historically done so. Indeed, almost all U.S. mainstream politicians of color at our present time are willing to proclaim, "Black Lives Matter." Concerning the issue of identity RST or race-based movements, Dunayevskaya rejects the idea that the black self-development of subjectivity is bourgeois. Over the span of her career, Dunayevskaya remained committed to understanding structural racism and its relationship to capital. She also followed the activities and self-development of people of color, particularly that of the black dimension in the United States. Determined always to get to the root of racial domination, she was consistently willing to take the class reductionist left, as well as the black bourgeois leadership, to task. It is important to state that Dunayevskaya does more than champion the rights of racialized minorities or simply explain how their oppression is connected to a larger class war. Through her dialectical exploration of history, she is able to demonstrate that not only are the United States black populations always at the forefront of liberation movements, but that no system of domination can eradicate the human desire to be free. In American Civilization on Trial, Black Masses as Vanguard, she wrote, at each turning point in history, anticipates the next stage of development of labor in its relationship with capital. Because of his dual oppression, it could not be otherwise. To make this claim, Dunayevskaya analyzed the creativity of abolitionists in relation to the slave revolts, black anti-imperial resistances during the turn of the 20th century, black labor battles of the Reconstruction era, the courageous actions of the Little Rock Nine in their quest to desegregate schools, and the black wildcat strikes in Detroit. Crucially, she saw 126. That many of the struggles she highlighted appeared to have no obvious or immediate class character. Dunayevskaya takes a special interest in the 1955 to 1956 Montgomery bus boycott, asserting that this struggle was as relevant and radical as the Hungarian Revolution that occurred the same year. She writes extensively not only on the relatedness of these movements but also on the underlying humanism that propels them. Dunayevskaya warned the left not to undermine the activities of the black masses and to learn from vibrant and radical movements and their potential to usher in a new humanist society. She wrote, above all, we hold fast to the one-worldness and the new humanist thinking of all oppressed, from the East German worker to the West Virginia miner, from the Hungarian revolutionary to the Montgomery bus boycotter, as well as from the North Carolina sit-inner to the African freedom fighter. The elements of the new society, submerged the world over by the might of capital, are emerging in all sorts of unexpected and unrelated places. What is missing is the unity of these movements from practice with the movement from theory into an overall philosophy that can form the foundation of a totally new social order. Huydes makes a case for creating what he describes as an intersectional historical materialism, i.e. a framework that works through the analysis of political economy but also reckons with issues of identity and the politics of recognition as they relate to current-day movements. An often relied upon concept for understanding how the politics of recognition operates can be found in Hegel's master-slave dialectic and his thoughts on the social contract found in his work Phenomenology of Spirit. For Hegel, one is admitted to a political community based on a form of social contract. To be included into the social contract is to be considered human. Fanon moves Hegel's dialectic beyond a struggle to the death, noting that the racialized subject cannot acquire recognition and inhabits the zone of non-being. Being outside of the social contract, people of color are never considered fully human. Fanon's work is growing in popularity in the United States as the variegated masses try to make sense of their particular struggles as racialized. 127. Beings. Some of the articulations we see are based on an incomplete interpretation of Fanon's work, focusing on his theories of recognition and the effects of racism on the psyches of the oppressed, but never arrive at his radical humanism, where he posits that it is possible to reach out for the universal, the creation of a human world, of reciprocal recognitions. Also lacking in this analysis is the revolutionary subjectivity of people of color over the centuries. More than anything, those who espouse these ideologies are able to carefully describe dehumanization of the racialized body but do not offer any liberatory way out of this plight. These kinds of politics sometimes overshadow the project of dismantling capitalism and overcoming other systems of domination. They can also live quite comfortably and, in fact, thrive within the neoliberal order, particularly if the groups seeking recognition limit their demands to matters of culture, inclusion, representation, or aesthetics. Dunayevskaya's work becomes very important here, not only because she recognized the revolutionary humanism of Fanon's anti-racist, anti-colonial philosophy, but also because she takes the activities of workers seriously. For her, theory and practice must be united. The actions of the proletariat create the possibility for the intellectual to work out theory. Her lifelong commitment to the struggles of both workers and marginalized peoples reveals that ordinary people always strive for emancipation regardless of what theoreticians say. While some articulations of Fanon's work by theorists ends in social death for racialized beings, Dunayevskaya asserts that human struggles against dehumanization always point to nothing short of a new humanism. Her position is very close to that of Fanon, who always points us to the creation of a new humanism in which humans will have achieved genuine mutual recognition. If we are to embrace the politics of recognition, they should not follow a dead end into various forms of social death or nihilism. As Fanon affirms, man is a yes that vibrates to cosmic harmonies. Black anti-imperial resistances. Njeri is an African woman. Her home is in Kenya, a country in East Africa which has been in the grip of civil war for almost 3 years. The civil war was started by the British authorities when they declared an emergency in October 1952 because the people of Kenya were trying to help themselves. 128. They want their rights as human beings which the minority of white settlers had taken from them. Njeri is a woman of about 53. Like Harriet Tubman during our own Civil War, she cannot read or write legibly. She is in a prison camp with about 9,000 other African women. She has been very badly treated and everybody thought she was going to die. This remarkable woman founded the RST Independent Women's Movement in East Africa. She started her work in 1940 when, independently of any man, she organized African women to establish, at the Kenya Teachers College, facilities for girls to equal those enjoyed by the boys. But there is more behind the African women's movement. It is not simply for equality with African men. It is for equality of Africans in relation to anyone else in the world. Njeri's story, and the story of the people of Kenya, is told by Mbiakoin Ange in The People of Kenya Speak for Themselves, which is dedicated to her. From the RST issue of News and Letters, June 1955. The African independence movements of the late 1950s and 1960s raised important questions about the kinds of human societies we would create after the revolution. While these revolutions mainly lay unished, they have many implications for our current struggles against neocolonialism. Dunayevskaya was quick to notice that these movements were a new page, in the dialectic of thought as well as in world history. Dunayevskaya also observed the class character of many of the freedom struggles, being careful to note that these struggles did not originate in the 1960s, but were, in fact, part of an ongoing resistance to European imperialism on the African continent. She particularly points to the 1905 Maji Maji Rebellion of Tanganyika, and to the 1945 general strike in Nigeria. Latemfa chronicles the events of this historic strike, noting that, the workers' communique said that, the situation can no longer be sustained. It gave a 1-month ultimatum emphasizing that not later than Thursday, June 21, 1945, the workers of Nigeria shall proceed to seek their own remedy with due regard to law and order on the one hand and starvation on the other unless their demands are met. There are many other examples that demonstrate that Africans were agentic and could organize against oppression without Western intervention. Dunayevskaya's work here is of great significance, particularly because she was writing at a time when the responses from the left concerning issues of colonialism in Africa tended to be somewhat anemic. 129. At a time when both white liberals and the Marxist left were leery of black consciousness-oriented liberation movements, Dunayevskaya supported the Pan-African and black consciousness struggles, understanding their revolutionary potential to emancipate not only black people but also to undermine the entire system of colonialism for the purpose of producing new, creative, and free humans. For Dunayevskaya, Africa and Africans were not lacking in self-creativity or the ability to theorize. In Africa today, When Dunayevskaya is asked to comment on humanism in relation to Gambia anti-colonial struggles, she writes, "They thought that they had an advantage in being the last in West Africa due to get freedom, for they hoped to unite thought and action instead of using Pan-Africanism as a mere umbrella to cover contending tendencies." So committed is Dunayevskaya to potential new humanisms emerging from the anti-colonial movements that she featured something about them in almost every issue of the Marxist humanist publication she founded, News and Letters. As aforementioned, Dunayevskaya considers Fanon to be an important revolutionary humanist who articulated a total philosophy, one that addresses the psycho-affective dimensions of domination, as well as material conditions, and is concerned with the total overthrowing of colonial subjugation in order to realize the creation of a new humanity. Dunayevskaya and her co-author and longtime colleague, the Black auto worker and News and Letters editor Charles Denby, consider Fanon's work to be not only a manifesto of the Third World, but a manifesto with global dimensions he called a new humanism. She shares Fanon's confidence in the theoretical and practical work of Africans struggling for independence over predetermined programs from the West, agreeing with his contention that combine our muscles and our brains in a new direction. Let us try to create the whole man, whom Europe has been incapable of bringing to triumphant birth. So important is Fanon to Dunayevskaya that she and other members of News and Letters committees go on to publish an important piece on his anti-colonialism and new humanism, France Fanon, Soweto and American Black Thought, in 1978, co-authored by Lou Turner and John Allen. In the introduction of this work, Denby and Dunayevskaya detail and comment on both the subjective and objective situation in South Africa, relating it to the black workers' struggles in the United States. 130. They take particular interest in the work of anti-apartheid activist and leader of the Black Consciousness Movement, Steve Biko. Denby would go on to write in his autobiography, "What both Fanon and Biko are saying is that the struggle for freedom has no national boundaries, and everywhere that you have a battle for human liberty helps the worldwide movement for freedom." The interrelatedness of the black struggle everywhere is an important theme that Dunayevskaya continued to revisit in her scholarship, here in an essay co-authored with Lou Turner and John Allen. What is crystal clear in the high intensity of the black dimension struggle, whether we are talking of labor, women, or youth, is that the post-World War II world manifests the presence of an unquenchable thirst for freedom. What the emergence of the Third World as a whole world has revealed is just how continuous are those freedom struggles. It is this movement from practice that is itself a form of theory which has been challenging revolutionary intellectual theoreticians to develop a new unity, a new relation, of theory to practice. In the 1986 edition of this book, written at a time that is hardly considered revolutionary, Dunayevskaya and her co-authors also look to the unwavering revolutionary activities of the U.S. black masses. They maintain the concept of black masses as vanguard when describing the little shorty's, very young youth who took to the streets during 3 black uprisings in Miami that erupted after the acquittal of 4 police officers who fatally assaulted a black man named Arthur Mdove. These events were barely acknowledged by the white Marxist left, given as their ostensible lack of relation to standard questions of class politics. We notice similar attitudes on the left today when it comes to issues of race. In this essay, Dunayevskaya and her co-authors also note the anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist rejection of Reaganism by U.S. blacks, thereby dismantling the narrative on the left that an increase in black elites was dulling consciousness among black populations. The fact was that, while some blacks experienced upward social mobility, many did not, and in fact continued to struggle materially. In their introduction to the RST edition of this pamphlet in 1978, Denby and Dunayevskaya maintained that the black masses in the U.S. remained in fact revolutionary over time. 131. Contrary to the reports in the white press, Black America's actual rejection of white capitalistic imperialistic exploitation, with or without black lackeys, is, at one and the same time, a time bomb that is sure to explode, and a time for thinking and readying for action. Later on, Dunayevskaya also points to the creativity and revolutionary spirit of the black dimension, noting, "Oh, grasp the black dimension is to learn a new language, the language of thought, Black thought. For many, this new language will be difficult because they are hard of hearing. Hard of hearing because they are not used to this type of thought, a language which is both a struggle for freedom and the thought of freedom. While the reactionary neoconservative politics of the Reagan years raged on, the black dimension held steadfast in their demands for total emancipation. Throughout the 1980s, Dunayevskaya continues to write about new Pan-Africanisms connecting black struggle everywhere. During this time, Dunayevskaya writes often about a renewed black American identification with Biko's black consciousness movement in South Africa and Fanon's anti-colonial thought. She also points to the participation of the black masses in anti-apartheid demonstrations in the U.S. and the complete rejection of U.S. imperialist investments in South Africa. While the anti-apartheid struggle was widely supported, the Western left mostly allied with the African National Congress and the South African Communist Party rather than the black consciousness movement or other more radical tendencies. Their analysis did not extend as far as that of Dunayevskaya, who understood that the black consciousness movement was not an expression of narrow nationalism, but a wider humanist struggle that could offer an anti-colonial liberatory framework. Across the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, Dunayevskaya continued to connect the liberation struggles in Africa to all other struggles of the time, always being careful to include the activities of youth, women, and workers. Her dedication to youth, in particular, is of great importance. Dunayevskaya relates the 1976 Youth Soweto uprising to the 1968 revolts of young people in Paris, dispelling the bourgeois liberal logic of the time that suggested that black youth could not theorize about their own conditions. Turning this argument on its head, Denby and Dunayevskaya praise the Soweto youth's desire for freedom, urging the U.S. left to pay attention and learn from their creativity and from the triangular development of ideas and actual achievement of liberation, not for history's sake, but as a preparation for the American Revolution to be. 132. While always committed to anti-colonial movements in Africa and the Caribbean, Dunayevskaya was not uncritical of the unionist revolutions of this era. There are many contradictions and questions to work out concerning the new independent African states of the 1950s to 70s that have yet to be explored. It is worth noting that not all of the revolutionary left supported the various African quests for independence on nationalistic terms, and instead asked for the colonial subject to abandon the aspiration for national identity for the sake of international solidarity and a commitment to the workers of the world. The question of eschewing one's national or local struggle for a collective international solidarity continues to plague the left. Dunayevskaya did not suffer from this affliction, sharing, as she did, Fanon's perspectives on transcending narrow nationalisms for a broader form of national consciousness. But if nationalism is not made explicit, if it is not enriched and deepened by a very rapid transformation into a consciousness of social and political needs, in other words into humanism, it leads up a blind alley. The bourgeois leaders of underdeveloped countries imprison national consciousness in sterile formalism. It is only when men and women are included on a vast scale in enlightened and fruitful work that form and body are given to that consciousness. Then the egg and the palace where sits the government cease to be the symbols of the nation. The nation deserts these brightly lit, empty shells and takes shelter in the country, where it is given life and dynamic power. The living expression of the nation is the moving consciousness of the whole of the people, it is the coherent, enlightened action of men and women. The collective building up of a destiny is the assumption of responsibility on the historical scale. Dunayevskaya also predicted a transformation into opposite when newly independent African states were faced with the task of self-governance and social and economic development after decades of being dispossessed and exploited by colonial powers. She also understood the pitfalls newly independent African nations needed to avoid, wondering, in 1959, if the new socialisms proposed by freedom fighters now turned heads of state could hide the old smell of exploitative capitalism. She acknowledged the challenges of new nation building, noting that of course, industrialization of Africa is a necessity. Of course, this cannot 133 be done outside of a relationship to technologically advanced industrial powers. but must the method be capitalistic? When the national independence struggles lead to incomplete freedom from colonial structures, new forms of nationalism that only served capital and its sergeants emerge. In many senses, the full project of anti-colonialism in Africa remains unished. Over some 4 decades of scholarship, Dunayevskaya continued to dialectically relate matters of neocolonialism, authoritarianism, class politics, and racism to struggles of black people internationally. She remains an important revolutionary humanist to engage with in light of our current anti-colonial struggles. Women of Color, Revolution, and Abolition Feminisms. Each generation of revolutionaries must theorize and act based on current conditions. One of the most pressing issues of the day in the United States is that of mass incarceration. The number of U.S. state and federal prisoners actually dropped in the tumultuous 1960s but began to rise steadily in the 1980s after disastrous policies such as the war on drugs, 3-strike rules for repeat offenders, and the passing of tough-on-crime legislation by conservative and also liberal local and state governments. To date, the United States houses 21% of the world's prisoners but only 4.3% of its population. While Black and Latinx adults make up 12 and 16% of the U.S. adult population respectively, they account for 33 and 23% of the people in prison. The overrepresentation of incarcerated Black and brown persons in our prisons is such that if these groups were incarcerated at the same rates as whites, the prison population would decrease by 40%. The growth of the for-profit prison industry since the 1980s adds an interesting layer to issues of mass incarceration. Most of the products needed in prisons are produced by workers in the global South, who are paid even less than the slavery wages prisoners receive here in the U.S. So, while mass incarceration is a United States concern, it has far-reaching global implications. Theorists and activists who challenge mass incarceration have rightfully termed this system the prison-industrial slavery complex. One framework socialist feminists of color are rallying. 134. Around presently is that of abolition feminism. Abolition feminism is an anti-capitalist framework with Marxist roots which seeks to not only dismantle the carceral state but also to project a new world. According to Maureen Mansfield, this framework invites us to consider the world we want, and how to organize to build it. Seeking a world beyond prisons, abolitionist feminism focuses our attention on developing stronger communities and bringing about gender, race, and economic justice. It encourages us to consider our approach systematically and collectively rather than individually. Abolitionist feminism asks us to consider the violence and harm caused by the state, as well as interpersonally, and seek alternative strategies for addressing these harms. While most of the U.S. prison population is male, the number of women, particularly women of color, in prisons has increased tremendously over the past 30 years. About 3 out of VE incarcerated women have children and 4 out of VE are victims of abuse. This abuse persists in prisons, with trans women in particular ending themselves the most vulnerable. Abolition feminism is perhaps the new revolutionary phase of the women's liberation movement, as it seeks to identify, understand, and uproot the PISC. It does so not only because of the gender violence and exploitation the PISC pushes onto women and their communities but also because prison is a most egregious manifestation of gender-based oppression. To be fair, there have been abolitionists as long as there has been any kind of enslavement of human beings in the United States. The women, mostly of color, engaged in this work regard it as more than simply the unished work of the women's liberation movement. It is tantamount to any anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, or anti-racist praxis. It is a matter of solidarity with all prisoners of the world. Dunayevskaya always carefully studied the activities of women's movements. She noticed the increasingly bourgeois character of some of the women's movements of the 1980s, which she accused of falling into the position of the existential other that considered man to be the enemy. She admonished those who would simply turn the other side of the coin for a woman-centered analysis that was no longer revolutionary or inclusive of the unique contributions of women of color. Having been not only a philosopher but also an activist in her own right, Dunayevskaya recognized the early work of black women like Harriet Tubman, who carried on despite the short-sighted black male leaders who refused to GHT for women's suffrage. 135. After the U.S. Civil War. Among them were prominent abolitionists like Frederick Douglass, who championed the GHT for what he called the Negro Hour of black male suffrage. Dunayevskaya was also present to witness and analyze the dynamics of the work of women of color, showing great admiration for the creativity and radical movements of women who struggled both against misogyny from within their organizations and from the racism of white women's movements. Over the course of her scholarship, Dunayevskaya examines the intersections of class, race, and gender as she writes about the activities of U.S. activists Fannie Lou Hamer and Gloria Richardson, Rosa Muki Bonaparte of East Timor, and women's groups in Nigeria and South Africa. Over time, some in feminist movements have become wary of Marxism, claiming that Marx himself had little to say about issues of gender. Always committed to the entirety of Marx's philosophy of revolution, Dunayevskaya points us to the humanist man/woman concept in the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, where he extended the concept of alienation to the man/woman relationship and to all life under capitalism. Throughout her scholarship, Dunayevskaya returned to Marx's manuscripts to theorize alienation, capitalism, and gender oppression. In Women's Liberation and the Dialectics of Revolution, Reaching for the Future, she noted that until we end the division between mental and manual labor, and every single society has been characterized by that, and it was even in primitive communism, we will not really have a new man, a new woman, a new child, a new society. From this, it follows that our feminist movements should not only be anti-capitalist but should also theorize ways to overcome gendered domination. Addressing issues of class, race, and sexuality presents an interesting task for women's movements. The slogan, "My feminism will be intersectional, or it will be bullshit," was born out of current-day feminist struggles. While intersectionality frameworks are not always revolutionary, they require that the oppressions that women and sexual minorities face to be understood as interlocking. White liberal feminist organizations of the day have set their sights on increasing representation for women in politics, dealing with harassment in places of work, and contesting prescribed gender roles. Needless to say, addressing these concerns does not in itself lead to the upsetting of capitalist social relations. The abolitionist feminist movement is currently taking the bourgeois feminists to task over 136. Their reliance on the carceral system. This approach certainly goes beyond liberal intersectional feminisms, as it is a framework interested in theoretically and practically taking hold of systems produced by patriarchy and capitalism and irreversibly changing them from the bottom up. Currently, liberals and radicals alike are organizing around exposing sexual assault, creating harassment-free spaces for women, and bringing abusive men to account as part of what is known as the #MeToo movement. For abolitionist feminists, the #MeToo movement is about addressing public and private forms of violence against women while simultaneously working to uproot the carceral state. This means addressing interpersonal and community violence through alternative means, taking on issues of social reproductive labor, examining the violence purveyed on humans by exploitation, poverty, disease, and by theorizing a world without prisons as we know them. Because carceral violence mostly harms women of color and sexual minorities, transcending the bourgeois family structure which locks many into coercive and violent relationships is of great importance to the abolition feminist movement. To get a sense of Dunayevskaya's thinking on non-heterosexual unions and non-nuclear families, I hearken back to her response on the question of Marxism and new family forms posed to her on International Women's Day in 1984. People want to have a conclusion on the question of love. What is love, whether it's physical, whether it's emotional, whether it's total, and all that sort of thing. But I don't think it's correct for us to try and solve it for others. I think what we have to do is to create the conditions for everyone to be able to experiment with choices, in love, in the family, and I don't think we'll really have those choices until we get rid of capitalism. The abolitionist feminist movement is currently theorizing and working out what human societies could look like without the capitalist carceral state. This framework refuses to explore the woman question or the prison abolition question after the revolution, but demands that it be theoretically worked on in the here and now. Time will tell if these and related movements can potentially uproot the capitalist mode of production and overcome the mental and manual division of labor that creates alienated human relations. 137. Conclusion. Without a philosophy of revolution, activism spends itself in mere anti-imperialism and anti-capitalism, without ever revealing what it is for. The Marxist left has continued to struggle when it comes to issues of race and gender. Identity-based intersectional theories remain relevant as people try to make sense of their experiences. Our task as revolutionaries is to try to project better alternatives that take the everyday material conditions of folks' lives seriously, and to recognize that there is a movement from practice, from the actual struggles of the day, to theory, and, second, to work out the method whereby the movement from theory can meet it. Dunayevskaya, who always had a long and dialectical view of history, invariably and systematically related capital's latest crisis to mass movements and issues concerning people of color. She did so by developing Marxist humanism, a philosophy that reanimates the totality of Marx's Marxism and that posits alienation at the heart of the dehumanization we suffer under capital. She remains situated in the struggles of the day, paying special attention to the activities of the black dimension, which she identified as an historically important force for liberation. Always working from Marx's concept of revolution in permanence, she also posed the question, what comes next, taking care to articulate the potential to produce new humanisms during each revolutionary struggle. For these reasons, Dunayevskaya's revolutionary Marxist humanism offers a relevant framework that can point us to the irreversible uprooting of dehumanizing systems of domination. Instead of becoming frustrated with the consciousness-raising and empowerment projects some identity-based movements have turned to, we should position ourselves to do the theoretical and practical labor required to be in critical solidarity with black and brown movements. I propose that this project be taken on by theorizing around the psychic components of racialized and gendered oppression while seeking out ways to move incomplete articulations of intersectionality and emerging movements to a place of radical criticality. In a quest to identify and be in solidarity with the revolutionary subjects of our day, scholars like Monzo ask us to transpose Dunayevskaya's concept of the black masses as vanguard to what she calls women of color as vanguard. This 138 is a significant proposal, as much of the revolutionary work we see today is being led by black, brown, and indigenous women and transgendered folks in the United States. Others like Hudis propose developing an intersectional historical materialist framework that can theorize around women's oppression and capitalism. Such a framework will surely reveal the limitations of either a class reductionist or an identity-based bourgeois framework. One thing remains clear, however: we must continue to strive for a unity of the struggles for freedom with a philosophy of liberation. Only then the element of revolt release new sensibilities, new passions, and new forces, a whole new human dimension. Chapter 8. The dialectic in Marxism and freedom for today, the unity of theory and practice and the movement of today's concrete struggles. Lilia D. Monzo. Along with the increasingly fascist, conservative tide that is sweeping our world today, including white nationalist agendas and xenophobic reactionary attitudes and policies, a new generation of courageous activists is taking to the streets, even in the belly of the beast here in the United States, where such vociferous protests have not been heard since the civil rights movements of the 1960s. For those of us who dream of bringing down capital and developing a new Marxist humanism, we endy tremendous hope in these movements, but we also recognize the need to take heed of the lessons that have been gleaned from revolutionary histories, including those to be learned from the work of Raya Dunayevskaya, whose humanist interpretation of Karl Marx's philosophy of revolution. L. D. Monzo. Chapman University, Orange, CA, USA. Email, monzo@chapman.edu. 142. Was developed in light of the concrete struggles she witnessed during her own lifetime. Today's movements, and the activists that shepherd them, are full of energy and impelled by indignation against the multiple forms of violence directed against both humanity and the earth, the latter of which is being threatened with oblivion. However, many of these movements are fragmented, perhaps unable to recognize the relationship between the myriad forms of oppression that exist, as well as lacking a philosophy that can guide their movement against capital and toward building a socialist alternative. Such a philosophy cannot be merely extrapolated from the pool of intellectual activity of an historical and intellectual elite. The experiences and insights of the people whose lives are most affected by these oppressions are key to movement building. People do not just act without thinking. While their actions may be constrained and highly influenced by the need for employment, they are conscious beings who think and react on their conditions and strategize for the best ways to ameliorate conditions of oppression. The spontaneous activity within which the revolutionary subject arises is as much theory as it is practice, and is a clear testament to our human potential to recognize, understand, and act with agency against injustice. Beginning with her earliest major work, Marxism and Freedom, Dunayevskaya engages with this dialectical relation between theory and practice and between organization and spontaneity that will prove crucial to bringing down capital, as well as to our ability to take advantage of the moments wherein history opens up possibilities for the creation of what she referred to as a new humanism. Without a clear understanding of this dialectical relationship, we risk losing opportunities for change or, worse, creating something that only reorganizes the existing dehumanizing social relations that exist under capitalism. In this chapter, I draw on Dunayevskaya's profound insights into these dialectical relations to consider how our current social movements can become better prepared to take on the massive task of challenging capital and its many antagonisms and of building a Marxist humanism grounded in freedom, love, and dignity for all life forms. Philosophy of Revolution. In Marxism and Freedom, Raya Dunayevskaya examines the relationship between Marx's body of work and the Hegelian dialectic. She posits that Marx's work was not mere economic theory, but rather, an entire 143 system of thought and method of movement toward liberation, i.e., a philosophy of revolution. Dunayevskaya begins her discussion with Hegel, articulating his philosophy, wherein history is viewed as a series of stages of development toward freedom. For Hegel, and later for Marx, freedom was the ultimate reason for struggle and the ultimate human achievement. To be free, and to GHT for our freedom, is our human vocation and the ultimate precondition to becoming fully human. Both Hegel and Marx recognized that objective forces existed that could prevent us from attaining our true human potential. The Hegelian dialectic is a form of reasoning and a method of resolving contradictions that is concerned with enabling our further movement toward freedom. Hegel posited that within each concept there exists an underlying contradiction of presumed opposites, one positive and one negative, that must be resolved, the resolution of which furthers the positive move toward liberation. Dunayevskaya points out that although Hegel's focus was on freedom as developed through human consciousness or absolute knowledge, his overall philosophy was not one of mere ideas, but was rooted in history and was thus a philosophy of the world rather than purely of the mind. Dunayevskaya points out that Hegel was highly influenced by the French Revolution, through which he came to recognize alienated labor as a dehumanizing experience but also a context from which true consciousness could develop. Indeed, Hegel's absolutes are not abstracted from reality but, rather, are laden with history, making freedom in consciousness the achievement of science and history, that is, social and scientific development has been a process by which humanity has sought to free its thoughts from the constraints imposed upon them by religious doctrines and ideologies that serve the interests of the ruling classes. Central to the process of realizing freedom in history, for Hegel, is the notion of negation. Negation is the process by which something is nullified. The RST negation is a challenge to oppressive forces wherein the positive emerges as triumphant. However, this RST negation retains the underlying contradiction. A second negation is necessary in order to disavow the existence of the contradiction, allowing for a new unifying concept to emerge. Hegel posited. 144. To hold fast to the positive in its negative, to the content of the presupposition in the result, is the most important factor in rational cognition. For Marx, this kind of statement signaled that the working classes were capable of the self-activity necessary to transcend the capitalist order and in doing so affirm their human nature in the struggle for freedom. Taking Hegel as his point of departure, Marx took a step forward in the development of the dialectic, adding the crucial material ideal component that enabled him to comprehend, intellectually and practically, the movement toward freedom. Marx's dialectical materialism must not be misconstrued simplistically as the correction of Hegel's stress on consciousness through a stress on materialism, but rather as a further development of Hegel's dialectic, wherein consciousness and reality are recognized as presumed opposites that must be united. The ideal and the material are each an aspect of the other, and their unity creates not only a new understanding of what it means to be human, but a new human being, one that rejects capitalist social relations, including the hierarchical division of labor, which ultimately continues to thwart our efforts to bring the monster of capital to its knees. Dunayevskaya captures this complex process of negation and unification. Hegel's logic moves. Each of the previously inseparable divisions between opposites, between thought and reality, is in constant process of change, disappearance, and reappearance, coming into head-on collision with its opposite and developing thereby. It is thus, and thus alone, that Nally achieves true freedom, not as a possession, but as a dimension of his being. Unlike the often made assumption that Marx merely stood Hegel upright, and planted him on the ground, transplanting Hegel's idealism with materialism, Dunayevskaya points out. Marx did not reject idealism. Thoroughgoing naturalism or humanism, as the young Marx designated his own philosophic outlook, distinguishes itself from both idealism and materialism and is at the same time the truth uniting both. 145. This dialectical view of history, as contradictions that are overcome to create and overcome new contradictions and evolution toward freedom, demands a subject. This was Hegel's significant accomplishment to recognize the human capacity to free itself, bringing the will and agency of the people to life. It was Marx who, from the vantage point of this new discovery, examined the reality of the movement around him and fully identified the working class as the revolutionary subject of his time. A revolutionary subject. Dunayevskaya established a new interpretation of Marx's work that centers on the humanism he established in his economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844 and developed throughout his entire body of work, including Capital. Part of her new interpretation of Marx was the notion that central to Marx's philosophy of revolution and the historical movement to liberation that he articulates is the development of the revolutionary subject, persons whose lived social conditions provide the understanding and impetus to challenge existing dehumanizing conditions. Dunayevskaya points out that Marx was the RST to recognize the working class as a human subject, continuously in motion, moving through contradiction toward freedom. For Hegel, human freedom was the ultimate goal, the ultimate contradiction to be solved. However, for Hegel, human freedom was gained through consciousness, the idea of freedom acting as the site of the necessary struggle of humanity. To be free was to gain freedom in consciousness, to see the world as it was, with clarity gained through education or philosophy. Marx introduced the human being as an agentic subject who acts and is grounded in material reality. Without this elementary human component, consciousness is nothing more than a mystical movement handed down by God or some other spirit. When grounded in material reality, consciousness and freedom of consciousness becomes something that we as human beings can create through the struggle against injustice, the injustice that inhibits actual freedom and our freedom of consciousness. Marx focused on the injustices of capitalist social relations, recognizing class as a historical human development, such that the social relations human beings create, are lived realities, shape and are shaped by consciousness. Once this material component of humanity was recognized, the revolutionary subject became someone who not only 146 sought freedom in consciousness but also through the struggle against capitalist social relations. For Marx, this revolutionary subject was to be found among the working classes. Capitalism would be brought down only when workers recognized their oppression, challenged the processes of production, and affirmed their humanity in the process. The working class has the greatest potential to transform itself into a revolutionary subject because its deplorable living conditions support both a consciousness of injustice and the impetus to act against the structures that impinge upon its very humanity. This is not merely a theoretical statement, but is evidenced in the many revolutionary struggles and uprisings that have taken place from the onset of industrialization to today, including the struggle for the 8-hour workday, the development of trade unions, and the constant strikes across industries to demand higher wages and better working conditions. Dunayevskaya points out that although Hegel recognized alienated labor, he was unable to see and could not have seen, because their revolutionary activity was not yet revealed in his lifetime, the positive that emerged from alienated labor. It is during Marx's time that alienated labor reveals its human nature, its agentic activity toward liberation by developing consciousness, organizing, striking, and actively resisting. Furthermore, it is the working class whose productive labor is capable of arresting the processes of production, thereby bringing capital to its knees. By dialectically grounding the subject in its material reality, in history, Marx was able to recognize the class struggle as the fundamental objective of human agency in our quest for liberation. One of the most common mistreatments of Marx's work is the imputation of a narrow conception of the working class, which has been used as proof that his philosophy is no longer pertinent to today's revolutionary efforts. Of course, the chapter of Capital on the Working Day depicts factory scenes that have been legislated against in the majority of the industrialized world. Indeed, labor has become more diverse. Although manufacturing jobs continue to exist, many companies in the industrialized world now outsource these jobs to the developing world, where they end cheaper and more exploitable labor. In the West, especially, the service sector of the economy has expanded tremendously, as has the educated professional workforce that produces intellectual labor. These jobs are often perceived as less dehumanizing and associated with social mobility, even though this labor can also be subject to the same capitalist principles of forced. 147. Labor and surplus value. Indeed, the capitalist tendency to squeeze the greatest possible amount of labor out of the worker within the limits of the working day takes on new proportions as workers are given salaried jobs and manager titles, which can lift legal restrictions to the 8-hour day, with inconsequential pay increases or change in job responsibilities. Nonetheless, these shifts in types of work and the perceived social mobility that comes with them, support narratives of meritocracy and opportunity that are often equated with freedom to pursue one's interests. This diversification of the working class proves only that capitalism is exible and capable of delivering concessions to the working class in order to sustain itself. At the same time, such concessions show that the working class is capable of bringing capital to its knees, that is, when the system diversifies to make itself appear more humanistic and democratic, it indicates a built-in recognition of the power of collective labor. Indeed, Dunayevskaya articulates the many ways in which the people, through spontaneous uprisings, have garnered concessions, such as the shortening of the working day, and also brought down capitalist regimes. That these have, without exception, been eventually defeated or reversed into a new statist capitalism does not change the fact that the possibility of getting it right exists. For Marx, the working class referred to the people who are forced to sell their labor power for a wage. As such, the term working class or proletariat has a far broader applicability than is often assumed. In today's labor market, the proletariat includes teachers, doctors, and other professionals, those who produce intellectual labor, and those who work for non-profit agencies or the social service sector. Some may argue that this excludes those who do not work within the formal capitalist system, such as the unemployed or those who work in the informal sector, which involves some of the most oppressed and impoverished communities, most of whom are black, indigenous, and other people of color. While these sectors of the population, in and of themselves, do not have the capacity to bring down the processes of production, they certainly embody the fact that pauperization exists. It is also clear that their role in capitalism as the reserve army of workers capable and willing to take over jobs helps to keep existing labor from making more demands than the system can handle. The consciousness of the lumpen proletariat, and their capacity to resist the capitalist ploy of pitting them against existing labor remains crucial to bringing down capitalism. 148. The working class is reproduced in each successive generation. Most working class people grow up in working class homes and communities, with few opportunities for social or economic mobility. Yet, the ideological apparatus that creates narratives of meritocracy, especially in the West, is so well ingrained in society that people believe its related anti-revolutionary dogma that blames the working class for its lot. Others become complacent, believing that class relations can never be changed or that the alternative may be even more horrific and destructive. The stratification of the working class with significant differences in economic and social conditions and opportunity structures as well as race and gender relations become an additional way in which the working class is subdued from joining forces to bring down capital. Thus, the revolutionary subject is not born, but made in the process of struggle. It is through struggle, the act of confronting injustice and taking risks, that we become courageous warriors for freedom. It is in collective action that we come to recognize our shared oppression and the ways in which this benefits the capitalist class. It is through struggle and its initial gains that we recognize our human capacity to change the world and, thereby, develop the hope that is necessary in order to rise up against injustice and to develop new social relationships. Revolutionary attitudes, values, and beliefs are learned and developed as individuals take collective action in processes that draw upon their human capacities. This revolutionary practice involves simultaneously making change within and outside the self. Lebowitz argues that such struggles are also a process of production, but one that challenges the logic of capital. In Lebowitz's words, struggles are a process of production, they produce a different kind of worker, a worker who produces herself or himself as someone whose capacity has grown, whose cadence develops, whose ability to organize and unite expands. The working class makes itself to create the new world. It is important to note that the revolutionary subject can initially be formed in any type of freedom struggle. Any struggle against oppression reveals the revolutionary subject's potential consciousness and, with it, their capacity to act. Indeed, Marx himself championed national and ethnic/racial liberation struggles that may, on the surface, have seemed unrelated to the GHT against capital. He recognized that these struggles 149 for sovereignty and human rights were, however, not only necessary to the broader struggle against capital but also important struggles to champion in and of themselves. This is especially important today, at a time in which racism has functioned as one of the greatest dividers of the working class. Donald Trump and his administration, from as early as his campaign for the presidency, revealed to the world just how significant an ideological tool racism is. With outright disdain leveled against all but white men, and fear-inducing tactics to boot, Trump was able to galvanize a conservative base to elect him president. Thus far he has been able to retain this support, even as he imposed hateful and inhuman policies against children and families seeking refuge. Of course, this was surprising only at a time in which many people had been lulled into believing we were close to becoming a racism-free society, given that outright racial attacks, discrimination, and segregation had been made illegal and politically incorrect since the civil rights movement of the 1960s. Yet, the reality is that racism, although less visible, has remained a foundational element of U.S. society, evident across every institution. Marx, in his day, recognized how race, ethnicity, and other markers of difference were effective tools for dividing the working class, breaking up the potential for revolutionary action in class unity. In a letter to his friends Siegfried Meyer and August Voigt written in 1870, Marx explains this division between the working class of England and Ireland. Every industrial and commercial centre in England now possesses a working class divided into two camps, English proletarians and Irish proletarians. The English worker hates the Irish worker as a competitor who lowers his standard of life. he regards himself as a member of the ruling nation, and consequently, he becomes a tool of the English aristocrats and capitalists against Ireland, thus strengthening their domination over himself. He cherishes religious, social, and national prejudices against the Irish worker. His attitude towards him is much the same as that of the poor whites to the Negroes in the former slave states of the USA. Marx continues. This antagonism is artificially kept alive and intensified by the press, the pulpit, the comic papers, in short by all the means at the disposal of the ruling classes. This antagonism is the secret of the impotence of the 150 English working class, despite its organization. It is the secret by which the capitalist class maintains its power. And the latter is quite aware of this. At the same time, racism in the United States has become a central and unifying experience among BIPOC communities. Dunayevskaya's analysis of the history of revolutionary struggles across the world led her to note the revolutionary potential of the black masses, because their experiences of racism and oppression bound them together and created a force to be reckoned with, a collective force of action. This is why Dunayevskaya elaborated the theoretical concept of the black masses as vanguard. Paulo Freire also discussed the role of the oppressed in transforming social relations, but was not specific about any particular axis of oppression. For Freire, the oppressed faced a set of interlocking forms of oppression: class, race, gender, and others. When we conceive of the goal of freedom as the historical vocation of becoming more fully human, then we see that every axis of oppression and exploitation must be challenged. In this process, it really matters not around which axis the revolutionary struggle is built, since they must dialectically incorporate the struggle against all forms of oppression. However, like Marx, Freire too recognized that it would be the oppressed who would pave the path to freedom. He believed that the oppressors were not likely to have either the capacity to see clearly the structures of oppression or the impetus to change social conditions. Freire aptly stated, "The great humanistic and historical task of the oppressed to liberate themselves and their oppressors as well." Freire's work also brings to light that the revolutionary subject cannot develop in contexts where their humanity is not affirmed. Only when the oppressed recognizes her own humanity, her force and reason, does she become a revolutionary subject willing and capable of taking action. From this perspective, the revolutionary subject can be neither the intellectual nor the capitalist who denounces their position. Both have historically been complicit in the dehumanization of the working class, whose work has historically been effectively reduced to simpler and simpler forms of manual labor with little opportunity for the utilization of their human mental functions. Only through the simultaneous recognition and application of their full human capacities, do the oppressed 151 become a revolutionary subject. The intellectual who seeks to liberate the working class invokes a false generosity that re-establishes dehumanization through a failure to trust in the human capacity of the oppressed. As Marx noted, it is the very conditions of oppression that create the spaces for contradictions to develop and for struggle to ensue, just as it is in the very heart of capitalist relations that we end the non-alienating relations of solidarity among the oppressed that provide the vision for and possibility of the alternative to capitalism. As Dunayevskaya points out, the most important revolutionary movements have been spurred on by those whose conditions of oppression place them in close contact with others facing the same conditions, coming together in spaces where people begin to talk, question, and act against their conditions. These are the spaces where revolutionaries are formed. Theory and practice. One of the most important contributions that Dunayevskaya made was her formulation of a theory of state capitalism. The theory of state capitalism, which was simultaneously concerned with the inability to develop a dialectical movement from theory to practice and from practice to theory, is based on the articulation of the so-called communism established by Stalin in the Soviet Union and Mao in China, a devastating perversion of Marx's humanism toward totalitarian regimes. This is the potential consequence that Dunayevskaya warns will result from movements designed by intellectuals who perceive themselves superior to the workers. What happens in these situations, as Dunayevskaya shows us, is that the revolutionary activity and philosophy of the proletariat is negated, and the relations of domination that structure capitalist social relations are reproduced. Unlike the democratic processes articulated by Marx as necessary to establish the human subject through collective control of the means of production by the producers themselves, statist communism became bureaucratic nightmares controlled by the state. Such systems were products of the exacerbation of the monopoly rule of capital and possessed an inevitable tendency toward dictatorship at the hands of those who controlled the state. Dunayevskaya argued for a dialectical approach to the question of philosophy and practice. Adrian Rich said that Dunayevskaya's work was drenched in the conviction that while thinking and action are not 152 the same, they must continually redress and renew each other. This conviction speaks to Marx's critique of the hierarchical division of labor, the separation of mental and manual tasks, such that workers become mere instruments of production, alienated from the essence of what it means to be human, namely, the use of their intellectual capacities. The worker is reduced to an appendage of a machine, performing compartmentalized tasks in rote that require minimal thought for an 8-hour day. This division of labor sits at the heart of capitalist relations of production, the alienation it creates naturalizing class relations through the ideology that class is a function of people's varying capacities, with workers incapable of the mental labor necessary to reap more fully the presumed benefits of the capitalist system. Dunayevskaya's concern, which remains central to building an alternative to capitalism, is with the question of organization and the role of intellectuals in revolutionary action. The same question haunted revolutionary organizations as far back as Hegel and Marx. The question boils down to the issue of who possesses the impetus and insights necessary for planning and executing the revolutionary activity that will challenge oppressive forces and also develop a new alternative. Such revolutionary activity must engage in a democratic process that negates the relations of domination and the division of labor that are at the heart of class societies and that are rooted not merely in the ownership of the means of production but also in the social relations that deem gender relations, race relations, and ultimately, all human relations. In Marx's time, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon and Ferdinand Lassalle, both important members of the RST International, could not conceive that the workers would be able to set the agenda for revolutionary action. As Dunayevskaya notes, these intellectuals could not recognize that revolutionary philosophy does not come out of a mental abstraction but rather is rooted in the actual lived experiences of those who suffer capitalism's greatest impact. It is the workers, whose impetus for change necessarily sets the stage for revolution. But these arrogant men could not see that they could learn from the workers who they believed to be beneath them. For Proudhon, Lassalle, and their followers, theory and philosophy was not a capacity of all human beings but rather only of a select few. Thus, Proudhon opposed mass movements because they did not align with his own intellectual Ricardian thinking, which had little basis in 153. What was actually happening in the factory. Instead, he proposed developing people's banks which would give free credit and unite labor and property. His school of radical socialists believed that if attitudes and values for justice and equality were cultivated, property would become available to all. Similarly, Lassalle could not rid himself of the concept of the backwardness of labor. He believed science was classless and that he could represent both science and the worker. Lassalle, as Dunayevskaya pointedly put it, foreshadowed the state socialist administrator of our day. Dunayevskaya attributed the failure of statist communism to establish a true alternative to capitalism to the elitism of the intellectuals who failed to recognize, learn from, and work with the actual workers, those whose alienation provided the experiential element which often eludes those who are removed from the daily reality of working life and from the positive impetus to move toward revolutionary activity and philosophy. Dunayevskaya points out that without the worker, intellectuals can only grasp the revolutionary movement as an abstraction. They cannot know, in actuality, what is possible. Only the lived reality of the workers creates real movement. Only the workers know when they are materially and psychologically ready for revolution, when their hopes and spirits are such that large numbers of them will be willing to stop production, what the psychological and material consequences of such stoppage will be, and how they will support and build morale to continue the struggle even in the face of hunger, or worse. Indeed, a certain level of material security is sometimes necessary for people to embark upon striking or other activities that may have a negative material impact. Perhaps more importantly, the workers' experience with production allows them the capacity to theorize the process of production, what aspects of existing production are consistent with supporting a humanist alternative to capitalism, how to create relations that are non-alienating, and thus prevent an alternative that merely replicates the horrifying oppressions that capitalism creates and/or exacerbates. As Dunayevskaya wrote in 1958, the workers have been acting out Hegel's absolute idea and have thus concretized and deepened the movement from practice to theory. On the other hand, the movement from theory is nearly at a standstill because it blinds itself to the movement from practice. 154. Dunayevskaya accurately depicts the typical role of the intellectual in revolution. The crying inequality of distribution, arising from this method of production, could not but arouse the sympathy of the intellectual for the proletariat. Being outside of production, the intellectual could not see that the working class had power to overthrow the contradictory conditions of production. For the intellectual, the proletariat existed only as a suffering class. Indeed, intellectuals, sometimes called armchair philosophers by activists, often presume that they can find answers to the world's problems by combing through theoretical and historical accounts of particular phenomena. While this approach can certainly be helpful, it cannot anticipate the actual movement of workers in production, that is, the real and ideological challenges, resistance, beliefs, relationships, and organizing efforts of the only group that can actually stop and overthrow capitalist relations of production. Intellectuals often create organizations that fail to include actual workers or fail to create the spaces where the experiences, knowledge, insights, and theories of workers are shared and recognized as critical components to revolutionary practice, which includes having some insights into the possibilities for transformation and what alternatives workers desire and are perceived as possible or worth moving toward. Dunayevskaya points out, quoting Marx, that intellectuals are often separated from the working class as widely as heaven from earth, and that they are consequently driven theoretically to the same tasks and solutions to which material interests and social position practically drive. Furthermore, their lack of faith in the working classes often results in radical intellectuals forever planning to do something for the worker, substituting their activity or at least planning for the self-activity of the working class. In this sense, the intellectual, even when well-meaning, offers a false generosity that at the very least signals the same alienating relations that characterize capitalist social relations, and at worst, when unchecked, and perhaps unknowingly, may thwart activity that actually has the potential to negatively impact capitalism. It is thus the dialectic that makes Marx's work a humanist philosophy. The dialectic insists on the unity of theory and practice. 155. And on the recognition of the worker as human subject. Without the recognition of their humanity, their concrete activity for change, the intellectual's theorizing remains disconnected from the actual concrete conditions and desires of those who are actually moving. A dialectical treatment recognizes that workers are both actively engaged in struggle and that they theorize about their activity, and that the so-called intellectual must be grounded in struggle through active participation. Dunayevskaya writes of Marx, "It was no accident that his Communist Manifesto was published on the eve of the 1848 revolutions. He could do this because of his idea of theory as the generalization of the instinctive striving of the proletariat for a new social order, a truly human society, a striving that arises out of the dialectic of the economic process, which at each stage produces what Marx called the new passions and forces for the next social order. Although no one can see the concrete form of the new society until it actually appears, Marx's vision did anticipate the future society. He was not left behind, not because of his individual genius, but because of his dialectical method of uniting theory and practice. he thereby gave the intellectuals who aligned themselves with the proletariat as a political tendency that new human dimension to enable each to become as tall as the proletariat straightened up to its full height in the creation of the new society. As Dunayevskaya points out, Marx not only kept his eyes glued to the workers' movements but also participated in them. Marx was fully attentive to the struggles of his day, and he was especially engaged with the Civil War in the United States and the struggle for the abolition of slavery, which he perceived a world upheaval. Marx recognized American slavery as particularly atrocious and did not lump it together, as other Marxists of the time, with all slavery, wage and chattel, instead recognizing the racial dimension as inexcusable under any form of class struggle. Marx writes, "In the United States of America every independent movement of workers was paralyzed so long as slavery discouraged a part of the republic. Labor cannot emancipate itself in the white skin where in the black it is branded. But out of the death of slavery a new life arose. The fruit of the Civil War was the 8 hours agitation, that ran with the 7-leagued boots. 156. Of the locomotive from the Atlantic to the Pacific, from New England to California." Thus, Marx recognized the significance that the Civil War had on labor more generally and its foundational role in the struggle to shorten the working day. Marx derived theory from the masses in motion. It was by following the revolts of his day, the Civil War in the United States, the Paris Commune, the movement of the Fenians in Ireland, and later in his life examining the history of movement among non-Western peoples in his ethnological notebooks, that he developed a philosophy of revolution. The woman question and the black dimension. Following Marx's example, Dunayevskaya examined the social upheavals of her time. In particular, she was attentive to women's roles in revolutionary movements, noting that as opposed to what is typically assumed, women had a strong presence in revolutionary movements that was not only perceptible in terms of force but also in terms of reason. Dunayevskaya capitalized the term reason to emphasize her challenge to common assumptions of women as passive supporters of revolution and, instead, to articulate their very active and theoretical contributions. She also declared the black masses as vanguard. Far from black being a detour, we know that it has been the keystone of all of American history. The women's rights movement arose on the shoulders of the blacks, that is to say, in working with blacks against slavery, middle-class American women learned the value of organizations and established the women's rights movement. We see this argument especially in Rosa Luxemburg, Women's Liberation, and Marx's philosophy of revolution, wherein Dunayevskaya points out the revolutionary activity of black women in Africa and in the United States, honoring their strength of character in standing up to both black men and white women, and in doing so demonstrating unequivocally their revolutionary force and reason. In Rosa Luxemburg, Women's Liberation, and Marx's philosophy of revolution, Dunayevskaya also articulates the force and reason of Rosa Luxemburg, not only in terms of her contributions to Marx's theory, but 157. Especially as the Marxist to take on the task of vociferously critiquing the horrors of colonialism and imperialism, and also in recognizing that the spontaneous activity of the masses, especially the general strike, was crucial to revolution. While Dunayevskaya is critical of Luxemburg on a number of theoretical issues, she takes up Luxemburg's contributions and gives life to the people for whom Luxemburg advocated. Dunayevskaya points out that the people's spontaneous eruptions are not just the machinations of a disorganized mob but, rather, that they are spurred on by their ideas that emerge from their location as workers struggling for better conditions. While Luxemburg repudiated the treatment of indigenous peoples under colonialism, she failed to support anti-colonial liberation. While perhaps not always dialectical in relation to philosophy and activity, Luxemburg correctly perceived the important role that women could play in revolution. Dunayevskaya points out that although Luxemburg did not call out the chauvinism within her own party and perhaps did not recognize fully the ways in which she was ridiculed by her male counterparts, she worked closely with Clara Zetkin to develop a socialist feminism and to bring women into Marxist politics. At the same time that Dunayevskaya recognized women as subjects, she remained true to her belief that philosophy needed to be closely connected to and, in fact, to follow the actual revolutionary movements of the people. Her historical analysis of women's contributions to revolution also led her to recognize the important role that black women had played in the United States and in Africa. Dunayevskaya traces not only the force of black women, noting that it was a black woman seeking abolition, Maria Stuart, who was the first American-born woman ever to speak in public, but also that the ideas of these early black women revolutionaries held insights and significance that reeked their lived experiences. In particular, she points out that Sojourner Truth had not only negated her object position as the master's property by changing her name, but that she had also chosen a name that reeked the future she sought. Her new chosen name reeked the future, the freedom that comes from negation. Dunayevskaya engaged in a systematic analysis of revolutionary movements around the world, and from this she articulated the theory that the black masses had been the vanguard of revolution that had changed the face of American civilization. Especially significant to Dunayevskaya's articulation of the role of the black masses as vanguard. 158. Was the struggle for abolition, which evidenced people from multiple paths moving in unity. As she writes of the abolitionists, they were interracial and in a slave society preached and practiced Negro equality. They were distinguished as well for inspiring, aligning with, and acting for equality of women in an age when the women had neither the right to the ballot nor to property nor to divorce. They were internationalist, covering Europe with their message, and bringing back to this country the message of the Irish freedom fighters. As noted above, the Civil War had also led to the struggle for the 8-hour day, a struggle that was fought on numerous fronts and brought together workers across the world. Certainly, continuous and subsequent struggles for black civil rights have led the way for numerous gains for other groups who have followed in the wake of the black community. The civil rights movement of the 1950s to 1960s, initiated by black activists and their allies, as seen in the Montgomery bus boycott and the Freedom Riders, brought down Jim Crow laws and legal segregation, but also initiated the anti-war movement and led to a string of other movements and demands, including the next wave of the feminist movement, the Black Panther Party, the Chicano movement, bilingual education, and affirmative action. Dunayevskaya's articulation of black masses as vanguard was not based solely on the impetus and reason of black Americans in the United States, however, but also had an international focus, recognizing that the movement from theory was equally important and rejected any notion that communism could develop in one country in isolation from others. Dunayevskaya's Marxist theoretical development allowed her to see that in a global capitalist economy, a socialist revolution would eventually need to become an international effort. Thus, Dunayevskaya examined the black masses and their revolutionary activity and potential in Africa and other contexts, noting their significant resistance to Western imperialism. She specifically discusses the Women's War that took place in 1929 in Nigeria, wherein 10,000 Igbo women organized themselves across tribal lines to challenge the British tax on women, but also the male chiefs that had sided with the British, in what they called making war or sitting on a man. While 50 women were killed and 50 others wounded, the women won this battle and taxes were not imposed on them. 4. 159. Dunayevskaya, the black dimension referred to the specific character to the alienation of black workers, one that added creative passions and reason, spontaneity and organization in today's movements, women of color as vanguard. Regarding our further development to freedom, we must turn once again to the Hegelian dialectic and to Marx's dialectical materialism. The question of how to prevent our revolutions from turning into their opposites, requires understanding the dialectic, not just in terms of what we chose to challenge but of how we seek to engage with the various tensions between philosophy and practice. Related to the tension between theory and practice is the tension between organization and spontaneity. The perception of spontaneous movements as dramatic eruptions among the people that lack theoretical rigor, direction, or organization is again an articulation made with little attention to the concrete development of movements, i.e., to what actually is happening among the people as they rise up against the horrors they experience. A careful examination of historical movements demonstrates that the majority of so-called spontaneous eruptions were in fact philosophically grounded. That is, there had been a significant activity that had raised the consciousness among the people as to the causes of their oppression and of the potential impact and potential outcomes of deciding to rise up. Important examples of such philosophical development have been well documented among the women who spearheaded the Paris Commune and the Russian Revolution of 1917. In both cases, attempts to describe these movements as simply activist social forces without reason, have been clearly challenged by important historical accounts that document significant prior political activity among the people. The recent Occupy movement in the United States, for example, has been accused of failing because of their lack of organization and/or leadership. However, there is significant political organizing in the United States on the left that can be said to have powerfully influenced the people that joined this movement. To suggest that there was no philosophy in such spontaneous revolution is to dismiss the theoretical rigor of the people most affected by oppressive forces who live out the daily injustices of our capitalist system. Joben Leeds and Agitart have 160. Pointed out that it was not the lack of theoretical analysis that brought down Occupy but the inability to recognize the racial and the gender divide among the protesters. They further discuss that although claiming itself leaderless, some Occupy members have suggested that there was indeed a de facto leadership of white men who supported a class-only analysis, ignoring the significant differences among the 99%. However, whether the philosophical grounding of such movements will lead to immediately improved conditions, greater mass movements, the end to major historical forms of oppression, and/or a socialist alternative depends on the particular type of organization that is influencing and/or is connected to the movement. The philosophical orientation that the movement espouses, the vision for short and long-term changes, whether democratic processes are employed, how diversity of gender, race, sexual orientation, religion, and other identities will be incorporated, not only in terms of the people involved but of the ideas and concrete activity that informs these ideas, what checks to power are created, are just a few of the issues that must be worked out for any long-term social change. Thus, organization and philosophy are critical components of revolutionary social movements. The grounding of these organizations in the realities of the people following their lead, recognizing how and when their passions are ignited, understanding who can lead the way and what the limits may be is critical. This dialectical relationship between spontaneity and organization is a significant factor in the development and achievement of any revolution. The dialectic shows us that these binaries between mental and manual labor, philosophy and practice, and organization and spontaneity are more appearance than reality, that, in fact, all mental labor involves some form of practice to be rational and all practice engages some mental activity. Of course, these binaries have been created to support capitalist relations of production and replicated in many ways across the various institutions of civil society that support the ruling class. The dialectic teaches us that the negation of these binaries and the creation of a unity of presumed opposites is what can lead us toward a humanizing pedagogy that will help us move toward freedom. The movement from theory to practice and from practice to theory requires, following Dunayevskaya and Marx before her, that we examine today's movements closely, noting the liberatory proclivities across movements and countries, applying our philosophical articulations to both. 161. Understand these movements, and collaborate with them so as to co-construct theory in light of the actual forces and thinking at play. In light of this process, there are some key themes of today's movements that stand out. One of these is the increasing evidence of women as active makers of these revolutions and women's liberation as central to or connected to their other goals. Black, indigenous, and other women of color, especially, are exhibiting great revolutionary thinking and activity, understanding that women tend to engage the world differently than men, and also the racialized and other dimensions of their positions in the world. Movements such as Black Lives Matter, the Zapatistas, Idle No More, Rojava, and the numerous I'm rights groups in the United States have all either originated with women of color coming together or have been significantly impacted by their participation and decision-making and have been instrumental in shaping the movement's goals and activities. There is no denying that women are at the heart of these movements, and that their voices are clearly present in terms of both force and reason. Black Lives Matter, RST, organized in response to the police killings of unarmed black men, has evolved to develop articulations about how black women, indigenous and other women of color are also disproportionately mistreated, and calling for both analysis of and interventions into the ways in which the police perceive and interact with racialized women. Current uprisings have further radicalized BLM to demand for defunding the police. The Zapatista movement, a 2 decades-old revolution with autonomous territory in Chiapas, Mexico, was initiated by both men and women. However, women have played a significant role from the outset, transforming their lives within their own communities and on their own terms, without the need to adhere to outside definitions of feminism. Idle No More was started by 3 indigenous women and 1 non-indigenous woman in response to the issue of land and water rights of First Nation communities in Canada, but has since evolved into one of the strongest indigenous rights organizations, reaching across borders to the United States, New Zealand, and Ukraine. According to Kieran, what has made this movement so powerful is that people have shared their stories of pain and colonialism online, allowing others to make an emotional and spiritual connection. Although Idle No More includes many male members, it too is predominantly a women's movement that remains closely tied to the grassroots. Kieran explains. 162. The nature of the UID, nonviolent, and unifying movement is one that both reeks and engages women's agency. The Rojava Revolution, in Syrian Kurdistan, is a revolution that began with women's involvement from its inception, and that has since become a beacon of feminist activity, bringing both equal women's participation within the People's Defense Units, which includes women and men, and the Women's Defense Units, which give exclusive voice to women on issues that pertain predominantly to women or in which they have key interests. Another important element that seems to characterize the movements of today is public identification as inclusive organizations that seek goals for equality and justice across differences. They are also characterized by the notion of intersectional identities, something that has contributed to attracting people from a wide spectrum of identities. For Black Lives Matter, intersectionality has been a key founding element, given that the founders represent multiple identities: Black, LGBTQ, working class, and Latinx, with important connections to the interests of immigrant communities. The Rojava Revolution is also strongly grounded in the idea of inclusiveness of ethnic, language, cultural, and religious diversity. This is important for a revolution that seeks justice and peace in a zone that has been riddled with war and tensions for decades, and whose goals are to meet the basic needs and equality of all. Likewise, I'm rights organizations are situated across racial, ethnic, indigenous, refugee, documented and undocumented, gender, and sexual identities. Although some tensions exist between these groups, they are building coalitions that widen their base of support. The fact that the Trump administration has targeted families by separating asylum seekers from their children and detaining them as criminals, has drawn indignant criticism from mothers' groups and family advocates that cut across most other identities. These connections across diverse identities make it clear that the class reductionist Marxist critique of identity politics must be rethought in light of what it actually means to the people who are making revolution. Rather than argue against identity politics because it can divide us, an examination of these movements suggests that the opposite is true, that the intersections of our identities can garner support from multiple communities. Furthermore, it shows that BIPOC communities understand colorblindness to be racist and instead prefer to be seen through their racial positionings, and that this recognition can 163. Bring people together by creating empathy for their diverse oppressors. A third element of contemporary social movements is the recognition that the leadership, as has traditionally taken shape in previous revolutionary efforts, has been generally male and white and has kept Black, Indigenous, and other women of color outside of the realm of decision-making. In the socialist revolutions of the past, the leadership has often mistakenly argued that women's liberation would follow automatically, as a natural result of bringing down capitalism or colonialism. Other times, it has been discussed as an issue that would be addressed after the system was brought down in order to avoid dividing the people by gender. In this way, women's liberation has often taken a backseat, relative to what the male leadership has determined to be important. In fact, often upon the triumph of these revolutions, women have been relegated to less than equal status, or their interests have continued to be seen as secondary to other national interests. Beyond gender, other forms of oppression have generally been absent from discussion. Thus, contemporary movements, founded and/or held up by women of color, are increasingly denning themselves as leaderless, or practicing horizontalism, a process of decision-making through a system of decentralized direct democracy. Marxist humanism can be quite useful in developing such praxis, since one of its central principles is the dialectical relationship between class and all forms of oppression. Marxist humanists argue that class reductionism is undialectical and also fails to recognize the movement from practice to theory. Conclusion. Raya Dunayevskaya, with her insistence on the unity of philosophy and activity and spontaneity and organization, has left a legacy for us to carry forth into the next generation with the keen awareness of the need to not only observe and listen to the workers, whose daily action wreaks their oppression, but also to believe in and trust their reason such that our philosophy can be grounded in the reality of the exploited classes whose interests and experiences have yet to be fully grasped. We who have studied Hegel, Marx, and Dunayevskaya, and non-Western philosophers and theorists, such as Franz Fanon, Paulo Freire, and Gloria E. Anzaldúa, have an important place too, especially in helping these movements to 164. Develop creatively and overcome the contradictions facing them. So long as these theories are understood in light of the workers' thinking and activity, we can perhaps see how their activity connects with the past and with the future. In order to grasp what is happening in today's most important movements, we must take heed of the revolutionary force and reason of black, indigenous and other women of color. They are too few in our organizations, and too often silenced in ways that have yet to be grasped. An important challenge for us as Marxist humanists is to create the social spaces that can draw in and draw on racialized women's unique epistemological diversity. Only then can our philosophical renderings capture today's revolutionary activity so that together with them we can move in the direction of freedom, where we can experience dignity and justice and love for ourselves, each other, and the earth that sustains us, where we can be fully human. Part 3. Connections and Debates. Chapter 9. Marxism and Freedom, apropos of Raya Dunayevskaya's book. Rodolfo Mondolfo. By introducing Raya Dunayevskaya's book to readers in Italy, one Gaetano Arf nostalgically evokes the polemics among Italian socialists at the turn of the century, which were animated by a sincere and unprejudiced concern for truth that united Marxists from different tendencies, even with all their reciprocal differences. Moreover, maybe what linked us to each other was nothing less than the fact that all of us understood Marxism as humanism, that is, we were already conscious of the central importance of the problem of man in Marx, even at a time that the Marx-Engels writings of 1844-1845 as yet unpublished had not appeared to document this more decisively, and were even believed to have been irredeemably lost. Given this humanist interpretation, I remember that even as early as 1912 in a study entitled Rousseau nella formazione della coscienza, Rodolfo Mondolfo, deceased. R. Mondolfo. Buenos Aires, Argentina. 170. Moderna 3. I had recalled the essential bond that binds Marx to the Genevan thinker with regard to the idea of the alienation of man. Rousseau did not use such a term, which Marx drew directly from Hegel, but the connection between that idea and the division of labor which reduces the worker to a fraction of a man, wresting from him the possibility of being free, was derived undoubtedly from Rousseau, with the resulting demand and revendication for the integral unity of man, make man whole. Furthermore, it is from Rousseau himself that the idea of the alienation of labor, resulting from its mechanization, must have reached Hegel, an idea that the latter expressed in his youthful writings, still unpublished at that time, and consequently unknown to Marx. It is only recently that these writings have been studied by George Lukács and by Herbert Marcuse. For Raya Dunayevskaya aptly cited from the latter the following passages: the more mechanized labor becomes, the less value it has and the more the individual must toil. The value of labor decreases in the same proportion as the productivity of labor increases. The faculties of the individual are innately restricted, and the consciousness of the factory worker is degraded to the lowest level of dullness. 5. Marx did not know these Hegelian writings, but he very well knew, as I have pointed out elsewhere, the echo that the ideas of Rousseau had found in Vidal, Proudhon, Carlyle, etc., all of whom were preoccupied with the reduction of the workers to hands. That relationship to Rousseau deserves to be pointed out especially today, when, with the publication of the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844 and the German ideology, there has been a return to the humanist interpretation of Marx, recognizing the relevance that human freedom destroyed by the alienation of labor has for man. A sign of that recognition is the recent simultaneous appearance of several studies on the subject. After examining these studies by writers with different orientations, such as Raya Dunayevskaya, Erich Fromm, A. Sabati, etc., I agree with them. But while Sabati has focused particularly on the genesis of Marx's humanism through the relation with the Hegelian left, Fromm has studied Marx's humanism in and of itself, and Dunayevskaya, who also initially posits the problem of 171. Its genesis, has in connection with the latter been exclusively preoccupied with the theoretical unions of Hegelian philosophy and dialectic, and with the practical unions of the proletarian class movements. The various studies thus complement one another. For Dunayevskaya, the modern age is the daughter of the three 18th-century revolutions, revolutions that also gave birth to Hegelian philosophy with its dialectic and its process of negation, through which Marx understood all revolutionary dynamism. Hegel had seen history as a chain of moments in the development of spirit's freedom. The stages of development of humanity were for him stages of the struggle for freedom. Marx transferred that vision to the real world, to the world of labor and laborers. Following in the footsteps of Locke, classical political economy had placed the source of all value in labor, but which, as Marx writes, theorized production for production's sake and yet was disoriented by the emergence of crises and class struggles. At the same time, utopian socialism wanted to derive from the principle that labor is the source of value the conclusion that the fruits of labor rightly belong to the worker, believing that a just idea is sufficient, and not seeing that only struggle by the masses can resolve the conflict between the forces and the relations of production. This was Marx's own intuition, which was suggested to him by the new proletarian impulses that exploded in the Silesian weavers' insurrection in 1844, the same year that Marx was writing the economic and philosophical manuscripts. Classical political economy had brought to light the value of labor, but it was imperative to take the laborer, the man whose living labor had been alienated by its subjugation to dead labor, and who has thereby lost all light, directly into account. Therefore, the Hegelian dialectic had to be transferred from the sphere of the idea to the world of real men. Man must not be alienated and dismembered because of the division between mental and manual labor, but must instead reconquer his integrity in their reunification, the free individuality of the laborer himself. The demand for a full and free human personality is affirmed in the manuscripts of 1844. We must above all avoid setting up the society as an abstraction opposed to the individual. The individual is the social entity. But in referring to the individual, Marx understands 172. The personality, whose respect and development he reclaims, not against other men or against society, but in harmony and solidarity with them. Thus the designation of individualism, which not only Dunayevskaya, but also Fromm, apply to Marx's theory, is evidently unwarranted. It is a humanism that aspires to a society in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all, and for that reason makes evident that the abolition of private property inaugurates an essentially new social system only if free individuals, and not the society, become masters of the socialized means of production. 6. It is because of this requirement, Dunayevskaya points out, that Marxian humanism is clearly antithetical to the deformation of Bolshevism in practice. Dunayevskaya does not dwell on proofs of Marxian humanism from the works from 1843 to 1846 that accompany the manuscripts of 1844, but instead she sets out to demonstrate the continuity of that orientation in the subsequent works, beginning with the Communist Manifesto, which reveals the full understanding Marx had of the proletarian revolution of 1848, an understanding that was lacking in the utopians Blanqui, Blanc, and Proudhon. In the 1848 revolution, the proletariat acquired a consciousness of itself as a class, which the intellectuals could not understand. Marx understood it, but not Lassalle, whom Marx made the object of bitter and sometimes unjust criticisms, which Dunayevskaya wrongly repeats without any reservation. 7. From Marx's perceptiveness concerning the real struggles of workers owes some essential developments of his theory, the impulse for which he draws not from the sheer development of his own thoughts but instead from living workers changing living reality by their actions. The American Civil War, the foundation of the First International, and the workers' struggles for the shortening of the working day all have crucial importance for the development of Marx's thought and writings. It is in this eminence from the historical action of real men, that the humanist character of Marx's doctrine is confirmed. Undoubtedly, Marx's most important investigation develops as it appears in the title of the incomplete critique of political economy with the theories of Smith and Ricardo as its point of departure. When he interrupts the critique to dedicate himself instead to the writing of Capital, however, he transforms the history of theory into the history 173 of class struggle, and he develops the chapter on the working day. The workers' struggle for the shortening of the working day illuminates the problem from a new angle. It is not only a question of reclaiming surplus value but also of the liberation of the worker. In place of the pompous catalogue of the inalienable rights of man, writes Marx, comes the modest Magna Carta of a legally limited working day which shall make clear when the time which the worker sells is ended, and when his own begins. The worker, reduced to an instrument during work hours, reclaims a return in daily life to his quality as a man, as a free person with possibilities for development. Humanism is reaffirmed, drawing inspiration and stimulus from the concrete action of the workers in defense of their own humanity. And no less decisive for Marx is the historical experience of the Paris Commune, whose action confronted the problem of workers' self-government in production. The political rule of the producer, writes Marx, cannot coexist with the perpetuation of his social slavery. For that reason, the workers of the Commune took on the task of running the factories through the cooperative association of the workers employed in them, in order to transform the means of production into means of freely associated labor, which put an end to hierarchical distinctions. If it was not to be a fraud and a snare, Marx concluded, cooperative production must remain under the control of the workers. In this manner, the historical experience of the Commune revealed to Marx the way to achieve an association in which the free development of each becomes the condition of the free development of all. This ideal of a society in which the full and free development of each individual is the ruling principle is reaffirmed in Capital, and constitutes the humanistic inspiration that, according to Dunayevskaya, gives the work its profundity and its force and direction. Beginning with the principle that all of human history can be reconstructed through the development of labor because man is essentially homo faber, Marx demonstrates how labor is transformed from the exteriorization of human creativity to its negation when the worker must sell his labor power, i.e., transform himself into a commodity. In this transformation, the power of labor faced with constant capital becomes variable capital, the producer of surplus value. Thus, accumulated labor dominates living labor, which 174 is compelled to produce more and more, as it is intensified in order to compensate for the shortening of the working day. In the chapter on the general law of capitalist accumulation, Marx writes, all means for the development of production transform themselves into means of domination over, and exploitation of, the producers. They mutilate the laborer into a fragment of a man, degrade him to the level of an appendage of a machine, destroy every remnant of charm in his work and turn it into a hated toil. It follows, therefore, that in proportion as capital is accumulated, the lot of the laborer, be his payment high or low, must grow worse. From there comes the resistance of the workers, which Marx says in the same chapter tends to replace that fragment of a human being by the fully developed individual, for a variety of labors, ready to face any change in production, and to whom the different social functions he performs, are but so many modes of giving free scope to his own natural and acquired powers. This essential inspiration in Marx, on account of which Dunayevskaya states, human freedom is the principle toward which he worked, and for that reason and his philosophy can mostly be called a new humanism, is confirmed with an interesting analysis of the process of the composition of capital, of its logic and its end, and of the drafting of the second and third volumes. Moreover, it has already been revealed that the name humanism corresponds to Marxism not only on account of the end that it proposes itself, but also on account of the derivation of its doctrines from the examples of concrete, historical human actions, i.e., of the real struggles of the proletarian masses. However, this interpretation of Marxist doctrine should not be translated into a dogmatic rule, according to which any revolutionary impulse or mass movement, even when arising where a proletariat does not yet exist, must always be transformed into a directing and constitutive element of socialist doctrine and action. When Dunayevskaya reproaches the Second International and the German Social Democracy for not having incorporated into their own program and activity the new impulses of the year 1905, she seems to replace the duty of sympathy and solidarity that every socialist party must feel toward any oppositional movement of the 175 oppressed that demands its own freedom, with the possibility or duty of seeing in those independence movements a realization of socialism and an orienting element for the socialist program. She thus forgets that Marxist humanism, which is realistic, is tied to a critical practical conception of history that ties every historical program and action to the maturity of the objective and subjective conditions, and can therefore see the opening of a socialist horizon only where a developed and conscious proletariat enters the scene. The abandoning of this requirement was precisely the historical error of Bolshevism, which believed it could establish socialism by seizing state power in what was still a semi-feudal country, ending itself thereby constrained to assume a dictatorial and totalitarian character, something which Dunayevskaya deplores and rejects. For this very reason, the historical reconstruction that Raya Dunayevskaya realizes in the fourth part of her book treating the development of Lenin's thought, from the collapse of the Second International until his will, is not only interesting but also led with fruitful lessons. We limit ourselves to highlighting only a few points that reveal the contradiction internal to Lenin's consciousness between the democratic requirement and the Bolshevik program. Following the repression of the 1905 revolution, Lenin had already championed the idea, somewhat contradictory, of a workers' and peasants' revolutionary democratic dictatorship, declaring that the proletariat's task in a bourgeois, not a socialist revolution in an overwhelmingly peasant country, was still being discussed. Whoever wants to approach socialism by any other path than that of political democracy will inevitably arrive at absurd and reactionary conclusions, both economic and political. After the collapse of the Second International, Lenin discovers Marx and Engels' critique of the bourgeoisification of the trade unions, and proclaims the necessity of going deeper and lower into the working class. But he still does not grasp the type of organization that the spontaneous revolt of the workers can provide for itself, until in 1917, the Russian workers on their own initiative took up again the eating example of 1905, and created Soviets all over the country, workers, soldiers, and peasants' Soviets. And in this spontaneous creation on the part of the 176 masses, Lenin considers any danger of the formation of elites to have been superseded, and proclaims, all power to the Soviets. This means substituting workers' direct control at every level of government, and for every technical and bureaucratic directive, the workers must demand immediate establishment of control, in fact to be exercised by the workers themselves. I calculate solely and exclusively on the workers, soldiers, and peasants able to tackle better than the officials, better than the police, the practical and difficult problems of increasing the production of foodstuffs and their better distribution, the better provision of soldiers, etc., etc. The only way to have a genuine proletarian democracy, declares Lenin in State and Revolution, is to suppress the bureaucracy and to give all power to the workers, with the immediate introduction of control and superintendence by all every worker, every peasant, every toiler, every one who is exploited, the whole population to a man. Only in this manner would the classless society that Marx wished be realized, and the reintegration of man's manual and mental abilities in the producer himself, open the real history of humanity. In the face of these declarations of ultra-radical democracy, with which Dunayevskaya sketches Lenin as a political guru, it is inevitable that we ask ourselves, how could such an orientation transform itself into the bureaucratic management of production and the dictatorship of the Communist Party, which was, moreover, a tiny minority? And how is it that Lenin found himself on the side of merciless repression when the revolt of the sailors and of the people of Kronstadt arose to demand the rights and freedom of the Soviets? The answer is not to be found in the situation of external war, in which Bolshevik Russia was surrounded by hostile forces on every front, but it is to be found most of all in the internal conflict of the party in power with the very masses of peasants and workers, with their demands and aspirations. Lenin himself had observed that the overthrow of the exploiter class is the easiest part of the social revolution. Now comes the prosaic, daily, hard, and more important work, to actualize the creation of a socialist society, as had been proclaimed. It was not only about distributing food, but also about creating a whole productive and industrial organization throughout the immense country. It was not only about abolishing the distinction between manual workers and brain workers, but also about creating and organizing the necessary 177 means of production for a socialist society. This arduous preparation for the future required sacrifices in the present that the masses did not accept spontaneously. It required renunciation of their aspirations that only an iron discipline could impose upon them. Thus, while Lenin proclaimed the abolition of hierarchies of elites, of technocracy, he saw immediately in the party that attained power of passion for bossing, he saw the progressive affirmation of the bureaucracy, he saw the Soviets, which he had greeted as free schools of communism and self-discipline, subjugated instead to the orders from above that he had condemned. He saw the conflict between the trade unions and the state. He saw that the workers' state was set to transform itself into a state capitalist society. But was that the result of bad will, arbitrariness, or usurpation from unscrupulous leaders whom Lenin could have opposed himself in order to prevent their advance? Certainly not. It was a necessarily intrinsic condition that Lenin and his party had imposed on the Russian Revolution. As I have said in another occasion, in reality, Bolshevism, with its claim of skipping over in Russia the stages of historical evolution that the Western world had undergone with much difficulty, in order to pass from feudal society directly to the socialist one without going through the phase of capitalist development, did nothing other than to replace the bourgeoisie with the state in the task of creating and developing, with the forced sacrifice of the laboring masses, a formidable state. Capitalism, more cruel and inexorable than private capitalism because it can directly employ the organization of political power and all the power of its apparatus to dominate individuals and the masses with an iron st. Lenin himself did not reject the invocation of strong measures put in place against the opposition and the resistance of the enemies of the revolution. The proclaimed requirement of democracy transformed itself into the exercise of dictatorial power, not only as a consequence of the state of external war imposed by the White Russians and by the hostility of capitalist states, but also by the internal conflict between the demands of the Bolshevik program and the spontaneous demands of the masses. All of this must not be forgotten if one desires to understand historically the impressive picture that Dunayevskaya traces of the Russian world parallel to the American world in the FTH part of her book, which 178 studies the problem of our age as a conflict of state capitalism vs. freedom. For the Russian world, the roots of the subsequent developments clarified by the author must be searched for in the contradictions that she did not consider, contradictions in which Lenin's program and action were befouled from the very beginning, as I had the occasion to document at that time in my studies of 1920 to 1923 on the Significato e Insegnamenti della Rivoluzione Russa. 9. All of the subsequent connects with the masses which Dunayevskaya entitles State Capitalism vs. Workers' Revolt tend derive from those primary causes, and they cannot be considered only as deviations from Leninism, caused by the emergence of a mania for planning on the part of Trotsky, but principally on the part of Stalin. The planners had of necessity to put themselves against the workers' aspirations in order to achieve the capital accumulation indispensable for industrial development. For that reason, Dunayevskaya is able to compare Stalin's work with the historic mission of accumulation and production that, as Marx pointed out, classical political economy attributes to the bourgeoisie. Classical political economy, Marx added, did not fool itself at any moment about the pain that accompanies the birth of wealth. Stalin did not deceive himself either. Dunayevskaya continues, his iron will was the manifestation of the objective drive of the industrial development. The lengthening of the working day, the introduction of the piecework system and of Stakhanovism, the forced labor camps, the tendency to pay to the worker the minimum and to extract from him the maximum surplus value, the draconian labor legislation, the perversion of the relation between man and machine, are all aspects and moments documented by Dunayevskaya of this process of development of the totalitarian state whose motto was, reach and surpass the capitalist countries. This was Stalin's obsession, which inspired his merciless liquidation of all resistance. The fact that his planning with a vengeance was an intrinsic demand of the self-same party and Bolshevik state is revealed from the fact that, as Dunayevskaya points out, Stalin's disappearance does not mean that his battling heirs fundamentally changed a single part of the state capitalist structure they inherited, either before or after de-Stalinization. 179. At the same time, however, subsequent events demonstrate how the requirements of the party in power are in conflict with the laboring masses. Dunayevskaya traces briefly the history of the workers' insurrection in East Germany on June 17, 1953, which exploded with the cry, "We will not be slaves," as well as the Russian political prisoners' revolt in the forced labor camps of Vorkuta in July 1953, the workers' insurrection in Budapest and in Hungary as a whole in October 1956, all of them subdued with the blood and iron of the Russian military forces, but not before demonstrating their momentous strength. And she asks herself, whoever before June 17 had heard of a mass revolt against a totalitarian dictatorship? Whoever had, before July, heard of slave laborers forcing concessions from a police state? 2 pages in history that have shown the way to freedom. And she comments on the Hungarian insurrection, observing that, because of the repression, the revolutionary forces have been forced underground, but they have not disappeared. Nor was the impact exhausted within the national boundaries of Hungary. Thousands of Communist Party members all over Western Europe now see Russian communism as but another name for state capitalism. The diffusion of this consciousness in the proletariat, Dunayevskaya concludes, is a beginning only, but it is a beginning. The human demand for freedom can be suffocated temporarily, but it can never be extinguished. Totalitarianism cannot be assured of a definitive victory, which would suppose an irreconcilable adaptation on the part of the workers to their alienation from themselves and from their labor. The impossibility of such an adaptation is manifested above all in the American world, where the demand for freedom on the part of the workers arises against that supreme expression of industrial capitalism and its battle for productivity that is automation, an extreme form of subjugation of the worker to the machine, of the negation of his creativity and freedom, of his reduction to an automaton. Marx had foreseen these developments when he wrote, "An organized system of machines to which motion is communicated by the transmitting mechanism from a central automaton, is the most developed form of production by machinery. The lightening of the labor, even, becomes a sort of torture, since the machine does not free the laborer from work, but deprives the work of all interest." 180. Man is transformed into machine and the machine into mind. If you are the one who operates it, you feel its impact in every bone of your body. You are more sweaty, more tired, more tense, and you feel about as useless as a FTH wheel. You are never on top of the machine is always on top of you and keeps you isolated from your fellow workers. In addition, you feel more isolated as more and more of your shopmates are displaced by the monster machine. For the worker, it is no longer a question of wages, but of the quality of labor. This is not only because the latter becomes dangerous, accidents increase, and security diminishes, but even more because of the tensions to which the worker is subjected, and the reduction of his thinking humanity into a kind of appendage of the machine. The demands of industrial workers, which Dunayevskaya expresses with phrases from the Marxist tradition, work that would be completely tied up with life, doing that would not be separated from thinking, a new unity of theory and practice, unit in the worker himself, respond to a concept of labor as human activity that develops all human aptitudes, innate or acquired. How can we transform this concept into action? It is not enough to say, with Dunayevskaya, that the new impulse can come only from the workers, and to thereby proclaim that the control of production belongs to them. This responds to the problem of liberation from any totalitarian system and from any system of forced labor, but not to the problem of the relation between man and machine and automation. If it is true that the solution to this second problem presupposes a new society, the decisive question remains, in what direction will this society of workers be able to end the solution to the problem of alienated labor and to the construction of a new humanism in the era of automated and mechanized production? Is an integral and complete solution possible in this, our modern epoch, which cannot return to the artisanal stage? In the German ideology, Marx, like Rousseau, attributed the reduction of man to a mere fragment of man to the division of labor. He demanded, on that account, that man be freed from his sentence of remaining limited to an exclusive form of activity for his entire life. Man, he claimed, must be free to hunt at certain hours, at others, pasture cattle at yet others, that is, to dedicate himself to the most varied activities in order to fully develop his human 181 faculties and to fool his propensities. But this somewhat utopian requirement did not make evident any real solution to the problem of alienation due to the subordination of man to the machine. In Capital, Marx tends toward more concrete demands, due to the impetus from the workers' struggles for the shortening of the working day, a demand that was made possible by the increased production that the very use of machinery allows. The reduction of the working day means the availability of free time for the worker, that is, the daily possibility, if only for a few hours, of regaining his autonomy as a human being, his capacity to carry out various activities in accordance with his tastes and needs, in short, the possibility to freely develop his human personality. In this manner, the unity of manual and mental labor lost by the artisan as he was transformed into an industrial worker can reconstitute itself in a certain way, no longer as a simultaneous unity of the two moments, but at least as a succession of diverse phases in a person's activity, which manages to restore from compulsory work a part of his time and energy, in order to dedicate the latter to the autonomous satisfaction of his human propensities and demands. At any rate, this represents a partial compensation for the mortification and drudgery of alienated labor, but it is still not a solution to the problem of enlightening labor itself, constantly associating the intellectual and the manual, the comprehension and the mechanical, and thus giving the worker the consciousness of being a functioning human being and not a mere appendage of the machine, subjugated to its iron domination. The exigency of the new humanism is to shed light on labor. But is this possible in modern mechanized and automated production? The steadily increasing requirement of modern industry for skilled labor rather than undifferentiated brute force can show us the way to the solution of the problem. Skill means education, development of the intelligence required for the execution of one's task, as well as comprehension of specialized labor, of its means and methods, and the possibility of cooperating in perfecting these, in short, the reconquest of human creativity. But the measure that suffices for industry, and for its leaders and managers, is still not sufficient for the worker. The education that is enough to make him into a skilled industrial worker is not enough to bestow a fully developed consciousness upon him. He needs to deepen his knowledge of the machine that he operates, and also of other machines, in order to feel that he consciously 182 controls the machine's functioning, rather than being blindly dominated by it. The degree of education needed by the worker for this is very high, deeper than that needed to make him a skilled industrial worker. In order to overcome the humiliation of alienation, the worker must feel that he is almost like the engineer, who is the master of the secrets that he puts in action. Now, to bring the education of the workers to such a level could not be a necessity felt either by capitalism or by the managerial hierarchies of industry. It can only be felt by those who want to withdraw themselves from the situation of dehumanized automatons and appendages of the machine, and want to reaffirm their own humanity in labor, enlightening it completely. Here then comes into play the necessity, affirmed by Dunayevskaya, of workers' control over the construction of the new society and the new humanism. The limitation of the working day and as good a knowledge as possible of the means of production are two conditions for the solution of the important problem of alienated labor. And only to the degree to which this problem is solved will the end that Marx proposed to the workers be reached, an association in which the free development of each is a condition for the free development of all. Buenos Aires, July 1963. Chapter 10. Why 21st Century Marxism has to be humanist. Paul Mason. Introduction. In the aftermath of the Second World War, an overt humanist turn took place both within Marxism and, in the case of some prominent Marxists, against it. Raya Dunayevskaya, who had been Trotsky's secretary, introduced the key ideas of the early Marx to the American left, producing arguably the quintessential statement of post-war Marxist humanism. Erich Fromm began his career as a social psychologist in the late 1920s, allied to the Frankfurt School. However, by 1941, his Marxism evolved in an explicitly humanist direction, leading him towards a theory of ethics and recentering his work on the psychology of the individual. Manbendranath Roy, one of the founders of the Comintern, broke with Marxism completely by 1948, arguing that its underestimation of the P. Mason, London, UK independent role of thought and individuality in its liberation narrative had made Marxism susceptible to the totalitarian system imposed under Stalinism. Herbert Marcuse stands both as a forerunner and a counterweight to these post-war thinkers. His 1932 essay, which introduced Marx's early writings, addressed most of the key ideas embraced by the post-1945 converts. Marcuse called tentatively for a Marxism focused on the human essence. It is precisely the unceasing focus on the human essence that becomes the inexorable impulse for founding the radical revolution. However, Marcuse's rediscovery of the humanist core of Marx proved to be just one stage in a journey towards philosophical despair in the early 1960s, both about the one-dimensionality of workers under the technological domination of capital, and in the very possibility of the working class becoming the gravedigger of capitalism. In any case, the humanist turn within Marxism in the 1950s was quickly overwhelmed by a counter-tendency, originating from within existentialism, which stigmatized Enlightenment humanism and all its offshoots itself as the ultimate source of fascism, imperialism, and genocide. By the mid-1960s, a fully theorized anti-humanism was embedded in both the official Marxism taught in Soviet and in the structuralist Marxism emergent in Western academia, as codified by Althusser, who depicts Marx and Engels' the German ideology as an absolute break with humanism. In this chapter I will argue that, for much of the 20th century, the humanist roots of Marxism were unknown and misunderstood, even by its most subtle practitioners, even after the appearance of Marx's early writings in German in 1932. Official Marxism laid the basis for theoretical anti-humanism in the 1880s and 1990s because its authoritative thinkers adopted a hyperdeterminist approach to both nature and society and clung to Marx's odd theory of proletarian teleology long after it had begun to fall apart. The key thinkers of the Second International did not break overtly from the humanist precepts embedded in Marx's then unknown philosophical writings, but they did diverge in epistemological method. They 187 adopted an essentially Kantian theory of knowledge, but with material reality seen as active, with thought as its passive reaction. And they systematically minimized both thought, self-activity, and the subjective intent of the working class. On this basis they began to make claims about the superiority of dialectics over the complexity theories emerging in the physical sciences, to disparage the Hegelian roots of early Marxism and to sideline the subjectivity of the working class. For the generation of leftists born before the First World War, this was the orthodox Marxism they learned. Their textbooks were classic summaries of historical materialism by Engels, Plekhanov, and Labriola. In each of these works, assertions about the process of economic determination of social phenomena were paired with claims about the nature of matter, whose purpose was to present Marxism as a universal science of reality. However, this was also a generation whose practical experience of working-class struggle, of revolutionary dynamics, and of cultural modernism taught them the practical power of subjectivity. If we study the lives and actions of the generation who led the 1916 to 1923 revolutionary upsurge, they exist in permanent tension with the objectivist theories they had been taught in the pre-1914 social peace. To renew Marxism in the 20th century, we need to return to its humanist origins. The proletariat, though it exists and has doubled in size since 1989, can be demonstrated not to possess the telos identified by Marx. Instead, under neoliberal globalization, the plebeian masses are exploited through multiple value streams at work, through rents, financially, behaviorally, and through data collection in a way that undermines the key teleological claim of 19th century Marxism, that the proletariat was destined to overthrow capitalism because of its absence of property. Rather than the classic proletariat, it is the wider plebeian mass of exploited humanity that has both the reason and the motivation to transcend capitalism. And its high access to information and education, captured by the sociological label networked individual, solves permanently the controversy within Marxism about whether the agent of history can act effectively while blinded by ideology. Henceforward it will act, and can only act, consciously. In an ironic confirmation of Marx's dictum that mankind always sets itself only such tasks as it can solve, capitalism has created 188. The networked individual at the very moment its own future existence is called into question by the threat of climate change and the transformative potential information technology. The rise of information networks creates the possibility of a prolonged transition beyond capitalism on the basis of abundance, not the scarcity-based project of 20th century socialism. Meanwhile, the onset of artificial intelligence will pose point-blank the question of human control over autonomous systems. The ultimate form of alienation, in the sense Marx uses the word in 1844, will be the permanent alienation of our ability to control the technologies we have created, and the loss of our claim to human rights against the supposed rights of corporate and state-owned machines. In order to equip humanity for its struggle against machine control, and for a human-centric transition program beyond the market, historical materialism needs to leave behind permanently the objectivism of the Engels-Plekhanov generation, and to resolve crucial problems of agency introduced by Marx himself, in his odd theory of the proletariat. How humanist was Marx? Marxism was, at its inception, the answer to a philosophical question posed throughout the Enlightenment: in a monist world, where there is only matter and no disembodied spirit, what causes change? Marx's answer was, human labor. In the economic and philosophical manuscripts he espoused both a radical humanism and a basic ecology. Human labor, for Marx, alters both the nature of human beings and the shape of the natural world. The purpose of human beings, says Marx, is to set themselves free. They are enslaved not just by capitalism, nor merely by any specific form of class society, but by their social nature, which obliges them to work in groups and to collaborate via language and consciousness, not simply instinct. When humans make things, or discover a new idea, we tend to embody our concept of self in the new object or the new idea, a process Marx calls self-estrangement or alienation. We then allow our products, mental and physical, to exercise power over us, whether in the form of religions, superstitions, or by fetishizing consumer goods, or mindlessly obeying routines and disciplines that we have created for ourselves. 189. Communism, said Marx, is not simply the abolition of private property but the appropriation of the human essence by and for man, the complete return of man to himself as a social being. A modern restatement of this might say, humans are, in their DNA, linguists, imaginers, team workers, and technologists. Through their interactions with the natural world, they reshape both nature and themselves. Human nature is not, as the thinkers of the Enlightenment imagined, immutable, and thus the source of immutable ethical principles. It is historically constructed. Out of this arises the unique possibility that we, as a species, can liberate ourselves from both economic necessity and psychological self-oppression. This involves us recognizing and resisting both the physical and ideological power of the autonomous systems we have created. Should we admit this view to be essentialist? Yes, as long as you are prepared to allow that the human essence is malleable through human activity. It is impossible logically to maintain the concept of alienation without possessing a concept of human essence, as Marx does in EPM. Should we admit this view to be teleological? Again yes, as long as you understand the telos of humanity in its Aristotelian sense, that our purpose in the world, created randomly through our evolution toward consciousness and language, is to free ourselves. In fact, the discovery of the human potential for self-liberation through self-activity is the fundamental teleology of Marxism, from which the theory of the proletariat was a secondary conclusion, albeit reached simultaneously. Marx had no need to spell out the continuity between his views in the 1840s and those of the late 18th century humanist thinkers of the German and Scottish Enlightenment, because the modern form of anti-humanism was not present in the intellectual discourse around him. It was, however, brilliantly foreshadowed in the work of Max Stirner. In The Ego and Its Own, Stirner argues that all forms of humanism originating from the Enlightenment are mere secular replacements for religion. Though he divides human history into a Hegelian, three-phase process of maturation, Stirner conceives freedom, the null phase, as the freedom of individuals from any universal claims and from all teleological views of the species. It was Stirner's attack on left Hegelian humanism which, as Alexander Green points out, provoked Marx and Engels to write TGI. The anti-humanist left has always framed TGI as Marx's break with 190. Both humanism and essentialism. However, as Green, a critic of Marx, demonstrates, the book is in fact an attempt to defend key concepts that Marx shared with the left Hegelian humanists, and which Stirner had attacked. Though Stirner's attack forced Marx to reap praise and reject Feuerbach's humanism, for its dependence on an ahistorical conception of the human essence, Green shows that TGI was the result of an attempt to preserve the left Hegelian humanist heritage in spite of Stirner's challenge. And as Chris Byron notes, it is possible to trace the same dialectical essentialist view of human nature through numerous reiterations, which permeate the Grundrisse theories of surplus value and capital itself. For example, in Volume 3 of Capital, Marx states, "Freedom in this eld can only consist in socialized man, the associated producers, rationally regulating their interchange with nature, under conditions most favorable to, and worthy of, their human nature." After 1845, then, Marx's humanism became reframed as a set of categories within political economy, alienation and fetishism, which are described speculatively in 1844, reappear as alienated labor and commodity fetishism in Capital. And the teleological implication of this humanism is also reframed, focusing less on general statements about humanity's propensity to self-liberate, toward a specific teleology focused on the working class within capitalism, and its necessity to abolish private property. Throughout his later writings Marx remained, as Byron suggests, a rigid essentialist who sees a actuating essence to man. And as Norman Garras has shown, it is a myth that the 1845 Theses on Feuerbach contradicts the claim that Marx had a theory of human nature. The humanist core of Marxism was, however, obscured in the process of reframing the doctrine as a theory of history and political economy. The non-availability of the early writings aided but did not cause this. The real epistemological break comes not in Marx but in post-Marx materialist thinking. 191. What got lost in the 1890s? From the work of Engels, Plekhanov, and Labriola it is possible to distill the core propositions of the orthodox Marxism taught to the generation of Lenin, Luxemburg, and Gramsci. That Marxism is a theory of the laws of motion of matter in general, and of human society as a subset of that matter. That a crude confirmation of the Hegelian dialectic can be found in the dynamics of matter from the history of the Earth's crust, to the evolution of species, to the life cycle of plants and animals. That the dialectic is not only superior to the methods of formal logic but unsurpassable as a tool for comprehending the laws of motion thus described. That Marx, in 1845, broke with philosophy, refounding his theory of history on the basis of economic concepts rather than the human teleological ones inherited from left Hegelianism, with the implication that there were no further philosophical problems worth discussing. That Marx inverted Hegel's system, standing it on its feet, thus converting the superior theory of change embedded in objective idealism into a newly dynamic form of materialism. That Marxism was thus both the perfection of the monist materialisms of the 18th century and the economic counterpart of late 19th century monism in physical science. That there was no place in the Marxist system for ethics or moral thought. Morals, like laws, are the superstructure of a given set of social relations. That all the teleological characteristics attributed to humanity in general by the left Hegelian and utopian socialist traditions were in fact embodied only in the proletariat. The proletariat was the bearer of the new social relations of communism and destined to achieve class consciousness primarily through the experience of exploitation and class struggle. However, as quickly as it was expounded, this doctrine began to fall apart on contact with three new developments. 192. First, with the birth of modern physics, we see the emergence of post-dialectical ways of thinking about complexity, randomness, and indeterminacy. This raised the possibility of a scientific method superior both to the dialectic and to formal logic, which was to enrage Lenin when embraced by Bogdanov and others. Second, the modernization of academic philosophy. The Nietzschean challenge to rationalism, humanism, and teleological thought called forth a response both from the left and the liberal center which drove official philosophy back toward Kant, and secularized moral philosophy as a profession. Meanwhile, in the RST decade of the 20th century the philosophical turn in mathematics also raised the possibility of studying contradiction with more complex tools than the dialectic. Thirdly, with the emergence of highly organized, state-led capitalism, a labor aristocracy, plus a working class straightened by Taylorist management techniques, and early welfare states, the key teleological premise of orthodox Marxism was challenged. Edward Bernstein's revisionist intervention represents one logically consistent response to these changes, to abandon the teleological claims of Marxism altogether and to return to a moral socialism centered on timeless Kantian principles, while leaving science to the scientists. For Bernstein's opponents, the generation of revolutionary Marxists who emerged in the RST decades of the 20th century, the practical solution was to swing towards subjectivity. Lenin's What is to be done? For example, contains a view of the working class which is implicitly similar to Bernstein's, that the proletariat could not in itself develop revolutionary consciousness. From this Lenin drew the opposite conclusion to Bernstein: the proletariat would have to be injected with the will to overthrow capitalism by an external force. Gramsci, Trotsky, and Luxemburg, among others, each contributed to the post-1900 subjectivist turn in Marxism, ending in the lived experience of national, democratic, and workplace struggles, a source of belief in the possibility or revolution against the timetable laid down by economic development alone. Gramsci was to describe the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution as a revolution against capital, i.e., against Marx's masterwork, precisely because it was perceived as a voluntaristic escape from the rigid economic determinism of the 1890s. 193. Yet the revolutionary Marxist generation which rose to prominence after 1914 left their break with the determinism of the 1890s only half theorized. As a result, both in their minds and in the textbooks their followers produced, the fundamental tenets of hyperdeterminist Marxism remained intact. You could be a Leninist and still subscribe to Engels's dialectics of nature, to Plekhanov's rigid monism, and to the dogma that the working class was destined to introduce socialism because of its absence of property rather than its desire for an unalienated life. For example, Marx's humanism was based on the assertion that humans alone, unlike the rest of nature, had the power to change themselves through action. By 1921, Nikolai Bukharin's historical materialism could assure the nascent Soviet bureaucracy of the exact opposite. Everything in nature, therefore, from the movements of the planets down to the little grain or mushroom, is subject to a certain uniformity or, as it is generally put, to a certain natural law. We observe the same condition in social life also, i.e., in the life of human society. Luxemburg added to the classical Marxist theory of the proletariat an important variation specific to the 20th century, that the working class is destined to overthrow capitalism not primarily because it will self-educate, or because it will be immiserated, or because it owns no property, but because the crisis-ridden nature of the imperialist epoch confronts the proletariat with existential threats in the form of extreme crisis, war, colonial barbarity, and fascism. However, even Luxemburgism remained a variant of the proposition, the working class is destined to overthrow capitalism because, only with an extra reason. Today, as I argue in Post-Capitalism, the Marxist theory of the proletariat has to be abandoned. For certain, it moves spontaneously from forming a class against capital to a class for itself as Marx suggested. But at no time in its history did the majority of the working class spontaneously develop a consistently pro-communist consciousness, and with the rise of a mass consumer society in the 20th century, its stake both in private property and the capitalist state increased. As Luxemburg suggested, it was repeatedly prepared to take power in conditions of war and fascism, but it later proved historically incapable of holding power in the Soviet Union, Cuba, or China when faced with the rise of bureaucratism. 194. Instead, throughout its entire history, the working class wanted more than reform, but less than revolution. It wanted control, and when it got control it was often prepared to defend the islands of humanity and justice it could create in alliance with petty bourgeois forces and, as in the USSR and beyond, bureaucracies. Simon Pirani's account of the Moscow working class's acceptance of early Stalinist bureaucratism after 1921, offers a convincing case study of this. The real experience of the Paris Commune, as opposed to the events dared by classic Marxist accounts of it, tells the same story. The real experience from Proudhonism in the 1860s to syndicalism in 1911 and Durruty's columns in 1936 suggests that for the factory proletariat it was control above all that embodied the condition of becoming a class for itself. In short, over its 250-year history, the urban/industrial proletariat was always able to achieve more than what Lenin condemned as mere trade union consciousness, but always less than what Marx expected. This refutation of Marx is more radical than the one outlined by Marcuse in One-Dimensional Man. For Marcuse, it is the post-war emergence of state capitalism and its capacity for technological domination that led to a degeneration of the proletariat. For me, Marx's attempt to cast the proletariat as the objective embodiment of the negation in the form of propertyless social relations was wrong, and never factually based, even in the 1840s. It was certainly a revolutionary class for the social republic, and in defense of itself against fascism and dictatorship, but the theory of the bearer does not stand up against the actual anthropology of working class existence. The working class was, and still is, the historically lawful bearer of altruism and solidarity, but not of communism. However, until the 1880s, the Marxist theory at least coincided with some of the facts. After that, the entire history of revolutionary Marxism since 1902 has to be read as a series of theoretical convolutions designed to avoid confronting Marx's error. Engels began the process with his theory of the labor aristocracy, originally applied only to Great Britain. He claimed in 1892 that the labor aristocracy was now a generalized temporary phenomenon, tying an upper section of the working class throughout the developed world to capital through the proceeds of colonial exploitation. Lenin, by 1916, had developed this into a general theory, describing the skilled reformist workers as a permanent stratum within the working 195 class whose material interests require them to support capitalism. For Lenin, the bearer of the future social relations had now to be found lower and deeper among the masses. Marcuse, and indeed most of the Frankfurt School, came to believe that the working class had lost its historical capacity to overthrow capitalism, while from the 1960s onwards the New Left began to search for replacement agencies to overthrow the system in the form of students, racial minorities, women and anti-imperialist national revolts. What does this imply for the teleological claims of Marxism? Let us follow Marx's initial logic. In 1844, he elaborates a concept of the human essence based on self-activity. He discovers that the working class of Paris are spontaneously embracing communist ideas and extrapolates from that the theory that their material conditions will oblige them to destroy capitalism. There are two parallel claims here. That humanity can self-liberate through technological progress and self-education, the working class, being the latest and last embodiment of the alienated human being, will be obliged to create the conditions for ending alienation. 2. That the working class, because it can hold no property, will be the agent of capitalism's overthrow and the bearer of the new social relations whatever the specific ideas it holds in its head. If you believe this second thesis is historically refuted, then you have two choices. You can begin the search for an alternative agent of history, the Leninist Party, or the bourgeois nationalist guerrilla movement, the student nucleus, or sections of the masses lower and deeper than the semi-skilled proletariat. Or you can revert to the RST thesis, which is the most consistent teleological statement in Marxism. Humankind in general, through its self-activity, is the agent of self-liberation, and the form that agency takes is not limited to the one in which Marx RST encountered it, the solidarity of industrial workers. Human history is the history of class struggles, but the class struggle within capitalism turns out to be, as it was in all previous societies, over the forms and limits of alienation, not simply the distribution of the economic surplus. 196. If so, the most important question at a given stage of class society, including our own, is not why has the working class failed, who is to blame, or who can replace it. It is, what is the current form of the alienated human being, and what would creating the conditions to end its alienation involve? What did Marxist humanism add? The contribution of the post-war Marxist humanists was to rediscover and reinsert the humanism of 1844 to 1845 into a coherent restatement of historical materialism. As compared to the orthodox Marxism of the 1890s, by the time of the Hungarian Revolution in 1956, that restatement might be summarized as follows. That Marxism is primarily a theory of the dynamics of human society, indeed an anthropology. That the Hegelian dialectic is far from the crude idealist triad understood by Plekhanov's generation, it is in fact a subtle quasi-materialism that does not need much standing on its head at all. Though Marcuse had pioneered Western Marxism's reassessment of Hegel, it was Dunayevskaya who most significantly elaborated it, through her prolonged engagement with two key categories in Hegel's logical system: the power of negativity and the absolute idea. That the dialectic was a contribution to scientific thought but does not replace it. That Marx's break with idealist philosophy does not give Marxists permission to disengage from philosophy but obliges them to engage and respond to developments in ontological, epistemological, logical, and moral thought. That Marxism has more in common with the dynamic idealism of Hegel than it does with the determinist monism of the 18th century materialists. That Marx's Capital is not merely a work of political economy, but an attempt to show how humanity's social consciousness is produced by its social being, i.e., also a work of anthropology. For Dunayevskaya, once Capital was thus interpreted, it became a guide for the working class to take control of machinery, factories, and entire industrial processes, not merely with the intent to end 197. Exploitation, but as a way of immediately combating alienation and lack of control. That it is possible to conceive of a Marxist ethical system on the basis of the essential but changing human nature, and on a universalist premise drawn from that view of human nature. That the proletariat's GHT against capitalism would have to take place on the basis of a conscious effort to overcome its own alienation, and therefore could not be a dumb, ant-like process described in the hyperdeterminist era. That, though the proletariat's struggles arise out of historically specific conditions, they are a subset of humanity's long struggle against alienation and part of a wider arc. Certain forms of alienation, e.g., women's oppression, racism, colonial subservience, may run deeper than class oppression. That the negation of modern capitalism, using Hegel's terminology, therefore consists of more than simply the factory proletariat, and thus the dynamics of feminism, the black civil rights movement and the struggle against colonialism are essentially negative to capitalism. For Dunayevskaya, the importance of these non-economic struggles and oppressed groups lay not as replacements for a proletariat which had failed to live up to its teleological purpose, they were elements of an expanded revolutionary subject. This rethink of who is the subject was only possible because of Dunayevskaya's determination to restore negativity to its primary role in the Hegelian thought system. Above all, both chronologically and logically, humanism is the core of Marxism. As Dunayevskaya put it, humanist philosophy is the very foundation of the integral unity of Marxian theory, which cannot be fragmented into economics, politics, sociology, much less identified with the Stalinist monolithic creation. Given that Marxist humanism was so aligned with the spontaneous dynamics of social struggle in the 1960s, it is worth asking, why didn't it take off? 198. First, because many of its adherents remained loyal to the model of the Leninist Party, long after they were prepared to denounce Stalinism as a twin phenomenon with fascism. Second, and most obviously, because of the brief but spectacular return of proletarian agency in the years 1968 to 1975, when the factory workforce of the developed world adopted spontaneous practices of resistance like the Factory Committee, the occupation, the Proto-Soviet, and the mass strike. On RST contact with the student-based fragments of the humanist and anti-Leninist left, the workers demanded something different. My observations of the British left in the aftermath of the mid-1970s strike wave were that the most militant workers themselves demanded a turn to a practical form of Leninism, albeit of a highly economic-focused variety. Ian Burkle's biography of the far-left leader Tony Cliff demonstrates how it was under the influence of the 1968 radicalization of rank-and-file workers that the IS/SWP tradition abandoned its vestigial Luxemburgism and began to reframe its entire politics around Lenin's "what is to be done." The social conditions for the take-off of anti-humanist, structuralist Marxism enunced by Althusser were accelerated by the acute economic crisis after 1973 combined with the defeats of the late 1970s. From 1968 onwards, the baby boomers were radicalized in a world that looked and sounded like the one in the Leninist textbooks. Marcuse's lament that the working class had surrendered to one-dimensionality were derided. The later predictions of a Marxist humanist like Andrei Gortz, of the proletariat's demise, were scorned. A further impediment to the spread of Dunayevskaya's humanism was its determination to remain engaged with Soviet and Chinese Marxism as if with rival interpretations within a single doctrine. Only amid the hubristic return of Leninism in the 1970s, backed by Althusser's renewed hyperdeterminist theory, did it became necessary for Marxist humanists to state what had only been implicit in the works of Korsch, Gramsci and Marcuse, that there are, as Edward Thompson put it, two Marxisms incompatible with each other. A gulf has opened, he wrote, between idealist and materialist modes of thought, between Marxism as closure and a tradition, derivative from Marx, of open investigation and critique. The RST is a tradition of theology. The second is a tradition of active reason. 199. As long as they clung to the theory of proletarian agency, the Leninist Party and the idea of Marxism as a unit canon of ideas, Marxist humanists such as Dunayevskaya were always going to be metaphorically playing away, in the ideological sports stadium of their enemies. During the long period of defeat for the working class which began in the late 1970s, and the rise of neoliberalism, it is possible to say with hindsight that Marxism was literally atomized. In academia, subtle and lucid Marxist analyses of capitalist social relations, or pre-capitalist anthropology, flourished precisely because they could exist in an anti-universalist world. Your Marxist masterpiece can sit on the shelf alongside my Foucauldian deconstruction of it, because the premise of the library's existence is that all knowledge is relative. In political activity, meanwhile, Leninist groups became reenactment societies, losing power and unions to anarchism and environmentalism after missing the boat during the anti-globalization movement of 1999 to 2003. Stalinism, meanwhile, hibernated. It produced no account of its own downfall, only a nostalgia industry for the Spanish Civil War and 1917, and at its worst an international support network for Vladimir Putin and Bashar al-Assad. Marxist political economy has made fruitful and at times devastating interventions into the battle between orthodox and heterodox economics. Alongside this, a revived philosophy function has emerged in Marxism, so that every school of bourgeois philosophy from analytical to realist to metaphysical now has a Marxist expression. But Marxism as a holistic theory has been shattered and will remain shattered until it confronts the central philosophical questions raised by the falsification of Marx's bearer theory. Namely, who is alienated within this particular form of capitalist society? What gives them the material interest to overthrow it? And what qualities do they bear which enable them to create a society without exploitation, property, or oppression? The centrality of Marxist humanism today. Marx, famously, refused to describe communism except in very general terms. Though he outlined in the 1859 preface the possibility of a clash between the industrialized forces of production and the social relations of capitalism, he never fully detailed what this would look like. Only once did he hazard a guess at the form the techno-economic revolution might take. In the 1858 fragment on machines in Waddy's 200, known today as the Grundriss, he imagined a time when machines do most of the work, where the workforce stands completely to the side of the process as an observer, and in which knowledge becomes social, embodied in what he called a general intellect. Since capitalism is based on prots generated by workers, it could not survive a level technological advance that eradicated the need for work. The clash between private property and shared social knowledge, he said, would blow the foundations of capitalism sky high. This prophecy, so obviously relevant to our time of robots and networked knowledge, lay in the archives unread until the 1960s. Today, the imminent contradictions of capitalism look very different from the way they've been presented in previous periods of crisis. During the pre-1914 period, the Marxist orthodoxy, shared by revolutionaries and revisionists, was that the forces of production had further to mature, and that the form of a socialized economy was taking shape via the consolidation, monopolization, and state intervention already happening under Nan's capitalism. During the Great Depression, a plausible underconsumptionist account of capitalism's endpoint was added to Hilferding and Lenin's thesis about monopoly and Nan's capitalism. The collapse of growth, Nanchal prots, and Nanchal wealth would force the state to organize the economy, Meanwhile, the deep poverty and insecurity generated by mass unemployment would create an army of discontented workers and lower middle class people to make the revolution. They would seize the centralized state economy and use it to abolish the law of value. During the post-1973 period, the source of crisis seemed the opposite, the wage bargaining power of the workers combined with the indebtedness of states, making it necessary for capital to attack trade unions and welfare systems. Since neoliberalism peaked, and entered its downswing in 2000/2001, a very different narrative has emerged about how capitalism ends. Ripken, Drucker, Bastiani, and I have each separately described how the rise of information technology disrupts the normal process of price formation in a market system. The post-capitalism thesis states that there is too little exchange value in information goods to allow price formation through the marginal costs, and while Mark UPS and 201 monopoly pricing can delay this zero marginal cost effect, they cannot do so forever. Infotech disrupts the ordinary defense mechanism of capitalism, whereby jobs and tasks automated out of existence are replaced by new, high-skilled, high-paying jobs which sustain consumer demand and raise the level of subsistence required by the whole workforce. Thus capitalism faces a strategic crisis of the realization of surplus value. Productivity will go on showing up in the use value side of the Marxist accounting schedule but not on the exchange value side. As a result, an information-dominant capitalism is heavily reliant on monopolistic and rent-seeking business models, and on central bank money creation. In order to sustain demand, the system itself is becoming more and more reliant on money, generating high private, corporate and government debt, none of which can be paid back without high inflation, which is unlikely given the long-term impact of infotech described above. These effects are exacerbated by contingent factors, the slowdown of population growth, the slowdown of innovation, the diminishing returns from catch-up growth, and the constrained nature of government finances in an era when global debt is 150% of global GDP and rising. With or without climate change, these conditions would create the possibility of a transition beyond market-dominated production in the 21st century. But the climate crisis accelerates the clash between forces and relations of production, demanding swifter action by the state and civil society to produce a new model of capitalism from which we can build post-capitalism. The question is, who has the material interest in making this happen? Two insights from within heterodox Marxism throw light on the answer. As class identification has weakened, and information technology has begun to allow people to create multiple identities, and to move freely across distributed social networks, sociologists Wellman and Castells originated the concept of the networked individual. At RST used to describe a set of behaviors, this term has morphed into a description of the decisive change in lifestyle, attitude, behavior. 202. And personality among people exposed to the combined effects of social networks and mobile digital communications. As a term it has been appropriated in disciplines as far apart as psychiatry and marketing, but for Marxists there is an obvious and narrower meaning. Being a networked individual does not alter the fact that you are a proletarian, or a petit bourgeois, or a member of the super-rich elite. But it does overlay your position within the exploitation process at work with more general features common to the most basic alienation process Marx described in 1844. The human being as a slave of the thing it has created was easy to conceive for factory workers in the 1840s, how much clearer is our enslavement to the smart mobile digital comms devices, and the thought control machines that stand behind them, which 3 billion people on the planet now possess, and which barely existed on the day Lehman Brothers went bust. The second insight arises from the work of Mario Tronti, the Italian autonomist thinker who theorized the social factory. In classic Marxism, the process of exploitation takes place primarily in the factory. For Tronti, by the 1960s, capitalism had developed to the point where every living act of human beings had become a source of valorization for capital. At the highest level of capitalist development, social relations become moments of the relations of production, and the whole society becomes an articulation of production. In short, all of society lives as a function of the factory, and the factory extends its exclusive domination over all of society. Nearly 60 years on, after decades of atomization, privatization, and nationalization of consumption, we might restate the argument as the 21st century social factory thesis. Under neoliberalism, after the destructive phase of the 1980s, the process of valorizing capital came to pervade the non-work social life in the developed world. A worker is still producing a steady stream of surplus value in the workplace, wreaked in the average 10 to 12% pre-tax operating profits of corporations. But they are also producing a stream of interest from credit cards, student loans, healthcare loans, and mortgages at a substantially higher rate of return. In addition, 203. The consumer's actions are co-creating intellectual property for free. Meanwhile, entire vistas of previously non-commercial interactions during leisure time are now committed. And for giant data corporations like Facebook and Google, the mere behavioral existence of the human subject can be monetized. Our location data, our heart rates, our speed of reading an ebook, all of these generate commercializable data. As a result, the networked individual in successive iterations as generations Y and Z experiences exploitation at work as merely a device for servicing all the other value streams emanating from their consumption, borrowing, sex life, exercise, and cultural activities. Even in prison or while asleep, we can be exploited by capital, and in multiple, subtle ways. If this is so, Marxism must now stand as a kind of liberation theory for these multiply exploited, alienated, and oppressed individuals. Their material interest calls for ending the surveillance, intrusion, asymmetric power, and suppressed incomes from which they suffer. And they have the means to do so through the activity Tronti described as refusal. They can create conditions in which refusal to participate in commoditized friendship, or high-interest borrowing becomes possible through mass struggle, albeit of a variety in which swarms and temporary networks are more important than hierarchies and parties. Marxism's search for the self. With hindsight, the whole tradition of critical Marxism in the 20th century can be interpreted as an unfold search for a theory of the self. For the Frankfurt School, Marcuse included, it was only the failure of the working class, and the rise of all-powerful consumerist ideology, that freed Marxism from having to be a theory of struggle and gave permission for it to become a theory of self-friction. For Fromm and Dunayevskaya, the return to the early Marx was what allowed them to reintegrate the notion of individual human freedom as the ultimate objective in a communist project. Roy, by contrast, in an unacknowledged return to the essence of Stirner's thesis, concluded that human thought, and therefore ideas of freedom, are not conditioned, even in a mediated form, by the social relations of production. They are primarily conditioned by previous ideas. 204. And by rationality, which sits at the center of Homo sapiens consciousness. Unlike Stirner, who rejected any attempt to derive a teleology or morality from the autonomy of the idea, Roy advocated the replacement of Marxism with a universal doctrine of self-liberation very close to that of Feuerbach. Man is the maker of his world, man as a thinking being. And he can only be so as an individual. The brain is the means of production and produces the most revolutionary commodity. Spiritually free individuals at the helm of affairs will smash the chains of slavery and usher in freedom for all. Thompson wrote in the 1970s that, if humanist Marxism was proven to be incoherent, then his line of retreat would be to Christianity or bourgeois liberalism. It is clear from this that Roy had already traveled that path by the late 1940s. Like Thompson, once you understand the profound humanism at the core of Marxism, I do not think there is any need to take it. So, what is left of Marxism in our era of techno-euphoria and environmental doom? Since the rediscovery of the 1844 manuscripts, the dilemma for Marxism has been clear: either it is a theory of the liberation of individual human beings, or it is a theory of impersonal forces and structures, which can be studied but very rarely escaped. Either there is a human essence, which we can reappropriate by abolishing property and class, or we are a sack of bones conditioned by our surroundings and our DNA, and human essence is a myth. Either people make history, as Marx said, or history makes history. During the past 50 years, much of left-wing academic thought has followed the path Althusser laid out. There is a clear genealogy from his anti-humanist Marxism, to postmodernism, the attack on science and the recent emergence post-humanism and vitalist new materialisms, in which inert matter is alleged to have as much agency as human beings. But the project of human liberation and communism can survive the atomization and dispersal of the class that was supposed to bring it about, and the emergence of multiple forms of exploitation. As the revolts of 2011 showed, large masses of people now possess the capacity for autonomous action, self-education, and collaboration that Marx admired in the Parisian working class of the 1840s. This multiple 205 awakened and connected self is the revolutionary subject, but not the amoral and nihilistic self, suggested by Stirner and Nietzsche. As Dunayevskaya understood, the impulse toward freedom is created by more than just exploitation, it is triggered by alienation, the suppression of desire, and the humiliation experienced by people on the receiving end of systemic racism, sexism, and homophobia. Everywhere, capitalism follows anti-human priorities. It stirs revolt, and anti-human priorities today form the entire basis of the society of networked behavioral control, surveillance, and naturalization. Dunayevskaya, who conceived the revolution as the ultimate negating act, always focused on the question what comes after. Though impossible to predict, she wrote, the tasks of the post-revolutionary moment should preoccupy even those unlikely to experience it. This marks Dunayevskaya as one of the earliest adopters of pregurative thinking in the Marxist tradition. Today, however, the exploited masses face an even more urgent necessity, to adopt what most Marxists would see as post-revolutionary tasks as urgent ones for the present. Information technology plus the networked individual, basically makes utopian socialism practical. The urgent deadline mandated by climate science means we no longer have the luxury of time. In the coming century, just as Marx predicted in the fragment on machines, it is possible that automation plus the socialization of knowledge will present us with the opportunity to liberate ourselves from work. That, as he said, will blow capitalism sky high. The economic system that replaces it will have to be shaped around the goal he outlined in 1844, ending alienation and liberating the individual. To reunite the atomized strands of historical materialism into a coherent doctrine of human liberation may take years of work, but the outlines of a Marxist humanist project are clear. We need an archaic moral philosophy based on the question, what does a society without class, exploitation, and alienation look like, and what are the virtues needed by a human being living within it? This, in fact, was always the implicit content of what Marxists called class consciousness, the practice of workers building solidarity in the workplace, the community, and the party itself. We need to rebuild a Marxist theory of knowledge that can withstand contact with complexity and indeterminacy, most notably via quantum mechanics. 206. We need an account of the coming transition beyond capitalism based on the political economy of the information network. We need a theory of the Earth's ecosystem that accepts the fact there may be no technological X to the depletion of the Earth's atmosphere, and which revises the Marxist assumptions about human survivability accordingly. We need a complex and provisional anthropology of the species based on the ever-improving data about pre-capitalist social formations and socio-psychological studies of the self. And we need a political economy of the social factory which situates class, gender, racial, and psychological oppression in a more complex relationship to the exploitation process, both in history and today. Above all, we need a new practice based on the spontaneous struggles of the networked individual in the social factory. As Brecht put it in the null scene of his movie Cool Womp, who will change the world? Those who are not satisfied with it. Chapter 11. On capital accumulation, the tendential fall in the rate of prod, and crisis theory. Karl Ledenhoff. In his The Long Depression, Michael Roberts discusses the economic downturn experienced by global capitalism since 2007. 1. He writes that he tries to provide an explanation of what has happened, an analysis of the causes, and some hypotheses of what will happen next. He critiques other explanations of economic depressions from a Marxist standpoint, which he conceives in this way: the underlying cause of depressions in capitalist economies can be found in Marx's law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. But he makes clear that he will examine other explanations of economic depressions mainly based on using empirical evidence. Although he was already doing a lot of empirical work in the Long Depression, the publication of World in Crisis, a series of empirical studies on the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, edited by Roberts and Guglielmo Carchedi, serves to enhance this empirical work. To be sure, the empirical research in the Long Depression and K. Ludenhoff. Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Email, kilowatt@tele2.nl. 210. World in Crisis affirms Marx's law of the tendency of the rate of profit to decline. Moreover, this empirical work has tremendous importance for evaluating Marx's theory of crisis under capitalism. It also gives a strong empirical support to the labor movement's struggle against capital. As for the underlying theoretical concept of crisis in Marx and Marxism, Roberts declares that he will leave the theoretical debates and in particular a theoretical defense of Marx's crisis theory to other authors and another day. However, a theoretical defense of Marx's crisis theory based on his law of the tendency of the rate of profit can be found in Raya Dunayevskaya's notion of economics under capitalism, a notion embedded in a revolutionary philosophical foundation. In what follows we will look more closely at this revolutionary philosophical foundation. Specifically, we will take up how the creation of this revolutionary philosophy was laying ground for a philosophic economic notion concerning the law of motion of capitalist society and its relationship to Marx's law of the tendency of the rate of profit. In her philosophic economic theorization, Dunayevskaya evaluated critically Nikolai Bukharin's perspective, but was more approving toward that of V. I. Lenin. These considerations are relevant to an understanding of both the law of motion of capitalist society and how it can be broken with or transcended. She writes that although Bukharin believes in social revolution, that does not, however, seem to stop him from dealing with labor, not as subject, but as object. She adds that there was no disagreement with Lenin about the major achievement of the Russian Revolution, the destruction of bourgeois production relations. But the minute Bukharin tried to make an abstraction of that, tried to subsume production relations under technical relations, it became obvious to Lenin that Bukharin simply failed to understand the dialectic. The fact that Bukharin simply failed to understand the dialectic also meant for Lenin, as Dunayevskaya notes, the failure to see self-activity of the masses. And in taking up Lenin's notion of practice to Lenin was workers practicing, she stresses that to the Marxist theoretician, this is where all theory must begin. Next, we will address more extensively the theories of Rosa Luxemburg, because it is in her critique of Luxemburg on economics and philosophy that Dunayevskaya reveals more clearly her own insights concerning the law of motion of capitalism, Marx's crisis theory, and the law of the tendential decline in the rate of profit. 211. Dunayevskaya on the economics of capitalist society, Marx's humanism as ground for our era. An examination of her conceptualization of the overall law of motion of capitalist society is the best way to trace Dunayevskaya's interpretation of Marx's law of the tendential decline in the rate of profit. For Dunayevskaya, conceptualizing and extending this law for her era, and really our era as well, consists in establishing Marxist humanist ground for a consideration of the nature of economics under capitalism. As to the law of motion of capitalism, Marx writes in the preface to the RST edition of Capital that it is the ultimate aim of this work, to lay bare the economic law of motion of modern society. As Marx sees it, modern society is a capitalist one in which the contradiction between capital and labor is central. Also emphasizing the determinant role of production under capitalism, Marx writes concerning the nature of goods produced for the market, this division of a product into a useful thing and a value becomes practically important, only when exchange has acquired such an extension that useful articles are produced for the purpose of being exchanged, and their character as values has therefore to be taken into account, beforehand, during production. Marx formulated this in Chapter 1 of Capital, in a passage that a lot of Marxists overlook when they maintain that value comes into being in the sphere of commodity exchange. They forget that although value does realize itself socially during exchange, it does so when it, as Marx holds, was there beforehand, created in the sphere of production. In capitalism it is the labor element, the working class, which is producing value and surplus value. The creation of surplus value makes possible the accumulation of capital. The capitalists who appropriate surplus value transform it either in nature or through money into new and bigger means of production, thus expanding their production in order to try to obtain more profit in order to continue the process on an ever greater scale. Inherent in the process of capital accumulation is the growth of constant capital in relation to variable capital. Because value can be created only through the actions of living labor power in the process of production, the relation of constant to variable capital is actually at the root of the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. This is because, when constant capital 212 grows vis-a-vis variable capital, there will be less labor power to produce value and surplus value in relation to investments in constant capital, all of which results in a lower rate of profit. Of course, we speak here of the overall relation between the capitalist class and the working class, not about individual capitalists and their workers. When Dunayevskaya addresses Marx's analysis of capitalism, and in particular his notion of the law of motion of capitalist society, she writes Marx wished, above all, to analyze the law of development of capitalism. For no matter what its beginnings were, the contradictions arise not from its origin but from its inherent nature, which begets with the inexorability of a law of nature, its own negation. That is why, she notes, Marx put the analysis of its beginnings, the so-called primitive accumulation of capital, at the end of Capital. In discussing the substance of this law of motion, Dunayevskaya stresses that Marx is bringing to the fore the fact that the general contradiction of capitalism consists in the fact that capitalism has a tendency toward limitless production regardless of the value and surplus value incorporated in it and regardless of the conditions of production under which it is produced. That is why, in unraveling the inner contradiction, Marx places in the center of his analysis, not the market, but the connect between expansion of production and the creation of values. Because the law of motion of capital exists as a contradiction, the general contradiction of capitalism, Dunayevskaya concludes that for Marx, the law of motion of capitalistic society is therefore the law of its collapse. It is not by accident that we end the statement about the collapse of capitalism in Chapter 7 of Marxism and Freedom, which deals with Marx's notions of humanism and dialectic in Capital, Volume 1. In this chapter, Dunayevskaya highlights that in Capital, Volume 1, Marx demonstrates that the development of capitalism itself creates the basis of a new humanism, the new forces and new passions which will reconstruct society on new, truly human beginnings, a society in which the full and free development of every individual is the ruling principle. Too, she adds, it is because Marx based himself on this humanism, more popularly called the inevitability of socialism, that he could discern the law of 213. Motion of capitalist society, the inevitability of its collapse. In these formulations we can see that for Dunayevskaya, Marx in Capital is continuing and developing the notions of humanism that he had already taken up in the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844. Here, in a most original interpretation, she holds that Marx's law of the collapse of capitalism, itself grounded in a tendency toward limitless production based on the production of value and surplus value, is connected with Marx's 1844 humanism and his overall notion of dialectics. All this indicates that she is considering this law as more than only economics, more than only part of the critique of political economy. The close connection she draws between Marx's humanism and the collapse of capitalism is establishing ground for another type of linkage, that between the critique of political economy and its laws and, on the one hand, Marx's revolutionary thought, and on the other hand, what that means for later generations. In approaching these issues, it is advisable to turn to the polemic between Dunayevskaya and Herbert Marcuse in the 1950s about the question of the so-called American roots of Marxism. On this question, Marcuse, who was writing the preface to Marxism and Freedom, opines in a letter to Dunayevskaya of October 9, 1957, "To tell you the truth, I am getting a little uneasy about the publicity with the American roots of Marxism and the statement that Marx completely recreated the structure of capital under the impact of the American Civil War." She answers in a letter of October 11, 1957, "My chapter V, The Impact of the Civil War on the Structure of Capital, shows that the decade of the 1860s was decisive for the structure of capital. It was the period of the Civil War in the United States, the great mobilization of English workers on the side of the North, the Polish insurrection, the unrest in France, and the creation of the First International." Here, she is referring to Chapter V of Marxism and Freedom, the impact of the Civil War in the United States on the structure of capital. We can use this letter of October 11, 1957 to Marcuse as a vantage point from which to see how Dunayevskaya's engagement with Marx's critique of political economy was developing, and above all in which theoretical framework this engagement was taking place. For besides the above-mentioned passage, to which we will have to return because it 214 alludes to how, when, and why Marx is structuring capital, other points in this letter illustrate how she had begun to conceive of Marx's critique of political economy within the totality of his revolutionary thought. And by looking closer at the development of her conception of the critique of political economy, we will also be able to get a handle on how she conceives of the tendential decline in the rate of profit in capitalist society, which Marx takes as ground for the law of motion of this society. We also incorporate, in this process of establishing ground, elements from works Dunayevskaya published after both this letter and the publication of Marxism and Freedom. These elements show more clearly what Dunayevskaya already had in mind qua the substance of economics during the period she was niching Marxism and Freedom. As we look closer at this letter to Marcuse, let us consider the moment of its writing. For the moment of writing, October 1957, has a specific relevance, for two reasons. First, this letter was written shortly after the beginning of Marxist humanism as organization, the beginning of the functioning of News and Letters Committees, March 1955, immediately after the split between C.L.R. James and Dunayevskaya, who cooperated before in the Johnson-Forrest tendency or state capitalist tendency. News and Letters Committees would go beyond the state capitalist tendency by taking up Marx's humanism so much that this step was a recreating of Marx's humanism for their own age. Connected to this, they also were publishing a bi-weekly newspaper in Detroit, in which they tried to break down the divide between intellectual and worker, as seen in the appointment of a black production worker, Charles Denby, as editor. These considerations bring us to the second reason why we need to look at that month, October 1957, Marxist humanism as idea at this point in Dunayevskaya's philosophical development. As to the origin of this idea, she writes, in 25 Years of Marxist Humanism in the U.S., the major document of the tendency, state capitalism, and world revolution, dismissed humanism because, in the late 1940s, it had appeared in the forms of existentialism and of Christian humanism. It was only after the null break with Johnson, it was only when new forms of workers' revolts sprang up, that the humanism of Marx was brought onto the historic stage of our own age. As for the earliest beginning of her own notion of Marx's humanism, she goes back almost 2 decades. It is true that the germ of Marx's humanism was present from the very beginning of my break with Trotsky at the 215 outset of World War II and my subsequent study of the class nature of Russia as a state capitalist society. Dunayevskaya wrote her RST essay on the theory of state capitalism, on the class nature of Stalin's Russia as a state capitalist society, in the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics is a capitalist society. In talking, in 1958, about the re-emergence of Marx's humanism, a theoretical development that was integral to fully conceptualizing capitalism in her age, she writes, Marx posed dialectically the fundamental problem: what kind of labor which is today being battled out the world over. Automation has made this question urgent in the United States. In 1844 Marx made this self-same question pivotal, the new theoretical response to the workers' revolt against the tyranny of factory labor. 3. In the context of the fundamental problem, the new and changed nature of labor under capitalism in her age, she stresses, it is important that we look at the new stage of production, automation, and the form of the workers' revolt against it, the 1949-50 miners' general strike, in the same way as, in 1953, we looked at the RST revolt against state capitalism and its work norms in East Berlin. The point is that both stages of production and both forms of revolt were every bit as crucial for the re-emergence of Marx's humanism in our age, as has been the outbreak of World War II for the birth of the state capitalist tendency. And Dunayevskaya notes that the questions brought to the fore by the miners in their strike, which she saw as summed up in the question from a coal miner, what kind of labor should man do, were posed not as philosophical questions, but as concrete and urgent matters affecting the workers' daily lives. They should have, but didn't, signify to theoreticians that philosophy, in Marx's sense of human activity, had become actual. Yet, if we are not to run a losing race with reality, all theory must begin here, just here. Thus, she is observing that in the new stage of production, that of automation and revolts of the workers against it, philosophical questions arise that had to be worked out, and at the same time be developed. 216. As a contribution to, a philosophy of revolution geared to the transcendence of capitalism. These were not philosophical questions for the ivory tower, but questions of life and death. The miners were concerned not just with the old grievances and hazards. This automation was recognized as a man-killer in a total way. For Dunayevskaya, this observation and its critical elaboration result in the following question, in which she situates the critique of political economy in the capitalist society of her era: what excuse can there be now for any independent Marxist theoretician to persist in keeping economics, politics, and philosophy in three separate compartments, just when the 1950s disclosed a movement from practice itself toward theory? A few years later, in Philosophy and Revolution, she would write, again concerning Marx's critique of political economy, that the dismal science, in its Marxian reconstructed form, it helped in discerning the law of motion of the capitalistic social formation. She proceeds to discuss Marx's reconstruction of economic science, offering this interpretation of the underlying framework of Marx's critique of political economy: the reconstructed science meant not only that his original discoveries made all the difference, but also that these original economic categories were so philosophically rooted that a new unity was created out of economics, philosophy, revolution. She is careful, however, not to forget the specific theoretical and empirical element of this by also denying that such a recourse to philosophy means that all economic problems have thereby been dissolved into philosophic ones. That would be ludicrous. Here we come to the heart of the matter of economics under capitalism as Dunayevskaya conceives it. Economics is a matter not only of the economic laws of the breakdown of capitalism, but of the strife between the worker and the machine against dead labor's domination over living labor, beginning with hearing the worker's voice, which had been steeped in the storm and stress of the process of production. Having considered how Dunayevskaya developed a notion of economics in capitalist society, we can now return to Dunayevskaya's 1957 letter to Marcuse about the American roots of Marxism. The reason that this letter is so useful for our purpose of tracing her thought about the decline in the rate of profit is that we can record that Dunayevskaya 217 broaches in this letter to Marcuse different aspects of Marx's critique of political economy and refers to interpretations by Marxist tendencies of his economic science that are closely connected to Marx's notion of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. The following passage from this letter is particularly relevant for our purposes. Heretofore I have concentrated on the warp and woof of the book, the philosophy, dialectics, Humanism of Marxism. As publication date approaches, it is time to indicate the complementary thesis. I use the structure of capital to illustrate this. The changes in the structure of this work meant nothing to the Second International, reformist and revolutionary wings alike. Until Rosa Luxemburg, in 1913, began to question what Engels had made out of the material left him by Marx, all Marxists treated the changes in the structure as a literary question. The Communists continued this tradition. The battle of quotations with which Rosa Luxemburg was attacked, both by the Second and Third Internationals, never went into the structure of capital until Henrik Grossman, in 1929. His was the RST serious analysis of the changes in the structure. However, his interest was primarily economic. It was directed against Luxemburg's underconsumptionism and the re-establishment of the decline in the rate of profit as central to the theory of accumulation in its Marxist form. Let us consider the above. A RST topic in this passage is the critique of political economy as the complementary thesis of philosophy, dialectics, and humanism of Marxism. We already have seen above how Dunayevskaya situated economics, the critique of political economy, in a framework that was a new unity of economics, philosophy, revolution. We see that Dunayevskaya refers in this letter to the warp and woof of the book in which she conceives of the philosophy, dialectics, humanism of Marxism as a unity. And she writes that it is now the time to indicate the complementary thesis. By pointing to both sides, the one of philosophy, dialectics, and humanism of Marxism and the other the critique of political economy as complementary sides, means that she already had substantially in mind at the moment of writing this letter the new unity of economics, philosophy, revolution. The structure of capital is the second topic to which Dunayevskaya refers. As we will see, she will point to important changes by Marx in his original plan of capital and why he makes these changes. 218. A third topic is that all the tendencies within the Second International were renouncing the importance of the structure of capital. In the Second International, it is only Rosa Luxemburg who is questioning what Engels had made out of Marx's heritage, especially in his editing of the volumes 2 and 3 of Capital. The fourth and last topic we end in this passage is the reference to Henrik Grossman as the RST Marxist theoretician after Marx, who analyzed the law of the tendential fall in the rate of profit. He did so in the context of the 1929 crisis. In these topics we are confronted RSTLY with the how, why, and when of the changes by Marx in the structure of capital. Second, the connection between the 3 volumes of Capital and the status of the theories of surplus value arises. Third, the theoretical notions of Rosa Luxemburg concerning the accumulation of capital, imperialism, and the tendency of the rate of profit to fall will come up and be connected with this. Fourthly, we will see that both Dunayevskaya and Grossman criticize strongly the Luxemburg's notions about Marx's crisis theory. Let us begin with what Dunayevskaya brings to the fore concerning the American roots of Marxism, and Inyan's in the 1860s on the structure of capital, as she bases her argument on what Marx actually writes. First, she refers to Marx's letter of January 11, 1860 to Engels, where he writes that the biggest things that are happening in the world today are on the one hand the movement of the slaves in America started by the death of John Brown and, on the other, the movement of the serfs in Russia. Second, she refers to July 30, 1862, when Marx recounts to Engels his arguments with Ferdinand Lassalle, who doubted the revolutionary importance of the U.S. Civil War, about the contribution of the Yankees. She also cites Marx's letter of August 15, 1863, where he directly involves the structure of capital. When I look at this compilation and see how I have had to turn everything around and how I had to make even the historical part out of material of which some was quite unknown, then he does seem funny with his economy already in his pocket. Third, Marx reports to Engels in a letter of February 10, 1866, historically I developed a part about the working day which did not enter in my RST plan. And later on, he writes how happy he is that the American workers by correct instinct came to the same formulation. 219. On the 8-hour day that he had worked out for the Geneva Congress of the First International, Also, in the context of the instinct of the American workers, she writes that Marx notes in Capital that labor cannot emancipate itself in the white skin where in the black it is branded. But out of the death of slavery a new life at once arose. The RST fruit of the Civil War was the 8-hour agitation. She is demonstrating here that she is keeping an eye open for Marx's new forces and new passions in the development of capitalism. For the fact that Marx says that the workers in the white skin cannot emancipate themselves where racism is present means that he considers the struggle for human liberation as indeed determined by the struggle of labor, the class struggle, but not as exhausted in it. This opens the way to analyze and GHT all forms of oppression in capitalist society in a Marxian sense. It will be clear that this is connected with Marx's notion of dialectics. 5/4, Dunayevskaya adds, finally the American roots are not only in the niched volume I but in the unished volumes 2 and 3. To buttress this interpretation, she refers to a letter by Marx to Nikolai Danielson in which he asks him not to wait for volume 2 before translating volume I because of the mass of material he received from Russia and the United States. Dunayevskaya states that it is clear that Russia and America were to play roles in volumes 2 and 3 that England played in volume I, that Lenin led out volume 2 for Russia and that I believe American workers are concretizing it for America in their attitude to automation. 5th, as we read in Chapter V of Marxism and Freedom, Marx, in niching volume I of Capital, takes out the voluminous material on the history of theory, and relegates it to the very end of all 3 volumes, as Book 4. He is breaking with the whole concept of theory as something intellectual, a dispute between theoreticians. These are VE items illustrating how Marx, as Dunayevskaya writes to Marcuse, is turning everything around. They show that the structure of the critique of political economy is less dialectically developed than that of Capital. We pointed earlier to Dunayevskaya's notion that the beginning of economics is with hearing the worker's voice. 220. But, as she also writes, in the period of the 1850s the workers were quiescent, and that meant to the theoretician Marx that he must watch the laws of economic development of the old social order without being able to see the specific form of revolt with which the workers mean to meet the new stage of production. The consequence was that the critique of political economy was a theoretical answer to an actual problem, an application of dialectics to political economy, instead of the creation of the dialectic that would arise out of the workers' struggles themselves. In Rosa Luxemburg, Women's Liberation, and Marx's Philosophy of Revolution she will accentuate this notion. Capital is a very, very different book than either Grundrisse or Critique of Political Economy, and it is a very different book from the RST chapter to the last. It is the great divide from Hegel, and not just because the subject is economics rather than philosophy. The other two also were economics, and the RST draft had a great deal more obviously philosophic language than Capital. No, it is that great divide because, just because, the subject not subject matter, but subject was neither economics nor philosophy but the human being, the masses. And it is here, according to Dunayevskaya, that Marx is creating a new dialectic that arises out of the workers' struggles themselves, and that Capital is the work in which as Marx works out the economic laws of capitalism, not apart from the actual history of class struggles. Historic narrative becomes historic reason. In creating this new dialectic she is not denying that Hegel was the source of all dialectic. Dunayevskaya is stating that precisely because he began with that source that he could make the leap to the live subject who is the one who transforms reality. Actually, she is emphasizing here the revolutionary potential Marx saw in Hegel's thought. And as for Marx's elaboration of hearing the voice of the workers in relation to his transcending of the philosophy of Hegel, she phrases it for her age as follows: thus, the workers, the American workers, made concrete and thereby extended Marx's most abstract theories of alienated labor and the quest for universality. Marx was right when 221. He said the workers were the true inheritors of Hegelian philosophy. Capital, Volume 1, as the whole of Marx, but whose dialectical structure is anathema to Rosa Luxemburg. Unlike in Marx's writings, we do not end a critical transcendence of Hegel in Luxemburg. She had no great admiration for Hegel's thought. This becomes clear when we see her form of reasoning in a letter to Hans Diefenbach 6 of March 8, 1917. Here, she writes that Diefenbach will be the second reader after Franz Mehring of her manuscript for the accumulation of capital, an anti-critique in answer to the critics of her accumulation of capital. She reports that Mehring has read the manuscript a few times and at RST reading he called it simply brilliant, since the death of Marx a book second to none. Later, however, she adds, he was more moderate in his opinion. She seems to view the anti-critique as a more mature work than accumulation of capital, without any side issue, without any coquetry and delusion. And she adds that she now in scientific labor as in art only estimates something that is simple, quiet, and an open-minded way of thinking, because of which to me for example the strongly praised volume 1 of Marx's Capital with its overloading of Rococo ornaments in Hegel's style is now an anathema. We need to take Mehring's RST reading of the manuscript of the Anti-Critique as simply brilliant with a grain of salt, for he was hardly proscient in Marx's critique of political economy. On the one hand, we nd in Luxemburg a disdain for the Rococo ornaments in Hegel's style, and on the other hand, neither Mehring nor Luxemburg had much knowledge of the significance that the dialectical, revolutionary framework of Hegel's thought had for Marx. Such ignorance was generally prevalent in the Second International. What concerns us here, however, is not the academic question of being knowledgeable about Hegel or not. As will be discussed shortly, in dealing with Luxemburg's theory of imperialism we will see that what is really at stake is Marx's notion of the revolutionary subject. 222. The most shocking element in Luxemburg's letter is that she, with her method of simple, quiet, and open-minded way of thinking, considers Capital, Volume 1 to be an anathema. Therefore, she is taking up Volume 2 of Capital as she conceives of it, as the basis for her theory of accumulation of capital and imperialism. Luxemburg was living in the period of rising imperialism, and when she is talking about an explanation of the economic roots of imperialism she holds that it must be deduced from the laws of capital accumulation, since, according to common empirical knowledge, imperialism as a whole is nothing but a specific method of accumulation. For that explanation she turns to Capital Volume 2 and questions Marx's assumptions, which are constructed for a society in which capitalist production is the only form, where the entire population consists solely of capitalists and wage laborers. Marx also made this assumption in Volume 1. She formulates her critique of Marx's assumption of a closed capitalist society with only two classes, workers and capitalists, in this manner in the Anti-Critique, for you can twist and turn it as you wish, but so long as we retain the assumption that there are no other classes but capitalists and workers, then there is no way that the capitalists as a class can rid of the surplus goods in order to change the surplus value into money, and thus accumulate capital. In her notion of the accumulation of capital, she assumes that there must develop right from the start an exchange relationship between capitalist production and the non-capitalist milieu, where capital not only nds the possibility of realizing surplus value in hard cash for further capitalization, but also receives various commodities to extend production, and nally wins new proletarianized labor forces by disintegrating the non-capitalist forms of production. This means that she is looking for other forces, outside the capitalist milieu, to explain the process of accumulation of capital within capitalist society. To Luxemburg, it concerns those forces that are able to realize surplus value, i.e., to transform surplus value into money. She is starting with the market in capitalism, the process of selling in order to realize created surplus value, instead of the sphere of production, as Marx does. She assumes that a closed capitalist society with only workers and capitalists, the one that Marx assumes, cannot explain the transformation of all surplus value into money and thus cannot explain the process of accumulation. 223.